The Sealed Kunai by Kenshi 618 Part 9.
Chapter 62. A stroke of absurdity. The middle of the goddamn ocean, miles and miles away from Kumogakure, and Kurabi was there. What the hell? Wasn't he in that huge valley outside of the village that he called his home? How did he even know that Naruto was in Kumo, let alone that he was taking a ship out of Kaminari no Kuni back home to Hai no Kuni? He was only there long enough to drop off Yujito and tell the Raikage about their little episode with the enemy. Talk about having an ear to the ground. Why are you following me home? In his head, Naruto was well aware of just how much hot water all of the Kumo sailors on board were. For Kami's sake, the strongest ninja in Kumogakure managed to sneak away from his village at a time of war under their watch for a vacation of sorts. Your brother is gonna dash. Kill him? Kill everybody on the ship that let it happen? Kill Naruto for even being loosely involved with it? And after all of that time trying to get in good with the Kumo high brass too? Naruto didn't want to eat a lariat. Not a chance. He liked his head on his shoulders and his spine lined up the way that they were already. Thank you very much. I ain't gonna do a thing. Kurabi stated, waving off his fellow Jinchuriki's concern. I got that fool played like a puppet on a string. He'd get his face nearly crushed in an iron claw for punishment, but after a few minutes of that and a few hours of getting chewed out later, it would all blow over for him. No problem. And everyone else there happened to be stationed at the coast of the country on wait for the Kiri forces in case they ever managed to reach the mainland. They'd all be way too far away from A's eventual wrath when it came down. He'd destroy his office, get it rebuilt, and that would be the worst of it. Once again, Naruto looked around at the would-be unfortunate Kumo sailors and turned back to Kurabi. I want to kick you over the side and make you swim home. But damn it, that would probably start a fight that he didn't feel like seeing through on a ship in the middle of the ocean. Still, though, Kurabi held a ridiculously strong grip on Naruto that the younger Biju container simply couldn't seem to pry off without using his sword as a lever. First, come on kid, you know this trip will be a thriller cause you're sharing a ship ride with the killer. Killer B, that is. Yeah. I'd rather share a ship ride with Yujito. Naruto thought to himself, pushing on Kurabi's face to try and get the man's bro hug off of him for multiple reasons, but he sure doesn't need to hear that part. When he heard Kurabi say something about helping him write some new lyrics, Naruto started looking around rapidly like a trapped coyote that was one step short of trying to gnaw off its own leg to escape. The Kumo sailors pitied him, but they had their own problems to worry about. Apparently, Naruto Uzumaki was supposed to be absurdly tough both physically and mentally. He could take a few days of dealing with that. But Naruto would have rather taken 2 days of periodic root conditioning in their boot camp to being stuck next to the rapping shinobi of Kumogakure. At least that was supposed to have made him stronger. Hai no Kuni countryside, there was simply too much land for Konoha to cover all over the place. The enemy intelligence had constantly wondered just how thinly spread Konoha's military might happen to be due to how they seemed to currently be doing well on all fronts that the war had presented to them. But now that she had managed to get behind the border of the country that housed Konohagakure and the country that housed Amigakure, she had to say that the Continental Ninja Federation had made a tactical mistake at the outset of the war. Instead of digging in on most fronts while trying to finish off Suna, they should have tried to wage a stiff two-front attack instead on both of the sides that Konoha had to keep covered. Had even one side been able to break through in the slightest and get squads into the defending Konoha's turf, they would have been reeling to fall back to the village itself to keep it from being razed to the ground. It wasn't the largest country of the elemental nations, but when their entire army was split into two with some of their forces in Suna trying to keep it safe until they had sufficiently recovered, the miles and miles of Hai no Kuni seemed arduous to try and cover. The reason for Konoha's all-out attack approach wasn't just fearlessness in the face of their apparent enemies joining together to face them. They wanted to finish off one or more of the countries to alleviate some potential pressure off of their backs so that they could commit more shinobi to a more conventional style of defense without having to worry about an emergency in case something got through the cracks. How would they react to such a thing without the upper echelon of their powerhouses there? No Jiraiya, one-armed as he was, no Jinchuriki defender, so who would do the heavy hitting? The Hokage? She wondered this as she observed it all and came up with a path mapped out to travel untouched with pain. As long as they could get past the border, they could make it to the outskirts of Konoha, where there would definitely be a stern mass of ninjas there to defend their home, but against pain it would not matter. Once he got within sight of Konoha, there wouldn't be anything that could stop him. He wouldn't let the village that had been responsible for several of the greater tragedies in his life take anything else from him. It was the epitome of everything. He stood against a place that profited from the tragedies of others around the world. Compared to Konoha, Suna was wholly undeserving of his wrath, a softer target though it was. Kono would continue trying to case as much of the countryside as she could until her predetermined time ran out and pain summoned her back. Then they would begin to bring this war to an end by bringing it to Konoha's doorstep and taking out the cornerstone of the entire Grand Shinobi Alliance. She would do this for him for pain. No, she would do it for Nagato. With Jiraiya and Team 8, Ta no Kuni, the tracking squad sent to discover the fates of the troops that had been repeatedly attacked at the rear of the battlefront line, were still on the hunt for the origins of the Otogekure force that had done so. With an Inuzuka and a Hyuga on the very same squad, there wasn't much of a chance that they could fail. That had been Jiraiya's exact thinking when he grabbed a squad from the roving division that was currently dropping its full force onto the enemy in the forests of Shimo no Kuni. They didn't need him there any longer. He was more useful in the field for a situation like this, just in case. As they continued to travel, Akamaru let out a slight whine and a bark that Kiba readily understood and interpreted for everyone else's benefit. Akamaru says that there's a strange smell in the air. Like ash and graveyard dirt. What an oddly specific odor. It's getting stronger fast. Kiba warned in an urging voice, gritting his teeth and peering in the direction he could smell the strange scent from. There's a hell of a lot of power behind it too. This is serious. How many? Jiraiya asked, knowing that a stronger Inuzuka Ninkin could size up an opponent from the odor of their chakra alone. Let's break down and set an ambush. We've got to make this quick. It's only one. One person? Hinata turned her Byakugan on to confirm Kiba and Akamaru's assessment and gasped at what her powerful eyes picked up in the near distance of the forest. Her face looked as though she had seen a ghost. No, that's impossible. I thought he was supposed to be dead. Who? She didn't know exactly how to say it. How could she? Just coming out and saying that she could see Sasuke Uchiha as clear as day, the same way that Sakura and Tayuya described him in their reports? Her team would think that she was a crazy person. According to reports from the mission several months ago, when a decently large squad had to try and rendezvous with a misplaced Naruto and ended up in battle against a team Sasuke had formed and Akatsuki, it was said in the aftermath upon his eventual return that Naruto had ended Sasuke's life during that very same incident. This was not a person that could easily mistake if he had killed someone or not. If he said he killed Sasuke, he knew for certain one way or another that his life had ended. Thus, when she shared the information of who she could see with everyone else, needless to say, it ground the procession to a halt in the trees. Are you kidding me? Kiba, of course, was the first to voice his thoughts on the matter. How is that possible? Naruto wouldn't lie. He's pretty shifty and flighty when there are things he doesn't want to talk about, but he's still our bud, and I trust him when he says that Sasuke died that day. Naruto was a straight shooter, and he never directly lied. He merely dodged giving concrete answers. He hadn't done so about his encounter with the Uchiha brothers. He told them that Sasuke had died on the battlefield before his body had been taken away by the masked man. Well, that was what happened. A lie benefited absolutely no one. I don't know. Hinata's melodious voice chimed out with a touch of serious concern evident in it. All I know is what I see. I see Sasuke Uchiha. It's unmistakable. No hinge. It's truly him. Ever the analyst, Shino held his own skeptical thoughts, but Hinata knew what she was looking at better than any of them would. And there was only one thing to do. In times of confusion, it was best to look to the squad leader for advice. Jiraiya-sama? There was no one else there that might know what to do better than him. What do you propose we do? How should we attack him? All of this didn't jibe with Jiraiya. None of it seemed on the straight and narrow. When he had instincts, they were usually right, and the last time he ignored them, he wound up losing an arm for all of his stubbornness. No, this didn't seem right at all. This stank of a kenjutsu in the worst way, and if that were the case, he was the one best equipped to deal with it both literally and figuratively. Kiba, can you and Akamaru still smell your friend that we're tracking? We still have his trail. Then go after it. Jiraiya said, landing to a stop on a branch. Team 8 jumped one more bound ahead before they realized that Jiraiya had stopped. Don't get in over your heads. If you find the place, don't go any farther until I catch up. The way he was speaking, it sounded like catching up was the last thing he was thinking of. Shino caught onto this quickly. What are we to do if you do not catch up? How are we even to know? You'll know if I'm not going to catch up. Trust me. Jiraiya assured him grimly before turning and shooing them all away with a nasty glare. Get going already, or I'll make you. I don't know enough about you all to work with you properly. It's better this way. Without another word of dispute or reasoning, the three Chunin and Soul Ninkin left the temporary head of the team alone to stare off in the direction that he was informed Sasuke would be coming from. I haven't had to deal with an Uchiha in a long time, let alone an undead one. This'll be a first. Trying to humor himself to lower the tension didn't keep his fingers on his one remaining arm from twitching in anticipation of the coming conflict, however. And in the next moment, the form of Sasuke Uchiha stopped on the branch directly in front of him, staring him down. Kami, that kid was so young. He wasn't any older than Naruto was. A part of him was reluctant to strike down someone so young, but he had already been stricken down in the past, and he dismissed this sentiment as irrelevant. Jiraiya, I presume? Sasuke asked in a voice that Jiraiya couldn't distinguish as being concerned one way or the other with what was happening. Apparently such a detached tone had been normal for him in life. I didn't think I'd ever end up fighting another Sannin in my lifetime. That was right. He ended up being the one that killed Orochimaru. Jiraiya supposed he owed him some semblance of thanks for that. Well, technically Jiraiya said, to break the ice, you're not fighting another Sannin in your lifetime per se, you know, because you're dead. Speaking of which, how are you reanimated? I've seen Jetsu do this before to corpses, but most ways don't let you keep your personality. Kuchios Edo Tensei, summoning impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. That was the Jetsu that Orochimaru used to bring back the Shodai Hokage and Naidame Hokage to fight against his sensei the Sandame during the invasion years ago. Oh, this was not good, but you killed Orochimaru. I didn't kill Kabuto, though. Apparently he learned it. Damn it. And apparently that was enough talking, because Sasuke's body sprang forward while suddenly unsheathing his sword for a quick-draw attack. Despite Sasuke's speed, Jiraiya hadn't gotten any slower from his disability, and he was able to dodge the first stroke of the blade. Oh yeah, Orochimaru definitely trained this one, he thought. Though the style Sasuke used kenjutsu-wise was different from his dearly departed former teammate, his movements had a noticeably wiry touch of the snake Sannin to them. Jiraiya quickly formed a hand seal to harden his hair follicles before shooting an uncountable number of the quills Sasuke's way. Hari Jigaku, Needle Hell. The trunks of trees quickly wound up being littered with Jiraiya's sharpened hairs, but none of them managed to wound Sasuke, who kawaramied his way out of the initial line of fire before using his quickness to avoid the rest of them. Looks like it's my turn, Sasuke said as he formed electricity in his right hand. Chidori Senbon, 1000 Birds Senbon. Needles of chakra and lightning happened to be the response of Sasuke to Jiraiya's attack, and Jiraiya managed to dodge in his own way. The man seemed to swan dive backwards off of his branch, but in actuality had dropped ninja wire across his branch prior to doing so, allowing him to balance out safely before reaching the ground, where he landed in a flipping crouch after Sasuke had spent the payload of his attack. Quickly forming a snake seal as he stood up straight, Jiraiya slammed his heel against the ground, forcing a trench to split forth that felled the tree that Sasuke had been attacking from Doton Chikyu O Maizo, Earth Release Groove of Earth. As Jiraiya expected, the moment the tree started leaning and falling, Sasuke jumped off, taking care not to land in the channel that Jiraiya had created and wind up trapped. In preparation for this, Jiraiya had managed to create two Kage Bunshin at his sides that had taken that entire time to gather oil in their mouths, just waiting for the cue to attack. And they wound up receiving it when Sasuke chose his intended direction of evasion in the air. Ketan Enden, Fire Release Flame Bullet. Both Jiraiya clones sprayed out well-driven fire from their mouths as if it were napalm into the air, taking care to aim around the airborne Sasuke to ensure that they had reached him before bringing their precise jutsu inward, burning the deceased young shinobi out of the sky. The real Jiraiya didn't hang around for long, because his stratagem wound up engulfing much of the forest canopy in flames, and he felt a self-preservational need to vacate the scene lest he find himself caught in a forest fire of his own creation. Still, something didn't sit right with him. It shouldn't be that surprising that someone like you managed to pull that off with only one arm. You can never count out a legendary ninja, no matter what it looks like, I guess. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya turned around and saw Sasuke striding out of the blaze with dust and ash regenerating the parts of his body that had been devastated by the fire that had engulfed him. Even his clothing wound up being restored by the properties of the Edo Tensei Jutsu. So this is what Sarutobi-sensei had to face. And instead of a single highly talented ninja, he had to take on two of the most powerful men ever produced by Konoha. The old man had truly been amazing to somehow take that battle to a stalemate in a fight where his enemies were immortal, but I can't do that here. I can't seal him away the way that Sensei did to the other two. He was still the leader of a squad. Hell, he was technically the head of an entire division of shinobi. Besides, giving his life to seal someone away wasn't in the cards anyway. There were always other options. If he had known in advance that he'd have been fighting a resurrected ninja, he'd have prepared some countermeasures in advance for just such an occasion. Meanwhile, Konohagakure no Sato, a pronounced frown simply could not worm its way off of Tsunade's lips no matter what she did. The war was going well. It was going extremely well. In the northeast, the enemy was being rolled up between the combined sandwiching efforts of Konoha and Kumo alike. In the northwest, Takigakure had been sacked and their leadership destroyed by the clandestine assault from Root, and it was only a matter of time before the brutal jungle fighting led them to Kusagakure's front step if they weren't wise enough to surrender unconditionally. Before then, Suna was being left alone to regroup after the last failed attack by the combined Western CNF forces led by Pain, and while Kiri still hadn't mustered a mainland landing, it didn't seem like they would be needed. Iwagakure was oddly being silent, but they wouldn't throw their hat into the ring unless it seemed as if they could take it all in one fell swoop. Inoki was really earning his nickname by sitting this one out. If he tried something on the softest target in Suna, without a doubt he'd draw the ire of the other villages in the GSA, and unless they all wound up destroyed, they'd turn IWA into a gravel pit if he tried something so treacherous and opportunistic. Out in front of her sat a massive map illustrating the gains that Konoha had garnered in the field as of the last reports sent via Messenger Hawk from the battlefronts, with compounded statistics in each theater of combat for her benefit, by Konoha's intelligence department. A knock came at her office door. A thankful temporary distraction from all of this dreary much ado about war. Tsunade never had much of a stomach for it back when she was an active battlefield medic, despite her equal skill as a combatant, and even far behind the lines she could only imagine what it was like out there from the reports come in. The door cracked open to reveal a white head of hair from outside and the pleasant demeanor to go along with it. Hokage-sama. How goes the war? Naruto's longtime attendant Hamiko entered the office with a demure bow and a warm smile. It goes and goes and goes and goes. Tsunade replied aloofly. Has anything changed with the village's defenses? Either the Konoha barrier team or the defense division sent her. Poor girl kept herself busy when Naruto was away by trying to configure what she could from older Yuzushi defense designs into Konoha's program. She'd been doing it for years, actually, even though they'd never had to use it. Or do you need me to sign off on something? Nothing like that. Hamiko assured the powerful village leader. I'm just going around checking up on people I know, people away from the front, resting here in the village, things like that. An active body keeps the mind from wandering after all. She finished with a bit of a nervous laugh. Worried about the brat? Trust me when I say I know the feeling of just sitting back and waiting. I guess. I know Naruto-sama can take care of himself, and we've already received word that he is on the way home, but I never like it when he leaves, and this whole war just makes it worse. He was one of 4 similar objective targets of the enemy after all. A target of opportunity, as it were. If he was spotted and identified in the field, his recovery by the enemy was to take initiative over whatever objective the enemy would have on his mission. The same went for Yujito, the same went for Karabi, and the same went for Gaara to a significantly lesser extent. If any enemy somehow came across the Kazekage in the desert, they were meant to flee on sight for all the good that would do them. Tsunade knew the feeling, though. Between Jiraiya, Naruto, her apprentices, and Sakura and Shizune, and many of her high-level shinobi in the field such as Shikaku or Kakashi, just to name a few, she had no absence of people she knew on various personal levels to worry about, and apparently, it showed on her face as clear as day. Is there something the matter? No. There wasn't anything wrong. And that was the problem. There was absolutely nothing going wrong on any of the fronts. All was quiet in Kaze no Kuni, and the stalemates in the northeast and northwest had been broken, allowing the GSA to advance. Across the elemental nations, there wasn't any catastrophe victimizing any of Konoha's wartime operations. It was officially the greatest start to a shinobi world war that Konoha had ever managed. For once, they weren't in a situation where things were about to go from bad to worse. I'm just wondering what the hell is about to go wrong. With Naruto at sea, it had taken a few hours, but Karabi had managed to chill out enough to notice that Naruto was busy trying to figure with something. Let no one say that the man was not astute despite all of his eccentricities. The topic of the day was Naruto's funky heirloom of a sword. And when it came to swords, there probably wasn't anyone better than him to talk to them about, at least someone that wouldn't try to kill Naruto on sight. Whoa. Hearing that info might make me just crash. Finding out your sword does more than cut, stab, and slash. Well, that's technically still all it's meant for. Naruto said, holding up the sheaths and Ninki no Kin to observe the make of it, something he had done time after time over the years. You know, it just turns into a form that lets me cut stuff better and can apparently cut through the fabric of reality. That sounded a lot better in his head. It probably didn't matter how dumb it sounded though, since Kurabi would probably say something that would trump it within 5 minutes anyway. Kurabi would have reached out and touched the sword by now, but according to Naruto, there were security measures on it that prevented anyone outside of his lineage from laying their hands on the blade without suffering the consequences. Yo, Mr. 9. What's wrong, B? Your face is all twisted up like you're thinking about something. That's 'cause I am fool. Well, spit it out already. Both Naruto and Kurabi headbutted each other one time, the metal of their headbands clanking momentarily before they both backed off. Kurabi scoffed a bit before getting to his point. Well, you said the Inyan release makes the sword change, but what if one variation ain't the range? At first Naruto just stared at him before running a hand through his hair. I must have been out in this sun for too long, because that actually made sense to me. As long as he'd had the sword, Naruto had been using the only transformation of the weapon that he'd known of. But there had never been any set jutsu to make it change. For Kami's sake, he used it mere hours after unearthing it, and there had never been a scroll or any other source of information on it. How would he have learned any real techniques? Honestly, the first time that Naruto used the materialization properties, it was based solely off of advice from Hamiko, whom he had met a day earlier. All the message from her during the battle with Sasori said was to assert his will and lineage over the sword and make it his. He had nothing in mind other than something that would help him cut Sasori down to size, and they took the form of the Senenkugeki bladed gauntlets and greaves. Apparently, in the history of the sword, no user had ever repeated forms that the weapon could take. There had to be a reason for that. Right? Kurabi said with a grin, thumping Naruto on the shoulder. Inyang, let the sage make anything real, so why not use it to keep changing your steel? He jumped up from his seated position on the deck and started dancing oddly. Pick up the pace, don't let that power go to waste. Caught up in the rhymes coming his way for once, when the rapping Kurabi extended his fist for a bump, Naruto hit it spiritedly with his own before he realized what he'd done, and when he did, he had to admit that damn it, the fist bump felt right. Hell yes, due to his lineage, he'd been passed down one hell of a tool of destruction, and he'd be damned if he didn't exploit it to its fullest extent in combat. Crushing chakra drained for every transformation use or not, he was an Uzumaki, damn it, and they had been known for serious vitality. He could take it. A still grinning Kurabi gestured wordlessly, confusing Naruto until the rapping shinobi vocalized his actions well. Go on and show me what it looks like, motherfucker. Naruto held up the sword within its sheath before slowly pulling the steel free from its confines with a sharp sound. Here it is. Naruto said before holding it out, blade toward Kurabi. You want me to do the Senenkugeki, Millennium Gauntlets, transformation? Fuck no. I already heard about that from the kitty cat and big bro, eh? Show me something new. Something new? What kind of new? True, they had just been talking about the idea, but now Kurabi was kind of putting him on the spot, and he was drawing a blank. What if his first idea was something dumb that he couldn't use in an actual fight? Well, his first idea hadn't been anything other than that he wanted something that would have helped him shred Sasori's Hiriko puppet to tatters during the battle in the ruins of Uzushigakure. But there wasn't anything he particularly wanted from a weapon. He was a bit of a do-it-yourselfer, almost to a fault at times, and he liked fighting in close. That was probably why the sword changed forms to a taijutsu-suitable state and did what it did for his speed. Unmarked vessel, starboard side. Every able-bodied person on the ship crowded to the left side of the ship to see and caught sight of the larger battle-ready ship that had been bearing down on their broadside. They weren't a warship, they were a regular transport. Outside of Mizu no Kuni, where they were ultra-useful warships, didn't particularly exist. At least good ones didn't. But after a few minutes or so, the ship wasn't moving any closer. It was just sitting out on the edge, seemingly observing them. Eventually, Kurabi muscled his way to the front to catch a look-see, with Naruto following close behind. Placing a hand just above his sunglasses-clad eyes, Kurabi's mouth and mustache wrinkled up in a frown. One ship ain't very scary, even if we are a ferry. Stop rhyming, Naruto said, but once again the man had a point. Maybe that was why they weren't approaching. They had to drop on them, and of course they had to have a scope of some sort. Maybe after seeing that the ship belonged to Kumogakure, the would-be buccaneers backed off from trying to attack. Pirates were usually way smarter than people gave them credit for. Cutthroats most of them may have been, but leading lives like that gave them ridiculous survival instincts. Besides, labeling pirates as simple honor-devoid cutthroats without giving them any credit was the rough equivalent of the pot calling the kettle black as a ninja. There's one leaving the ship. Just one? On a lifeboat or something? What, were they in trouble? They had to know that they weren't getting a damn thing without surrendering, and even then they'd probably just wind up being imprisoned for life or executed. Squinting and focusing his eyes, actually cheating a bit with his Sharingan since no one was paying attention to him at the moment, Naruto was able to get a better look and saw that the one person wasn't in any kind of boat, he was walking on the water. A ninja. A single man with white hair and purple garb as well as a large sword on his back. Wait, was that Kubikira Buchu? Maki and Sai stole that from some guy on Sasuke's old amassed team and they all gave it back to Kiri months ago. What the hell was some guy doing with it again on a pirate ship? This is close enough, right? Suigetsu said to himself as he stood along the waves of the ocean walking steadily toward the Kumo ship in front of him. Karen said that was the ship that Uzumaki was on. She also said that there was another Jinchuriki there due to the garish amounts of chakra she could sense as they got closer to bearing down on them. Okay, let's get this show on the road. A grin crossed his face as he took Kubikira Buchu from his back and sealed it inside of a scroll on his person while unsealing another of his 3 swords of choice. That Chujuru kid had no idea how to really use this sword. My brother was the true master with it and I wasn't that bad myself. The large twin-handled sword with the funky fish-shaped blade just felt right in his hands. Hiramakerii, let's make a mess of this place. Hiramakerii Kai-Ho, Hiramakerii unleashing. In the blink of an eye, chakra fully engulfed the blade to the size of the ship in front of him and soon absorbed the very waters of the ocean that covered it entirely like a grand blade of Poseidon. Suigetsu held it over his head as if he wasn't swinging a sword the size of a transport ship and brought it forward to slam down onto the hapless vessel. It wasn't the most productive way that he had destroyed a ship out of the near 2 dozen that he had taken out throughout the duration of Toby's blockade, but it was certainly more fun than just destroying it with a wave to overturn it. He had managed to hit it so hard he had to have split the hull, and it went under so quickly that it probably wouldn't be resurfacing either. Chuckling to himself, he let Hiramakerii return to its normal shape and size as he wanted to observe his handiwork. But much to his displeasure, the ship emerged from the water and bobbed in the water like a bath toy. TCH. How'd they reinforce it enough to protect the ship? Suigetsu, look out below. Upon hearing Karen call out to him from their pirate vessel, Suigetsu allowed his body to liquefy and avoid 8 large octopus tentacles that tried to smash and grab him. Not too long after that, Karabi emerged from the drink looking around for his would-be target. The fuck? Suigetsu reformed a good distance away, seemingly not very impressed by his enemy's first move. You What did Uzumaki drown? Because he's the one we really want to kill here. We don't give a crap about fighting you really unless you want to fight. Karabi's first inclination was to reach for the 7 swords that he carried on his back so that he could take on this opponent, but he wound up stopping himself from doing so as he started thinking him. So you came here to fight with Mr. 9? He'd be my guess that'd be just fine. If he's the one you want, go and move on past, but don't start crying when he whoops your ass. Awesome. Suigetsu said, grinning with his shark-like teeth. So where's he hiding? He's not hiding, fool. So what the hell was he doing? After a second of thought, Suigetsu didn't have to think twice before palming his forehead hard and making himself one with the water as he rushed speedily back to the pirate ship. Jugo, Gataro, get ready to defend the ship. Gataro quickly pulled his cutlass from its sheath as a blurb passed over the side of the ship and began cutting down large amounts of his crewmen that moved to intercept it. Dozens fell within seconds. Sack up and stop dying, you pack of weaklings. It's one ninja. Being forced to back up his actual talk with action when the blur rushed at him, Gataro actually managed to block the blade meant to cut through him, putting him face to face with Naruto. Uzumaki-san, I presume? Instead of answering, Naruto headbutted Gataro in the face and nailed him with a quickly formed Rasengan that propelled him into the mast of the ship hard enough to break it in half. If he survived even one of those things, there was no way he lived through the other. Yeah. It's me. Naruto answered posthumously. Waves cascaded over the side of the ship and formed into Suigetsu, who blitzed in Naruto's direction with Hiramakerii missing when he swung 3 times with the blade itself as Naruto dodged out of the way. I've been waiting for this ever since your flunky stole Kubikira Buchu from me. I can't find them, but unfortunately for you, Karen can pick out your chakra signature from 2 countries away. This guy was from that team that Sasuke had managed to stitch together while he had been hunting down Itachi, which meant he wasn't alone if he was talking about another person that could find him anywhere. From his blind spot, a partially transformed Jugo launched himself at Naruto, his gnarled fist ready to punch him into pulp if Suigetsu's sword didn't remove his head from his shoulders first. Naruto managed to optimize the space he had between the 2 killer blows and swayed out of the way of them both before spinning low and cutting Suigetsu's legs off with the Senninki no Ken. Unfortunately for Naruto, he didn't get to see the graphic and morbid sight of blood spilling from the severed limbs. Instead, they turned to water where they were cut and quickly reformed to solid form. Still low from his sweeping slash, Naruto dove forward and avoided a swing of Jugo's arm that had now transformed into an axe. Instead of hitting a blonde ninja, he cut through the deck of the ship, splitting a large crack all the way to the edge of it. He's fast. Suigetsu noted, a bit pleased at that facet of his enemy's ability, though if he killed Sasuke he'd have to be pretty quick. His eyes then went wide when he looked into Naruto's own and noted that they didn't match. What do we have here? You've got a Sharingan, bud? Where'd you get that? Had it before I fought your boss, Naruto said cryptically. They didn't need to know where he had gotten it as long as they didn't jump to the conclusion that he had taken it from Sasuke's body. Misinformation that bad and politically crippling wasn't welcome with him. Your turn. Where'd you get the sword from? I thought I took the one you had. I took Hiramakiri off of its last user, who had Kubakurabuchu on him too. Suigetsu recalled bringing up the incident that netted him 2 of his desired 7 swords in one fell swoop. He wasn't as good as he thought he was with either of them. Kiri really has a problem with holding onto these things, don't they? Picking better swordsmen would probably help. Like you? A little late for that, don't you think? Jugo got sick of waiting for the banter to subside and made to attack Naruto again before the entire ship was rocked by some outside force. Along with more than a few chakraless pirates, the berserk Jugo didn't have the mindset to channel chakra to his feet to keep his balance and fell over into the water from whatever had occurred. One-on-one, bitch. Good old Kurabi. He might have his own reasons for making him fight Suigetsu by himself, but at least he wasn't sadistic enough to sit back and let the enemy play the numbers game. Although maybe that would be more because sitting back and doing nothing would bore him. He'd probably fight Jugo just so he could come up with some rhymes out of the stimulation of battle. The Hachibi Jinchuriki would probably wind up tormenting that poor outmatched psycho for kicks while waiting for Naruto to finish up. Jugo seemed like an absurdly powerful monster, but he seemed to lack the intellect to use that power as effectively as he could on command. Berserkers were like that. Meanwhile, both Naruto and Suigetsu stared at each other as the ship shook violently. So you've got your sword again and more to go with it, and as much as that pisses me off after what we had to do to get it back to Kiri, it's not really any business of mine. Why do you want to kill me? He couldn't remember directly screwing over Suigetsu with his own 2 hands, or even getting within the necessary distance to do such a thing. The answer didn't come from Suigetsu, but from a girl with bright red hair that was observing the battle from the head of the ship. It's because of what you did. Because of who you killed. The girl shouted, glaring at him with her red eyes from behind her glasses. Did you think that you could just kill Sasuke-kun and nothing would happen afterwards? She seemed to be far angrier at him than Suigetsu happened to be. He seemed to only hold a small grudge against Naruto, but he was bloodthirsty enough and loved battle enough to go through with taking a shot at getting revenge since the opportunity was presenting itself. On the other hand, were it not for the fact that she knew she didn't stand a chance against him, she would have tried to seek him out and destroy him within days of Sasuke's death. Even with the blatant disadvantage she held, it didn't seem to matter a bit to her. Naruto could see it in her eyes, and he knew exactly what it was from years of fighting and even before. Hate, the kind of hate that she was sending his way with her eyes. He hadn't seen anything like that in over 10 years. The hatred from loss and the need to find something as a scapegoat, something to blame for it either rightfully or not. Granted, she had more of a reason to outright blame Naruto for killing Sasuke than the people of Konoha had to see him as a loose cannon for having the Kyuubi within him as a child. Mostly because he actually directly contributed to Sasuke's death instead of being a bystander and then a container without getting the choice. That's why she wants you dead. Suigetsu said, jerking his thumb over in his female teammate's direction. I want you dead because I can't think of a better way to test all of my training with the swords than taking down the guy that put Sasuke away. You had to use strong people as a measuring stick. Kisame was dead, and the current generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were jokes. Suigetsu didn't just want to possess the 7 swords, he wanted to be the most powerful swordsman shinobi in the world. The only way you could prove that you were powerful was by defeating powerful people. He was at least twice as powerful as he had been back when Kubakurabuchu had been ripped from his grasp, and he needed something to prove it. Karen's grudge was a practical reason to do such a thing. Stop chatting and make him suffer already, Suigetsu. It wasn't mere impatience and her desire to bear witness to Naruto's demise that prompted such a venomous request. Karen could sense chakra better than anyone in the entire world, and as she was standing that close to Naruto was like placing a microphone right in front of a tower of active concert speakers. There was something about his chakra, something familiar. A roll of purple eyes came from Suigetsu before he held up Hiramakiri, prepared to fight again. You see, she's incredible at sensing things, but she can't fight. She's good at healing, but that's kind of useless on a team with me and Jugo. If she could fight, she'd probably be over here trying to claw your eyes out herself. Well, wasn't that just wonderful? Why not? Add one more to the ever-growing list of people that had reasons to wish his head removed from his shoulders. Let's see if you can make her happy then. Quickly sheathing his sword, Naruto started rushing through hand seals before lightning chakra engulfed his hand and he snapped his fingers, sending large sparks flying at his water elemental adversary. Right turn Kyuzo Seka, lightning release surge flash. With a grit to his teeth at watching Naruto try to take advantage of the clear elemental weakness that came with his clan techniques, Suigetsu manipulated Hiramakiri's form into a square wall exuding raw chakra that neutralized Naruto's forceful sparks. Through a small hole in the front that he deliberately created, he saw Naruto move to flank to his side. TCH. The moment Naruto passed the side of Suigetsu's transformed sword, Sharingan awareness allowed him to limbo his way underneath. A nasty wave of water sent his way that had stretched from Suigetsu's arm. With his other arm he bolted up to allow him to handle his legendary weapon with one hand as it turned back to its normal sword form. Naruto quickly redrew his own sword and blocked Suigetsu, slamming Hiramakiri down onto him with it, though it did press him flat down onto the deck of the ship. Trading sword moves with a guy that can kill one of the 7 swordsmen and take his weapons? Not smart. Suigetsu's watery arm returned to normal and grabbed onto his sword's second handle to let him lift it easier in order to slice Naruto in half. Taking advantage of the sword being lifted off of him, Naruto stabbed his sword forward through Suigetsu only to see that he had turned the area of the wound into water. A smirk crossed Suigetsu's face at Naruto's seemingly desperate attempt to impale him. Rookie mistake, sorry, but you can't injure me like the Ia dash. His boast turned into a cry of pain when he felt electricity course through his body, centering from where he had been stabbed. On his back, Naruto rolled away from Suigetsu and rushed past him, snatching his sword back and cutting him in half, rendering both parts to water that fell onto the deck. Only people in my bloodline can hold onto the sword, or that'll happen. Naruto let go of it while it had been stuck inside of Suigetsu's body, thus the sword perceived Suigetsu as trying to wield it. A strange void feeling, something of a sense of blankness, crossed Naruto's sense of awareness, and instinct told him to do something evasive, which manifested itself in the way of jumping to the left. On his right arm he suffered a rather deep and long gash from a near miss that could have been far worse, as Karen had attempted to stab into him from behind with a kunai. Was she insane to think that she could really pull that off? Maybe so, because wasn't she having Suigetsu fight him because she couldn't? But then again, how did she get that close to begin with? She wasn't that fast to reach him so quickly from a dead stop, and Naruto had remained aware of her positioning even though the more present threat had been Suigetsu. Around her, Naruto couldn't feel any sense of a life signature, which should not have been right. When she had first revealed herself, she had one of the most prominent auras on the ship. She'd been able to hide it all, even the early warning of her incoming killing intent. If she'd been faster, she would have gotten him. It was probably some censoring trick to hide her presence. It was something that Kusa shinobi were apparently quite good at, even thought it made them unable to use ninjutsu for its duration, and she apparently really did want him dead, if she put herself at risk the way that she did to use it. But due to retaliatory reflexes, she was destined to pay for it. The moment Naruto saw his own blood fly from the open wound on his person, he lashed out with a swing of the Senenki no Ken in return, and his attack hit home. Karen knew she was dead from the moment that she didn't feel her kunai stab into something solid. Her ability to suppress and hide her chakra would only let her get one strike on such a high-level opponent, and she thought she had picked her spot wisely. That had not been the case. She whiffed on the strike, and Naruto managed to procure a free strike at her back that he took freely with a downward slash of his deadly-looking weapon. The razor-sharp instrument of destruction cut cleanly through the back of Karen's clothing from shoulder to opposite hip, and hard blue and red eyes stared at her as her body dropped on the wooden surface of the deck with a thud. But there was no blood. That was impossible. He could see her skin underneath where he cut her. There wasn't any way that she had reinforced herself somehow. She didn't have any armor on underneath. There wasn't anything that would have saved her from being gravely wounded. Even she seemed completely surprised as she quickly popped up and rolled over onto her, but staring at her hands in shock, as if trying to reason with herself that something had saved her. Naruto hoped that he didn't have just as stunned of a look on his face as he looked down at the petite redhead, but the chuckling in his head set him off to something being wrong. Well, isn't this a fine situation? And here I thought there were only 2 people aside from you that could touch the damn thing and not suffer for it. What? Tsunade-chan and Hamako-chan? That's because they're dashed up. Distantly related to your bloodline? Yes, I'm aware. The sword won't harm the servant girl, which is how she could steady the seals on it. It can't harm you either aside from the chakra drain when you transform it. Even the Tsunade woman can touch the weapon safely due to her lineage, and now you can't cut this girl with the blade of it. What does that tell you? The Senki no Kin would not harm a member of the Uzumaki bloodline in the slightest. And that had to have meant don't tell me she's a descendant too. Kyuubi's deep laughter in his head was all the confirmation from an outside observer that he needed. If my life were any more retarded, it'd be a book or something. Naruto said out loud as Karen started to come down from her near-death experience, returning her glare to him. Who are you? Probably your fucking cousin, or don't you listen? Shut up. I want to hear it from her. Karen. She replied venomously, what, you like getting names with the faces that you kill? Naruto ignored the biting remark since it wasn't as if they were friends or anything. His team had stolen a priceless weapon from her team. Her boy toy of a squad leader almost killed a girl that he was quite close to, and he wound up killing said boy toy of a squad leader in completely unrelated cataclysmic combat. He and she were still just about to murder each other for all he knew. What's your surname? Your clan name? I don't have one. Yeah, you do. It's Uzumaki. Your jokes suck. My jokes rule, but this isn't a joke. My sword can't cut you. That means your family. That managed to throw Karen off quite a considerable bit. She could sense his chakra with her Kagura Shingon, mind's eye of the Kagura, to a perfect degree, and he was telling the absolute truth. No fluctuation of his sizable chakra levels at all. That doesn't mean anything to me. I'm still killing you. I didn't think it would. Whatever. He did his duty of informing her of such. If she still wanted to fight him to the death, that was all right with him. Other than a name that she didn't know she had and clan ties that had vanished decades before they were born, they didn't have a lick of attachment to each other. Takayumi no Aneri, high seas swell. The ship began to rock violently before anything more could be made of this. Both Naruto and Karen stuck themselves to the surface of the vessel with chakra, but one of them had a smirk on their features while the other one did not. The reason being that the ship had been lifted clear out of the water by a titanic version of Suigetsu that was looking down onto the diminutive form of Naruto in return. Sup? Naruto just stared up at him, dwarfed like an action figure on a playset in comparison to a little boy Kyuubi. He felt the Senjutsu chakra filling his system and felt the shift in his body from entering sage mode. Thanks. Without saying a word to Suigetsu, he blazed a trail toward the edge of the ship and jumped over the side. What am I doing? He turns into water and I'm jumping down into the ocean. You do have your fair share of window liquor moments, Kyuubi pointed out, still an internal observer to the battle as Naruto took to saving himself. Suigetsu just laughed as he set the ship and Karen back down and stepped over it as his body continued to grow in size. You don't get it, do you? I don't just use the ocean as my weapon. With my clan's jutsu, I am the ocean. There's no one more dangerous in the open water than a member of the Hozuki clan. There was a reason that the larger shinobi world war conflicts never took place on the soil of Mizu no Kuni, because getting there back in those days had been something nearly insurmountable due to who was running the show in Kirigakure back in those days. The ultra-dangerous Hozuki clan fronted by the leader of the village in the then Mizukage. The only reason the Nidaime Mizukage was killed in battle against the Nidaime Tsuchikage was because their final battle was fought on dry land, and even then both men wound up dying, still ending it in a stalemate. Karabi managed to maneuver Jugo a ways away from the ship, but even he had to stop for a moment when he saw Suigetsu grow to over 10 stories high. He wasn't close to being as big as a Biju, but it didn't stop him from wondering if he should bust out the transformation anyway. Nobi, Hachibi warned his container from inside of his head. The technique is imposing, but didn't you want to watch the boy fight his own battle? Isn't that why you didn't defeat the enemy after protecting our ship? That was true. He was kind of jealous, really. I had seen Naruto fight a real battle against an Akatsuki member. Yujito had seen him fight a bunch of times. He'd only seen Naruto fight once, and he'd been a brat when that encounter occurred. Thus Karabi really wanted to see what kind of absurd crap Naruto had to his name, and he wasn't long for waiting when he saw Naruto literally standing on the air before he could fall onto the ocean, and into an awaiting trap that Suigetsu had been preparing once he touched the water. I didn't know Mr. Nine could fly. He had to come up with a few rhymes for that. But first, chill out, all right? Karabi shouted, dodging a spiky body barrage by a fully transformed Jugo, his entire body gray and his eyes black and horrid. I'm watching a fight. You can fly, Suigetsu's voice boomed, even though he was speaking normally. That's so lame. I had all kinds of fun stuff planned to tear you apart with once you touched foot on the water. You don't look like you're that broken up about it. With his airborne position high above the surface of the sea due to his Sage Mode refined burst limit abilities, Naruto could swear that Suigetsu was still getting even bigger. What the hell kind of jutsu was this? In his right hand, Suigetsu held onto the Hiramakiri sword that was reflective of his own ever-increasing size. You're not going to be able to stop me now, he said with a shark-like grin. I might wish I had all of the swords to myself, but a combination of 2 of the swords that I have along with my clan's jutsu, hey, it's pretty awesome if I do say so myself. If he could get Naruto onto the water, the battle would be over. It was as simple as that. Entire ships of water elemental ninjas from Kiri had fallen to the slaughter like cattle, thinking that they could defeat him just because they had high-level Suiton ninjutsu en masse. It only made things worse. Way worse. 2 swords? He has 1 sword on him. And even if he didn't, how would Kubikirabuchu help him in this situation? Since Maki and Sai had taken Kubikirabuchu from Suigetsu already, and he said that he had gotten it back from Kiri, it was obvious that 2 of the swords he spoke of happened to be Hiramakiri and Kubikirabuchu. He didn't know which third one he had. Be that as it may, Naruto scrutinized giant Suigetsu's form heavily, but he couldn't see anything. Still, that was fine. Water was still water, and Naruto still had the electricity to shock him back into a goddamn puddle. He'd done it once already. Unsealing a pair of large Fuma shuriken from his seal tattoos, Naruto opened them and hurled them both around Suigetsu's head from opposite sides, not getting anywhere close to hitting him. Kaminari shuriken, lightning shuriken. Due to the size of the shuriken generating the electricity and the potency of ninjutsu while in Sage Mode, the forceful jutsu looked like lightning shooting from the clouds during an electrical storm. And with such a sizable target in Suigetsu, there was no way it could possibly miss, nor did it. But that was where the good news ended. Naruto watched in complete shock and horror as the lightning struck Suigetsu's body with no visible effect presented, despite the fact that he had been shocked by one of Naruto's most reliable ninjutsu. Suigetsu's body seemed to course slightly with electricity before it all subsided, and he chuckled. You really thought that I'd let you work such an obvious advantage after what I already saw you do earlier? I've got your number, and I'm not taking any more chances against you, ninjutsu specialist. I'm going all out. As he spoke, he continued to grow even more. I'm taking the legend of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to the next level. With the heft of the titanic Hiramakiri blade, Suigetsu gave it a mighty swing, not lacking a hint of his previous speed despite his deftly increased size. It was a thankful point that Naruto had full availability of all 3 dimensions of movement and all of the physical advantages that Sage Mode presented him, because he definitely needed it now. Naruto's hair blew wildly with the wind shear that came from Suigetsu's blade missing its strike against him. Seriously, someone that big shouldn't have stayed so fast. Luckily, he'd been faster to begin with, and that had only been magnified by Sage Mode. He was about to prepare another jutsu when a voice in his head chewed him out. No more chakra attacks. Electric or not, it doesn't matter right now. He literally absorbed your lightning. I felt it. Kyuubi coached from within Naruto's mind. It didn't feel like dying along with its container in the middle of the ocean. Figure out what he's doing. Okay, just keep the Senjutsu chakra coming and keep those senses open. Naruto thought to Kyuubi before thinking to himself as he ascended higher into the skies with jump after jump to avoid Suigetsu's ever-increasing reach. I will never swat flies with the same hatred ever again. Mountain's graveyard, damn that boy. He had the heirloom blade of Yuzushiobikure that the original Madara Uchiha had clandestinely instigated strife against them just to bring about the village's downfall and take that dangerous element out of his plans. Damn that sword. He was hoping against hope that in their small skirmish Naruto had failed to notice that the end of the sword had been the only thing that had actually made contact with him when he dodged the rest of his deadly attacks. Did he even know what he had? The short conflict was still fresh in his mind even days later, and it kept playing through his head. The only thing keeping Toby from pacing around in thought was that he currently had company, and he needed to keep a level head for the sake of his underlings. Right now was the time to get things of importance, such as a weakness to the thing that could serve to be a liability for him. While the world was shrouded in confusion and its own mayhem, he could do what he needed easier than ever. What's the plan now, Toby? The white half of Zetsu asked as the plant-like man followed his masked leader through the caves of their base. I still say we could have and should have taken the Nibi and the Kyuubi when we had the chance. The dark half said thereafter. And then what? There are only the two of us with the rings to extract the Biju. Toby snapped in return. With only the two of them to run the ritual to extract the Biju, it would take so long that they would be found and attacked by both Konoha and Kumo before they finished. Pain is too busy playing his little war game, and even if he weren't and we were still on the same side, it would still take several days. Yes, he had an army to defend himself in such an instance, but compromising his favorite base of operations and many of his thousands of forces did not sit well with him. He would rather put that army to use in another way. Right now we need to turn everything else back into our favor by eliminating the most dangerous advantage that our enemy does or does not know that they possess against us. There was more to that damned weapon. There had to be more. Hashirama and Tobirama were bastards, and what that thing was really meant to do wouldn't be as evident as negating spacetime techniques. It wasn't created during the Senju Uchiha clan wars, it was created decades afterwards. There was a real reason for it. That sword? Aren't you overreacting? White Zetsu asked before being rebuked angrily by the black half. Didn't you see that thing? How many arrays comprised the designs engraved in it? In the sheath? In the hilt? On the blade? It was made by Senju and left in the hands of their clan's most trusted allies. I would show you real overreacting, but I still need your help. Toby stated coldly to Zetsu as they wound up standing out on a ledge overlooking a vast cave chamber filled with white Zetsu clones. Pain has neglected surveying the Gedomazu due to his wartime concerns. With the window given to me, I've been able to use enough of the chakra stored within it by the Biju captured to form 4,000 clones. You will use them and raid Konoha from within. Zetsu didn't need to hear any more than that. He knew what his weaker clone brethren were capable of and knew what abilities he could count on to get the job done. You can count on me, he said with a chuckle. What are you going to be doing? Getting some much-needed information. Toby said, creating a dimensional rift to transport himself through from what will prove to be a very reluctant source. Chapter 63. Rose-colored glasses. Jiraiya was fighting with Sasuke. A reanimated Sasuke. What the hell was this world coming to? What happened to the days when wars between ninjas were fought between living beings? The thought of the undead being foot soldiers for someone's army, and that army being in the hands of Oda Geikura apparently. The thought was terrifying. Team 8 had been given the opening to advance on with their mission to find the source of the Odo raids and the purpose behind them, and they weren't going to waste the chance to keep going that Jiraiya had given them. It had taken a while, but eventually they managed to reach the entrance to the hideout they had been looking for. They knew it as such because Kiba and Akamaru could smell the original scent that they had been tracking, along with a particularly powerful scent of snakes. A dead giveaway for any Inuzuka tracker that a place had something to do with Orochimaru or had been Orochimaru affiliated at some point in time. We've got to get in there, Kiba said, standing at the entrance with Hinata Shino and Akamaru Jiraiya back there fighting a zombie Sasuke. That's wrong on 5 different levels, so we've got to figure out what's down there and get back before something really fucked up happens and Konoha's down a legend. Jiraiya-sama can take care of himself, Shino assured his teammate as he pushed his glasses up on his face. If there is anyone that is equipped to deal with the supernatural, it is him. Hinata, do you have the layout of the base mapped out? Yes, Hinata said, her Byakugan letting her see through most of what was inside of the cave that served as a base. It's not booby-trapped and there are no sentries inside. What? That was odd. It seems like a temporary location. The only chakra signatures I can see are apparently prisoners. Kiba didn't need to hear anymore, deciding to lead the way and head on inside. There were people inside that needed help. These were Konoha ninjas that had been captured by Oda Geikura raiding parties, and while he'd hoped that some of them would be inside so he could show them just what he thought of taking prisoners, behind the front lines he was willing to settle for taking out the place that they brought the prisoners to. That would make his day and put a cherry on top of the sundae that was the Konoha Northeast campaign. He'd worked his ass off, so maybe he'd get a field promotion from his actions? As cool as that would be, there was nothing more important at that moment than stopping the threat that existed away from the front lines for Konoha's forces. The seemingly endless tunnels eventually opened up into a large room with bars on the wall, cells behind them filled with trapped masses of humanity. Everyone being held prisoner was shackled, usually in trios, and seemed to have been heavily injured in their captures due to the lack of treatment that many had seemed to have gotten. Some parts of the trios chained together were dead. Chain gangs sometimes had 1 or 2 of the 3 members chained together, no longer amongst the living. No one there seemed to have been interrogated though, tortured, but every last one of them seemed completely terrified of being in their current position for some reason. Kiba reached for the bars but got a nasty shock for his trouble owl. Damn it. He complained as he shook his jolted hand out. How do we get these guys out? It's not a seal doing this. I think it's a generator. We need to find it even if it will take some time. Shino said, analyzing the prisons. Even though he was very level-headed on the surface, his hive of insects were buzzing internally along with his temper at seeing living beings subjected intentionally to such conditions. He sorely wished for the dark soul that had masterminded this to pay dearly for it. For one of them, there was something else wrong with the situation. While there were plenty of people there numbering past the 50s, there had been more reported as taken. Many more. Kiba hadn't smelled enough blood while they had been going through it for all of those people to have been executed, and capturing all of those people just to kill them seemed like a complete waste. Hinata couldn't see any other place in the entire base that held prisoners. What they were seeing before them was it. So what the hell had happened to the others? Apparently being dead wasn't important enough for the cells to be cleared of people, so what was going on? More ninjas from Konoha. So you've just decided to come be a part of my experiments instead of me having to send out underlings to capture you? How thoughtful. I don't know if my jutsu will work on a dog, however. The voice was so smooth. So confident, so smarmy, and sure of himself, mocking content of the words aside. And he was the origin of the snake smell from the perspective of Kiba and Akamaru. Just upon hearing his voice, many of the prisoners backed away as close to the wall as they could to keep away, even though they were behind bars. It was a pale white man underneath a dark red cloak that concealed his entire body from view. His head was covered in a hood with snake's eyes on it, but underneath his skin seemed to have a scaly sort of consistency to it. What are you? Hinata asked, taking a step back after she got a good look at him with her all-seeing eyes. Underneath the robe there were two snakes wrapped around his waist that were apparently a part of his body, and there were so many different sources of DNA spliced into his physical makeup that it was hard to tell what was an actual part of him. What kind of person would do that to their body, and why? I'm so upset that someone as beautiful as yourself doesn't remember me, Hyuga-san, even though we only met a handful of times years ago. The grotesque young man said, feigning despair, although I guess that was the point. I never really wanted to leave an impression until I was on my way out of that village of yours. Shino stared closely at the man until he got a great glimpse underneath the hood of the cloak and saw a very particular set of glasses on his face. While glasses by themselves weren't very particular, something about this man made them stand out as if they were a trademark. As a matter of fact, in the bingo book, that was something to look out for when searching for this person in particular, Kabuto Yakushi. Kiba turned to Shino and then back to Kabuto out of surprise when he started chuckling. The guy that spied on our village for Oto-Geikure before the invasion during the Chunin exam? What the hell? He's the boss? With a grandiose bow, Kabuto postulated in front of the trio, and Ninkin, the word boss is such an underwhelming word for what I'd call myself. Welcome to my working laboratory. Standing up straight, his smirk seemed to be splitting his face. It was so wide. I see you found my supply of trusty test subjects. If you want to hop into the cells along with the others, that would be fine, but it's a little more complicated than it looks. You probably knew that by now, though. Shino just pointed one accusing finger at Kabuto, glaring at him from behind his sunglasses. You're the man controlling Sasuke Uchiha through the Edo Tensei, aren't you? Kabuto's laughing was the only answer he needed. What are you doing? Is Otogaku an affiliate of the CNF? No. Nothing of the sort. Kabuto assured him laughingly with a wave of the hand. The leader of the CNF is not someone that I would see eye to eye with. And all of his talk of being God gets so tiresome. Honestly, the only reason he has as many villages with him to fight as he does is because they all know the legends of the Rinnegan, and when he smote Tsunagekure it scared them all into line. Tobi was much more interesting as far as Kabuto was concerned. And while they weren't allies either, he wanted to see just what that man would do, what depths he would delve to in order to get what he wanted out of the clusterfuck that the war had made out of his original plans. He was not going to interfere, though. He found it much more entertaining to watch things like this transpire from afar. But first he had to kill these intruders and then watch Sasuke finish off Jiraiya. If you kill me, the Edo Tensei Jutsu will never be released. Kabuto told them as a diversion to disarm them before honing in on the weak link of the team from his viewpoint. From underneath his cloak, the long white snake that was connected to his body shot out at Hinata with his fangs bared to bite down on her with incredible speed. It dawned upon him that Team 8 probably had a very high level of teamwork between them, but he didn't think they'd retaliate without missing a beat the way that they did. Mushikame no Jutsu, Insect Jar Jutsu. A swarming dome of bugs covered Hinata and blocked Kabuto's snake from harming her, something Kabuto wasn't going to risk touching lest he wind up getting insects on him that would drain his chakra. Before Kabuto could even get it back close to him, both Akamaru and Kiba were on both sides of him poised to attack. Claws and fangs were poised to shred Kabuto to shreds before he managed to pull off one hell of a kawarimi involving him literally shedding his skin to avoid being cut to ribbons by Kiba and Akamaru. Disgusting? Yes. Effective? Absolutely. Kabuto cackled as he slipped away scot-free and quickly vacated the room, leaving the prisoner's chamber behind and the three hostile Konoha ninjas within. You have two choices. You can either leave and die with Jiraiya at the hand of Sasuke Uchiha, or you can venture farther inside and die by my hand directly. Either way is just fine with me. Both ways just test my new power in different ways. Jiraiya versus Sasuke. Not too far away, Jiraiya was thinking on just how simple it would or would not be to seal away Sasuke Uchiha. He was completely indestructible, as he would instantly regenerate any injury that occurred. For goodness sake, Jiraiya had made him the center of the most catastrophic forest fire that he'd ever been a part of, and he came walking right out. And he was still locked in mortal combat against an immortal foe. "You're Naruto-sensei, aren't you?" Sasuke asked, his body involuntarily moving as he lashed out with strike after strike to injure Jiraiya, missing each time, though he was getting closer and closer to landing with his taijutsu. "Yeah, you are. I remember you. Though you had two arms back then." Jiraiya blocked a kick with his forearm only to duck when Sasuke flipped upside down and aimed a second kick with his second leg at his head, guilty as charged. "And what can I say?" Jiraiya said as he stepped forward with a kick using his wooden sandals. "You don't need two arms to kick a little ass." The kick missed and Sasuke quick drew his sword, almost spilling Jiraiya's guts had it not been for the man's hardened battle instincts. As he jumped back to gain some distance, he was startled by Sasuke following him closely. Sasuke stayed on him, constantly trying to stab at and cut him, somehow able to keep track of Jiraiya's movements well enough to keep in step with him. Jiraiya was able to stay just outside of the reach of the tip of Sasuke's sword. Despite the fact that he knew what he was doing with that thing, Sasuke's Chikudo did not have the reach of a katana. But what did Orochimaru do to him before he wound up killing the old snake off? This was ridiculous that he was this advanced that he could match his every step. His timing was killer. Every time Jiraiya's foot touched the ground, Sasuke's touched along with it less than 3 feet away. He couldn't advance any closer, but that wasn't due to any sort of fear of reprisal from Jiraiya. He had already learned that there was no jutsu Jiraiya could use on him that would kill him, so he could be as tactically reckless as he wanted to be in order to land a blow that would debilitate the legend. They had to have moved a complete 2 miles through the woods, consisting entirely of the movements Jiraiya dodging Sasuke's sword attacks entirely. Eventually, the two of them moved outside of the forest and into a terrace of rice paddies that had been recently abandoned due to the war, just in case. It was here that Jiraiya managed to gain the distance that he so desired. Despite what he had said earlier, a one-armed man in an ass-kicking contest was at a disadvantage, and it wasn't like his opponent was unarmed or bad at taijutsu in the least. "So I'm assuming that you're a bit sore at me for being the guy that trained the guy that killed you." Jiraiya commented, eyes directed on Sasuke's torso and legs instead of his eyes. "Well, let me just say that I didn't train him for that. That being said, you ran away from the village and joined Orochimaru." "I did that for one reason." Sasuke replied, "I did it to get enough strength to kill Itachi, and Naruto's interference took that away from me. So while this isn't really the kind of circumstance I'd like, it still gives me the chance to take something important away from Naruto the way he took my own purpose away from me right in front of my eyes by killing Itachi." "He killed you and you're more pissed off about him killing Itachi? That doesn't make any sense." "He killed me, but that doesn't matter since I'm here now, aren't I?" "Yeah, as a zombie soldier slave. But semantics probably didn't matter as long as you got what you wanted out of the situation. And killing Jiraiya to piss off or break Naruto's spirit was probably pretty high up there in the list of things that an undead Sasuke could want with his current station." And that smirk on his face really didn't sit well with Jiraiya. "You know, being dead gives me a lot of advantages even over someone such as yourself." "Oh? Do go on. I'm listening." "Honest. Any injury I suffer heals immediately. I'm basically immortal. I can see why Kabuto wants to try what he's planning with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. It's really not a bad idea at all. I wonder why Orochimaru never tried it. It would have solved his immortality problem." "Wait, what? Kabuto Yakushi was the one summoned Sasuke's soul back? Orochimaru's spy master of an assistant? Okay, that actually made sense. He had been Orochimaru's right-hand man, and he was a medic, so reanimating dead bodies would probably have been something he was interested in. But Sasuke didn't let him dwell on that as he continued to speak. I can survive and reform from absolutely anything that happens to me. I don't feel any pain. I don't run out of chakra. So I can do anything I want to without having to worry about the consequences. Jiraiya didn't like the sound of that. He liked the sight of his own blood on Sasuke's sword even less once he held it up. Looking at his elbow, Jiraiya saw that it had been nicked in the extended swordplay that he had been dodging. The resulting hand seals from Sasuke got Jiraiya to curse aloud. He knew them well as if it were like walking or breathing, thus he quickly bit his thumb and made the move to match it. He's actually going to summon him? Why in the world dash? Jiraiya thought before slamming his palm on the ground just as Sasuke did Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Massive plumes of smoke erupted, covering nearly a mile of landscape before they vanished, giving way to the gargantuan creatures that they signified the appearance of. Even standing atop the head of his closest summon in Gamabunta, Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat at the fact that Sasuke had summoned his purple-colored serpentine equal Manda. Summoning Manda was dangerous even for someone at Akage's level. What the hell? Manda's voice boomed imposingly. I explicitly remember telling every fool under contract to never summon me again no matter what. Not unless they were willing to offer up their own lives as payment for my service. From his own place on Manda's head, Sasuke slid down to stand right in the middle of his face to shoot him a challenging look. I would, but I'm already dead, you see. If you feel like fighting with the Shinigami for my soul after I'm released, feel free to do that. I just need you to kill him. Manda would have devoured the insolent boy had he not already known that he only would have tasted ash and dirt all the way down Edo Tensei. That accursed jutsu. By then he had looked at Sasuke for long enough that ample eye contact was made to sway his opinion on fighting a battle. Assure me that this time I'll have the opportunity to finish off that war-covered giant toadstool. I can't stop until I kill Jiraiya anyway. Sasuke said, and apparently that was all Manda needed to lunge quickly at Gamabunta and Jiraiya. That and a little genjutsu-based influence never hurt either. Gamabunta quickly drew his tanto and stabbed it into the ground as Manda came swiftly, fangs looking to take a chunk out of him. Manda quickly slithered around it and went for his bite, but Gamabunta pushed his entire body off of the ground via the solid hold his tanto had in the ground and attempted to drop down in a crushing body press on Manda. He missed and the ground shook frightfully at Gamabunta, slamming his tons of bulk on top of it. With a grunt, Gamabunta watched Manda move away in preparation for another attack and addressed Jiraiya on his head. Edo Tensei? You're fighting someone you can't kill? I can still beat him. Jiraiya assured Gamabunta as both of them watched closely for another incoming rush. I just have to do two things first. Neither of them would be easy, and first of all they needed to deal with Manda. Manda isn't immortal though, so let's go ahead and kill him first. I love how you made that sound like it would be easy. It will be. Jiraiya said with a determined look on his face. I need to get back to those kids. I can't let them deal with a monster like Kabuto alone. Naruto's told me about what he did with Orochimaru's remains. If he's bold enough to pull off what he's doing now, he's got to have something up his sleeve. He couldn't help but think about what Sasuke had alluded to. Kabuto had come up with something involving Edo Tensei that was impressive enough for him to acknowledge it. Was Team 8 walking into a nest of reincarnated and vulnerable ninjas, or was it something worse? No. Unkillable or not, he had what it took to end this. All he had to do was get Gamabunta to finish Manda first. He'd never get to Sasuke to end this if he couldn't. There wasn't any time to save the tough stuff for dire straits. He had to make this as fast as possible. Which meant that they'd be getting some more help. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. In the form of two elderly toads of opposite gender on each shoulder. So you finally got around to summoning us again, Jiraiya-chan? Took you long enough. You youngins just don't fight wars like you used to. As was said before, he didn't have the time to screw around. Whether it was necessary or not was irrelevant. The toads were on his shoulders. His features began to change to a somewhat amphibious form. His fingers and toes became webbed and warts formed on his face. Hate this form, Jiraiya complained to himself. Hate it so much. Not important. There was a battle going on. Mappa Bunta's taking on Manda. We're going for the kid on his head. He's an Edo Tensei revival. Fukasaku glared out across at Manda and the small speck on his face. Orochimaru's dead. Who's fool enough to use that accursed jutsu? Orochimaru's right-hand man, but that's another story after we finish this. It's still important though. They couldn't kill him, so they had to get creative with how they stopped him. We've got to subdue him. I've got a plan, but I need him immobilized first. We can do that, right? Who do you think you're talking to? Shima said with a smirk. You think we're so old we need to be told to get serious? You don't ever summon us unless the gloves are off. Well, the gloves are definitely off now. Jiraiya said in return before addressing Gamabunta. Get me close enough for long enough to get that kid. I don't care how you do it. All Gamabunta did was chuckle darkly. He knew enough about the old snake across from him to know what he needed to do in order to get and stay close. It wasn't really advisable, but it was a request from a trusted friend who was dead serious about what was happening. Manda stormed forth, slithering across the ground in an unreadable manner before using his incredible speed for a serpent his size to circle Gamabunta repeatedly. Gamabunta slammed his tanto down to cut through a portion of the snake's body, but that was what Manda wanted as he appeared at Gamabunta's rear fangs, poised to take a chunk out of him. Jiraiya dash. I know. Jiraiya had been watching Gamabunta's back, as the easiest way to get Manda to stay close for long enough to reach the summoner on his head was to sucker him into lethally attacking, though this was dangerous because Manda was fully capable of killing anything in one move. Suck on the combined awesome of my two pupils taken to the next level by Jiraiya. Senpucho Otama Rasengan, Sage Art Ultra Great Ball Rasengan. A normal Rasengan 3 times the size of his entire body hit Manda right in the face once Jiraiya leapt at him with the jutsu in hand. A violently pained hiss erupted from Manda's mouth as the snake was felled. That snake had some seriously tough skin. If that compressed chakra exploded, it could have hollowed out a mountain. As Manda's head fell like a towering tree, Sasuke turned back and proceeded to run down. The back end of his body fell while it fell in segments to hit flat on the ground. The titanic summon's body coiled back up and burrowed underground to escape Gamabunta before his toad adversary could finally make good on his threat to skin him and make a wallet out of him. However, he wasn't as safe as he figured. He was in his tactical retreat. Now Manda had a determined Jiraiya on his body underground, as well as Sasuke, who probably couldn't have cared anymore about Manda's safety even though he was his summon. All of the chunked up earth flying in Jiraiya's face while Manda continued to dig around underneath the battlefield didn't deter him a bit as he continued to run down the length of Manda's body in search of Sasuke. Quickly locating him, Jiraiya didn't waste a second in launching another attack. Sasuke tried to lash out at him with his sword, but Jiraiya instead kicked him in the face and neck with his wooden sandal hard enough to obliterate his face and everything above his shoulders. As he expected, though, the mishmash of dust and ash reformed flawlessly in the appearance of Sasuke's face. The kick hadn't been to try and injure Sasuke, though. It was all meant to get him away from Manda so that he could initiate the next phase of his plan. And this was the picture-perfect location for it. Seriously. Jiraiya couldn't have manufactured a better setting for what he needed to get done. Landing on his feet, Sasuke stared impassively at Jiraiya as if it didn't matter that the theater of the battle had changed from the fresh outdoors to the interior of a hastily made tunnel, created by a giant snake. I guess I've solved the mystery people have been the answer to for years. A one-armed handicapped Jiraiya is stronger than a bedridden sickly Orochimaru. Congratulations. Well, thank you. Some dead brat's sarcasm wasn't going to get to Jiraiya. He'd lived through the times where half of the trash talk that ninjas these days used was invented. He was in control whether Sasuke knew it or not, invulnerable to fatal injury or not. He'd heard about Sasuke's techniques from Naruto when he talked about the 3-way battle he'd fought against the Uchiha brothers, and he knew full well that he'd managed to cut off Sasuke's coup de grace that had blown up an entire fortress in a flash. He would not be forming the clouds for Kirin underground. Sasuke would not let Jiraiya even begin to make more hand seals, however. Not before he did anyway. Katan Guryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Sasuke fired a massive dragon's head of fire from his mouth right at Jiraiya, who had no room to dodge inside of the tunnel. Never fight an Uchiha without countermeasures for fire. Jiraiya thought to himself as he opened a prepared scroll and hurled it forward at the fire while he made one-handed hand seals. Fuka Howen, fire sealing method. Now that was something that irritated Sasuke, seeing his jutsu get absorbed into a scroll. It reminded him of how Naruto managed to overpower his brother's jutsu. A jutsu that he himself didn't know if he could have overcome even with all of his preparation. But he'd never get to prove it. Naruto had taken that from him by sticking his nose in their business and killing them both. I'm going to kill you just to make him feel it. Just to make Naruto feel a bit of my hatred. Sasuke shouted, raising his voice for the first time since he'd been brought back to life. What business did he have killing Itachi? Naruto didn't kill Itachi. Jiraiya said as the flames finished being sucked into his scroll. He only killed you. Itachi survived that battle and died later in a battle in the desert. That was where they found his partner, so they assumed he had somehow died there too. They found his blood. That whole mess with Danzo disappearing was something else. It was the Bermuda Triangle of battles, because no one that walked in wound up walking out. Sasuke's eyes widened at that bit of news. When you were dead, you weren't exactly up to date on current events. They didn't put out newspapers or bingo books in Oblivion. But that bit of information hit Sasuke like the coldest chill. In his mind, Itachi still walked the planet as the real final Uchiha, strange masked man notwithstanding. And if he had a real internal constitution, he probably would have been physically ill at the thought. Jiraiya did not hesitate to make his move. The hand seals couldn't have flown fast enough before he slammed his palm on the ground. Kuchios Yamaguchi Shibari, summoning Toad Mouth Binding. The tunnel transformed into a fleshy esophagus-like area. The flesh began to grow over Sasuke's feet and ankles to try and hold him in place. He managed to rip the limb free, but it held him in place long enough for a move to be made. On Jiraiya's shoulder, Shima formed the ram seal, and her tongue began to grow larger, expanding from her mouth, with a carnivorous face on it complete with sharp teeth. It flew forward and ensnared Sasuke around his body, pinning his arms to his sides. Jiraiya himself closed the distance between himself and Sasuke before smashing him into the wall and holding him there as the wall engulfed him and pulled him in. To Sasuke, it reminded him of what happened when Orochimaru tried to take over his body. Only there was no countering this one with his Sharingan. As soon as he was engulfed to a satisfactory extent, Fukasaku pulled out a sealing tag in Jiraiya's stead, since the man himself had been using his only hand to hold Sasuke in place, and slapped it on Sasuke's chest before it was fully covered up by the fleshy wall. "I can't kill you," Jiraiya said, as the only thing left even slightly uncovered was Sasuke's face. "So until I find an actual way to release you, you're going to sit pretty in another dimension in this toad's stomach." The only way he was getting away was if someone could get that tag off of him, and the only way to do that was to get inside of the nearly indestructible stomach of the toad that Jiraiya had summoned. On top of that, only toad summoners had control of the wall, and there were only two of them, thus only Naruto or Jiraiya could get him out. All Sasuke did was stare dead at Jiraiya as the rest of his face was covered up by the wall. His mouth was covered up as well, and that was that. Jiraiya couldn't have dismissed the toad mouth binding and started running out of that tunnel fast enough. Dealing with Sasuke was one thing for someone like him. Team 8 dealing with Kabuto Yakushi on their own, souped up on Orochimaru's cells, and who knows what else with the power of the undead at his command, was something else entirely. And they were playing on his field. At sea, off the coast of Haino Kuni, the ship manned by the Kumo shinobi transporting Naruto back to his home country so that he could return to Konoha didn't have a single person that could keep themselves from staring in awe and nigh horror at the sight of Suigetsu the size of a damned biju, and getting bigger, albeit slowly. It became abundantly clear and equally forgivable just why Kirigakure hadn't been able to get any ships to the mainland to assist with the war effort with this man patrolling the waters. Poor bastards probably never had a chance. We're so dead. Chakra attacks weren't going to work on him. That much had already been proven. Not only had Naruto already tried it himself, a few intrepid allies from the ship had tried their best shot and had failed. "If we stay around here, our ship's a target for collateral damage." Another ninja said, "Even if that guy never tries to target us on purpose at all. How much space can his jutsu cover if he's that big? What do we do? And what about Kurabi?" Their attention turned to the other side of the ship and found him contesting with Jugo. "I really don't think we have to worry about him." And that indeed seemed to be the case. As intimidating as a murderous Jugo seemed to be, and as intense as his chakra was, it was still a matter of just who he was fighting and trying to kill. Someone that no one else really needed to worry about. Honestly, for a crazy person, he couldn't have picked a worse target to zero in on. A blast from the water signified another attempt of Jugo to turn Kurabi into paste that had failed. "Shouldn't you be more worried about the water, kid? That's still getting better, B?" The Hachibi chided as its Jinchuriki moved backwards across the water, muttering to himself. "Oh, just chill, we've got time to kill," Kurabi said as he wished he could have out his notepad to write some lyrics. That wasn't really a good idea in the water where waves were constantly moving around. Crazy-ass guy, no fan of my rhymes. He muttered to himself before shaking his head. "No, that ain't any good. Die." Jugo shrieked as he attacked with his full body. Skin turned dark gray with multiple extensions from his special technique. Figuring that this was enough of that since he was getting absolutely no worthwhile musical inspiration out of the fight, Kurabi tapped into his Biju's chakra cloak, engulfing himself in dark red energy with 4 tails of chakra forming that caught Jugo's limbs, and held him prostrate for an attack. All that power and no real skill? Kirabi said as his tails pulled Jugo, and while he rushed forward, horns of chakra forming on his right arm against Tachibi-sama. That'll get you killed. Rariato, lariat. A fully transformed Jugo took a nasty full-armed hit to the neck and chest that blew away part of his back on impact. The power of the lariat sent his body flying and skipping across the water until it slammed into the hull of the ship just underneath the water like a torpedo. Who? The veteran Jinchuriki cheered for his own battle efforts. Blood was already beginning to show in the water where Jugo had hit the vessel. If the lariat itself didn't completely wreck his body, being stuck in the side of a metal transport certainly wouldn't help Lord and Master of all I survey. Now maybe he could sit back and watch what kind of ninja Naruto really was. It was his first time seeing his Konoha counterpart in a real battle. And while he probably should have jumped in to do something about the opponent that he was facing, in all honesty he found it way more interesting to see what Naruto would do about it. That didn't make him a bad friend, did it? Of course not. He was just making sure that his comrade was capable of living up to the lofty expectations he had established for himself. Yes. The fact that he was going to get to see a pretty good fight to boot was just a consolation to his good intentions. In a show of grand speed, Kirabi quickly boarded the Kumo ship once more and sat down facing the gargantuan Suigetsu and the diminutive Naruto currently locked in combat. He was not pleased though. Hey. That's the wrong way. Go back. The ship was trying to get its distance from the battle for obvious reasons. The strongest Kumo ninja amongst them was not having any of that though. We can't stay too close to that or he'll sink our ship just like all of the others that came from Kiri. One of the sailors said as to their reasoning for moving away from the fight. I don't care. Kirabi stated firmly, smacking his palm on the deck repeatedly. Circle around the edge and we'll be fine. We've got to watch out for Mr. Nine. Why don't you just help him then? Turning around where he was sitting to look over at the exasperated Kumo nin that had asked him that question and realized that a bunch of others on the ship wanted an answer too and were quite serious about it. Cause I want the best seat for the show. Fuck it. The captain ninja of the ship said, palming his face as he headed back for the helm to turn the ship around. If we die out here, at least it will kill B for letting it happen. While he was cursing the fact that he was fighting in such a predicament, Naruto supposed it had been a while since he'd been presented with a puzzle of a battle and he was well overdue for one. He knew his luck wouldn't hold out forever. He hadn't been in a situation this dire in quite a while. There was at least one mystery solved though. The mystery of why Kirigakure hadn't mobilized and gotten a landing force to reach the mainland of the elemental nations yet. A lot of good water-based ninjutsu would do when you were fighting someone that could merge with it. So I can't hurt him by hitting him or cutting him, and I can't shock him to death or hit him with any ninjutsu because he can absorb my chakra. Naruto thought to himself and the Kyuubi as he darted out of the way of Suigetsu's Hiramakiri sword. Sage Mode and Sharingan was a killer combination for evasiveness. I can't seal him and Genjutsu? Ha! Any ideas? Other than what I already said about finding out what the fuck is happening, you idiot. I have no input to give you at the moment. Don't bitch at me, you nine-tailed jackass, because after this I will never swat flies with the same intensity ever again. What good are you doing right now? I'm the reason you're in Sage Mode and can still move around at the same time. Other than that and backseat driving, what good are you doing right now? You know. Suigetsu said in a booming voice fitting of his size that disrupted Naruto and Kyuubi's conversation, I actually don't hate you at all. That's Karen's thing. And Jugo's too, since he felt that Sasuke was the only person that could keep him from losing control. But me, I was interested in all of this because you beat Sasuke and Itachi at the same time, you badass you. It was really more of a draw between me and Itachi. Naruto said as Hiramakiri almost instantly transformed its shape into something else other than a giant sword, and oh my Kami, what the hell is that? A giant fly swatter. Huh, are you getting a sense of irony here too, or is that just me? There wasn't any time to yell at his chakra creature as he had to maneuver himself through one of the holes of the Hiramakiri fly swatter. Once again, he had to love that evasiveness. Naruto reached into his on-hand supplies and slapped a special tag on the Hiramakiri blade before making a ram hand seal to bind the chakra to the blade until someone took it off. So he could affect the chakra of Suigetsu's weaponry, but not Suigetsu directly. Good to know. Not that it mattered now that Hiramakiri was far too small for him to hold. It was like a normal person trying to wield a toothpick as a sword, and it fell from his hands into the water. Naruto then proceeded to make like an angry bee and fly directly at Suigetsu's head. More specifically, his right eye. If he couldn't get him from the outside, why not try the inside? Everything was weak on the inside. Much to Suigetsu's annoyance and displeasure, Naruto punched right into his head through the eye and stopped at the middle of his head. He wanted to go all the way through to burst his head like a watermelon, but his momentum stopped there. That water was dense, okay. He's pure water on the inside. I was hoping for something a bit more vulnerable, but whatever. Maybe I can shock him or blow his head apart from the inside. Not particularly. You couldn't blow your nose in here from what I can feel. An attempt to build chakra for a jutsu, any jutsu, failed. Extending his hand for a Rasengan failed equally as hard. Chakra couldn't touch him at all or it'd be drained. He was stealing the chakra right out of his body. Suigetsu grinned toothily at feeling Naruto's chakra revitalize his system. This chakra is really unstable. If I didn't have something that could neutralize and filter transformed chakra, you might have hurt me with your pure stuff going right into me. Damn it. He could steal Senjutsu chakra? Bullshit. What jutsu could do that? And the consistency of that water was thick. It was like trying to swim through oil. So now it was just a matter of how long he could hold his breath for. Okay, the plan had failed. It was time to get some distance and try to come up with something new. Eventually reaching the back of Suigetsu's head, Naruto found that he couldn't free himself. He couldn't generate the same force inside of Suigetsu to punch out the way he had punched in. Oh, you're just flailing away in there, aren't you? Suigetsu taunted as the water that comprised his jutsu and his body sucked Naruto's reserves of chakra dry. I wonder how long the Kyuubi can even keep this up for. Samahata was always the best weapon someone could use for fighting a Jinchuriki. There's no chakra it can't absorb. Even cutting and stabbing at the edge of the watery prison with his sword did nothing. Naruto had to do something quick or he was going to run out of air. Losing his chakra wasn't an issue. Kyuubi was giving him a direct loan of Senjutsu chakra so he could stay in sage mode for as long as he needed to, but couldn't hold his breath forever. He had to stay calm. Each second was enough time for two ideas to flitter through his head and enough time to get a better look at everything around him. Wait. What was that down around the core of the body? Didn't Suigetsu say something about Samahata? It was hard to hear since his ears were clogged with and he was surrounded by water. His hearing had been distorted. But yes, he was sure that Suigetsu had said just that. Looking down at the center right, where the middle of the body would be, Naruto could see two somethings down there. As if he had any better plans at the moment. With that, he fought to swim his way down through Suigetsu's body. With a great effort, he eventually got close enough to confirm that Samahata was indeed sitting right in the middle of Suigetsu's body with its spines extended and wiggling about like nerves for the body. So that was what he'd meant earlier about using two swords at the same time, despite the fact that only Hiramakeria was visible, and that was how he could absorb chakra just by being touched by it. Sneaky bastard. As he swam closer to the sword, he saw a small blob of a creature that vaguely looked like Suigetsu's normal-sized head, only more blob-like. Well, what do you know? You were sort of right. Everyone is weaker inside out. Kyuubi commented in amusement at the sight of Suigetsu on the inside. Naruto couldn't help but stare as Suigetsu glared at him. So this was basically Control Central? And since he hadn't been attacked yet, there was apparently nothing Suigetsu could do inside of his own body to stop him short of keeping him from leaving. At least without disrupting High Seas Swell, which would free Naruto anyway. Throwing a punch at Suigetsu, he swam out of the way and Naruto directly swam down to the sword before grabbing onto it. He almost wound up drowning when he opened his mouth, surprised and in pain when the handle formed spikes that stabbed into his hands. To hell with that. I'd rather bleed a bit than drown in this place. With Sage Mode enhanced strength, Naruto ripped Samahata free from its own nerve extensions in Suigetsu's High Seas Swell body, and it all fell apart back into the ocean like a waterfall. None of the men on board the Kumo ship had ever seen that much water fall from the air at once, and all started yelling fearfully when it caused a massive wave that headed their way. Oh hell no! Kurabi shouted as he jumped off of the ship right at the wave and began linking up with his Biju in the purest way possible. Jinchuriki-sama's got this. The form of Kurabi changed into a massive four-horned bull with arms and a torso as well as 8 gargantuan tentacles that serves as tails. Amazingly enough, he had transformed into the Hachibi itself and had done so to block the entire wave with his body to protect the ship until the surge subsided. The men on the ship cheered at their village's protector coming through and never one to pass up a moment to soak in the adulation of his comrades. Kurabi bellowed in the beast's voice and held up one arm with the pinky and index fingers extended to the sky. to mimic a pair of horns. Yeah. In the sky above the water, a thoroughly Naruto still held onto Samahata and stared at it angrily as it was still stabbing spikes into his hands. You can stop that any time. You're not going to get deep enough to make me let go as long as I'm fortified in Sage mode, and you can't suck enough chakra to make me drop it. If you keep stealing my chakra, I will seal you into the blackest pit I can think of, so don't test me, Scaly. Apparently the monstrous weapon realized that resistance was futile and retracted its spikes. That was a good sentient sword. Kisame probably did something like that to scare it into obedience, and he didn't have any idea what Suigetsu had done to get control over it. He probably earned it by killing so many people over the seas and taking their chakra. Speaking of whom, looking down, Naruto saw Suigetsu reforming his regular-sized body and staring up at him hatefully. This isn't over yet. The second time. This would mark the second time that Naruto had directly or indirectly had contributed to him losing one of his swords. To be quite honest, he was starting to take it personally. I've still got all of my own chakra. Just because you stole Samahata and won't let it go doesn't mean I'm done. I'll take it back after I kill you. Oh. Naruto said, pointing one hand at Samahata. You want this? You know I do. Yeah, I do. Without saying anything else about it, Naruto turned and hurled it as hard as he could, as fast as a missile, right at Kurabi, who smothered it in his tentacles once it got within reaching distance of the rangy extensions. Whoops. I must still have water in my ears and my lungs, because I could have sworn you just said to hand it over to the gigantic bull octopus thing. That's it, everybody dies. Suigetsu shouted, snarling up at Naruto. You're not safe up there. He started rolling through hand seals before stopping on and holding the bird seal Suetun Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release great waterfall jutsu. It's time to send you crying home to your mommy. My mom's dead. I know. The ocean began to churn all around Suigetsu except for a safe and stable portion that he was standing on. With a resounding crash of water, the sea began to fly up at Naruto with the force of a reverse direction waterfall. I'm still in my element. Naruto snarled down at his enemy as the jutsu had been forming and created two clones, holding out his hand with a Rasengan in it while the two others started manipulating it to their liking, forcing yellow and blue electricity to flicker off of it dangerously, until it shrank to the size of a stone that Naruto was able to clutch tightly in his fist as more electricity crackled around it. He could feel the muscles in his hand quivering and shaking intensely. If he hadn't been in Sage mode, that would have been around the time where he'd lost the feeling in the entire limb just before losing use of it completely. Yes, he had to thank Jiraiya and the Elder Toads, yeah, about that. I almost drowned and got swatted like a fly today. I wasn't really a fan of that. And for the last month, at least, you've been keeping ships from landing that could help us end this stupid war. So what? One of my elements is better than your element even if you have it everywhere around you. So it's a good thing you're made of water, because I hear you get really thirsty in hell. Raitun Raisin Risaki, lightning release spiraling marble. With that, Naruto let fly with a little pebble of compressed lightning chakra that violently let off uncontrollable snaps of electricity all over the air. It still didn't look that threatening to Suigetsu, who had sent his jutsu up to overpower it. That's not how my clan jutsu works, ass. His shout died in his throat as he watched the little lightning ball dissolve every last drop of water that came into contact with it and the never-ending frantic volts it kept letting off. It looked as if a large spherical path was being cut through his very wave without stopping it a bit. Cutting wasn't even the right word. It was as if the water simply vibrated into inexistence once it got close enough to be touched by the electricity. But there was no way. It didn't even look that strong. It was just a little pebble of chakra. So why could Suigetsu feel a stinging inside of him, even on the inside of his mouth? Get out of the water. Kurabi didn't need to be told twice, as he could feel a sting in the air without being anywhere near whatever jutsu Naruto was using. Biju, or not, the Hachibi form, had already lost a horn to a human's jutsu in the past. If he was told to get out, he wasn't going to push his luck for no reason. He transformed back to normal and landed on the deck of the Kumo ship, still holding onto Samahata as he did so. Suigetsu found he had less feeling in his body over the course of the 3 seconds that it took Naruto to shoot the jutsu and for it to reach him. From a slight discomfort to feeling like his muscles were gelatin, all spongy and impossible to move, with the sensation of pinpricks running across every nerve ending he had. He wasn't going to dodge this. And turning to water would only make it all worse. He opened his mouth to yell, but nothing came out before it hit him, and it didn't stop there. From above, Naruto had the view of the Raisin Risaki's effects. It continued on down deep into the ocean as if it were digging a hole through the water before it instantly cascaded down over it and covered the tracks of his jutsu. It would keep going until it hit something solid and traveled a small bit farther. So that meant the ocean floor. Mr. Nine. Looking down and over at the ship, Naruto could see the dark-skinned, white-clad Kurabi waving at him spiritedly and moved on down over to him as he landed on the deck and was greeted with a fist bump that he actually was fully willing to return with a smile, after deactivating Sage Mode. He then proceeded to punch his fellow Jinchuriki in the head, knocking him face-first to the deck. You fucker. You watched that whole thing and transformed, and I had to come up with the most convoluted way to beat someone I've ever used. God. Kurabi got back up rubbing his head, but other than that barely showing the effects of the tap that Naruto had given him. Mr. Nine, don't be mad. You showed that watery bitch who's bad. I got a ton of chakra drained and almost drowned and in his head. Naruto recalled that's not really the coolest way to win a fight. He then noticed the bleeding body on the deck stuck with 8 swords. What is that? The crazy guy. Kurabi explained, poking at a lifeless Jugo's body with the foot of his sandal. I thought I killed him over the side, but he was trying to bide his time. Trying to get a shot when my guard was down, but a real ninja's senses are always abound. Why are you still holding Samahata? The little dude likes me. Okay, yeah. Let's go with that. It was as if Naruto could still feel eyes on him, and he turned to where the pirate ship from before had been, where the battle had more or less begun as it was sailing away in an opposite direction. He already knew that the Karen girl was staring at them, and more specifically him, if she was a censor of a high enough level to find him on the open seas. One of the Kumonin put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Hey, don't worry about them. That Suigetsu was their muscle. Without him they can't hold any kind of blockade. Let the Mizukage get a pound of flesh back off of them. He said with a grin, ecstatic at a naval victory like this. Kumo wasn't used to battles on the ocean, and it felt good to win one. Man, Kiri's going to owe us huge for this one, yeah? Sure, they technically lost 2 of their swords in Hiramakiri and Kubakirabuchu, but hey, they weren't gone forever, they were just lost at sea. Maybe. And then Samahata seemed to like Kurabi, but that wasn't their fault. For all intents and purposes, they just saved Kirigakure from being blockaded in. They were fucking heroes, and when they got home the Reikage was going to give them all medals and hopefully vacations and a kiss from Mabui. Naruto nodded noncommittally as he couldn't hear the man's thoughts while he had been thinking them. Focusing instead on his own. They're not going to get that girl though. Why not? She's not strong at all. She's just a censor. Yes, a censor that could feel anyone moving on her location half a day in advance if she really reached out for it. Karen didn't really need to be strong if she could avoid any potential battle to begin with. But that wasn't the only reason. She didn't have to be strong to know how to live for another day. Because my clan has a really bad habit of surviving things like this. If she hated him after killing Sasuke, what was it like now when he destroyed her entire team, mean to kill him with her teammate at his strongest possible point? Either way, when the war was over, if she wanted to try her hand once again, he'd be waiting. It never ended after all. Can you guys just take me to High no Kuni already? Naruto asked, turning away from that direction and moving off to start getting a report together in advance for his return to Konoha. They weren't far from the coast. I really just want to go home right now. As fast as he could get there. Miles away from Konohagakure no Sato, Konoha Strict Correctional Facility, it was the most amazing thing that any of the prisoners had ever seen. It was also right up there with the most alarming and confusing. One man walked right into the prison, past all of the guards, past everyone. They simply let him in right through the front and left him alone as he went through the facility. The Konoha ninjas posted there to protect the place just let him pass until he could unlock all of the cells from the control room. All of this was done by one strange man in an odd mask with a spiral pattern and one eye hole. He asked for nothing in return nor gave any conditions to his releasing of them. He merely let them all go, and there was no one trying to stop them. That went well. Toby said to himself as he stood around with the prison guards around him in the control room. That went very well. It took 6 hours to replace the guards and take over this place. This should divert enough attention to empty out the rest of the village. It seems that while it's not perfect, the White Zetsu's substitute transformation was good enough to bring this place down. Everyone released would be making their way as far from Konoha as they could, and that would cause a serious stir across the countryside that would not slip notice of the village meant to be responsible for them. These weren't just criminals missing mean and the like. Due to wartime, state prisoners of war were transported there to be held as well. A complete jailbreak would definitely get Konoha to make some kind of venture to run damage control. And from there he would move his white Zetsus into the village. There was a home guard kept back to protect the village consisting of a good number of upper-level shinobi and many genin that were all ready to defend the village, but this wasn't meant to be a true battle either way. All Toby wanted was one thing from this endeavor. Well, two things actually. But both of those lay behind the big gates of Konohagakure no Sato, and he was not there yet. He still had to be careful. So close. Toby said as he could feel the presence of the original Zetsu move behind him. When is the soonest that we can move the army into position? I didn't risk keeping them near the village in case this went south. You want a third of them for this, right? The white half of Zetsu asked, enough to give them a scare. Right. Toby replied, this is only meant for me to get something, and 1,500 is enough to subdue the village's forces long enough for me to do that. White Zetsu nodded in understanding. This was still the same determined man he had known for all those years. Okay. I can have them all the way here from the mountain's graveyard in just over a day, another 3 hours if you want them mobilized to move on your command. That's fine. Toby looked at the transformed white Zetsus disguised as the prison guard ninjas and figured that he couldn't try to use them to infiltrate the village to soften it up a bit internally. Time is of the essence, but we can't rush this either. It needs to be done right or we could incur too many losses. The people they replaced had been posted out there for an extended mission and weren't scheduled to switch out with another guard set for a few weeks. They needed to remain there for the time being to maintain the facade that everything was fine until it became certain that the game was up. That was the way things were done if things hadn't changed since the last time he had anything to do with Konoha. It would be a big red flag if things started happening once people that shouldn't have returned yet arrived back in the village, and he was not going to allow his element of surprise to be blown because he had tried to get too cute. He was danger close to the heart of the enemy. And he needed to get what he came for by any means necessary. Things were slipping away. After years of tireless work of moving things in every direction that had been mapped out for him, it was beginning to crumble. The achievement of the Eye of the Moon plan seemed to be out of his reach, as if he had stalled out. He felt like a man that had built a skyscraper intending to touch the stars, but no matter how high he went they were always at the same distance, and any sense that they were getting closer was just the thinning of the air getting to his head as he continued to build and climb. Curse the Uzumaki clan. He could see why Madara had laid things out in the past in order to see Uzushiogakure destroyed. A clan full of wild cards with a personal code that you could not manipulate at large, a wool that you could not bend or break without ending their lives in the process. Nagato and Naruto. The masked conspirator said to himself and to Zetsu, who would have figured that a pawn and a target would have ruined everything just by being pitted against one another. Nagato should have just been able to capture him during the failed infiltration, and that should have been all. Naruto would have been captured and set aside until the Kyuubi could be extracted. Somehow he survived the crushing defeat at the hands of Nagato's 6 paths of pain. Nagato, fueled by that victory over Naruto and Jiraiya, the destruction of a portion of Amigakure, and his own ego swelling at the constantly proven commodity of the Rinnegan and his growing power over it, started a cumbersome world war that made things even more difficult than before. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered to Toby as long as he managed to get his plan together in the end. A few detours and a few things destroyed that hadn't originally been slated for punishment could be forgiven. Anything that was broken could be fixed under the influence of the infinite Tsukuyomi. He'd come too far now. He would bring that reality to the world no matter whose toes he had to step on in the process. Or necks. Outside of the prison, a figure in a porcelain mask and a black cloak had a view of every prisoner that had been within Konoha's correctional facility, making a run for it with no one stopping them. The man with the mask seemed familiar. Everyone in his organization had been briefed by Sai and Maki about the appearance of the man in the swirl-pattern mask, Madara Uchiha. Such an enemy was a close blade to the jugular of Konoha. I need to warn Sai-sama about what could be happening, he said to himself as he quickly began moving back toward Konoha. Chapter 64, Scorched Earth Policy. You have to be kidding me, Tsunade said, standing up with her hands planted firmly on her desk. Her normal swiftly beating heart that she had whenever at work going over the needs of the village in these wartime conditions was now beating 10 times as fast. The reason being that she had just been presented with some incredibly startling information in regards to the war effort. Close to the home front, actually an attack on the village? That's impossible. We've got scouts all over High no Kuni's countryside. They should have known full well that if there was anything suspicious they'd have a messenger hawk back in their roost so quickly the enemy wouldn't know that they were compromised before they wound up paying the price. But this came from the more clandestine portion of the Konoha forces. The portion that Tsunade had plausible deniability about the activities of. "I'm telling you what our operatives told me, Hokage-sama," Sai said, bowing on one knee to Tsunade the prison. "And there isn't a much more fortified location to make for enemy HQ within strike distance of Konoha. Just over a day's count by his time, which gives us 18 hours left given how long it took for him to get the news to me and for me to get it to you. And then they'd be upon them hordes of gray beings that seemed to be a hybrid of plant and man if the reports were to be believed." But Root A and BU weren't subject to delusional exaggerations, so if they were telling her that this was what they had to face, this was what they had to face. Thank Kami for a home guard force. The bulk of Konoha's strength was indeed out at war on multiple fronts, but that did not mean that they were simply standing defenseless back behind the gates of the village. Even so, it would be an uphill climb. More time would have been better for them to prepare. I wish there'd have been more warning. Tsunade groused, walking from behind her desk, heels of her sandals clicking on the floor, but 18 hours are better than 3. Or none at all. Good work, Sai. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sai said, taking that as his cue to stand back up. What are we going to do? The prisoners had been freed and allowed to run for it through the countryside, but only as a diversion. A diversion that Konoha would have taken the bait on once they learned of the escapes, were it not for Root laying out the new scenario. They would have to take a risk and send out a squad or two of ANBU to feign a search and retrieve/destroy mission, but that could work out for them later behind enemy lines once the fighting began. There were a few options available to them, but every action had a negative to it for every positive it would bring. They could move out a fighting force to meet them in open battle in the space of land between Konoha and the prison, but if they wound up beaten, the retreat could turn into a rout and the village would subsequently fall. They could try to directly attack the prison itself with their own element of surprise, but mobilizing what they had in village into a strike force comprised mostly of genin and less upper-class ninjas home on temporary leave on such short notice was a recipe for disaster. Also, much like had already been touched upon, the Konoha strict correctional facility might as well have been a fortress in of itself. So that left the stalwart defense of the village. Only now village defenses were souped up and better than any other time before in history when they had been threatened with invasion. Even with a depleted ninja population in the village, they had defenses contingency plans, and then some ready to deal with any number of intruders set to attack them. For the possible destruction it would cause, defending the village itself was probably the best option for dealing with this. Buildings could be rebuilt. Civilians could and would be evaluated to safety regardless of whether the attack reached the walls or not. This was not the issue. The issue was of this whole mystery force. Where did they come from, and how did they get so far into the country before being found? Did it really matter at this point, though? A man with a swirl-pattern mask covering his entire head walked into the prison as if he feared no reprisal. Sai reported with a furrowed brow, "I believe it's the same man that we bore witness to retrieving Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha's bodies after the fight with Naruto-senpai due to how he appeared. The Madara Uchiha person that Naruto's clone had warned her about back during his period of roving that followed his and Jiraiya's defeat in Amigakure. I don't like any of this," Tsunade said, "but I'll tell you what. How many of your root are inside of the village?" "Most of them. Over 2/3 RDS. He wasn't going to go into detail on just how many that happened to be in numbers because the entire point was for her to know things like this on a need-to-know basis, but it was a direct question nonetheless. "We send out squads for particular mission across the fronts." Maki was already getting those of them. They're prepared for battle, as it were. They were more prepared for what was going to happen than anyone else in the village at this point in time. Excellent. They wouldn't be able to call back whole divisions from as far away as they were fast enough in 18 hours to do anything other than arrive to see parts of the village still smoking in the aftermath, so Tsunade had to go with what they had. Were going to need them for this. "You're aware of the basic plans for village defense?" "Yes, ma'am." Of course they were. Someone very, very important to their de facto leader Naruto had been the one to completely revamp the whole system for the future, so if anything they'd been privy to the changes before any other entire organization in Konoha. "We know what to do. With Naruto, High no Kuni countryside, no need for sleep or rest of any sort. He'd gotten enough of that on the ship the rest of the way to the mainland. After the battle at sea with the remnants of Sasuke's old team, Naruto bid Kurabi farewell and left the poor Kumo crew to the fate of sailing back to Kaminari no Kuni with the rapping Jinchuriki. Unfortunate bastards. Either way, he had to get back to the village and get enough rest to prepare for his next mission. The front lines probably awaited his return once more when he wound up being dispatched again, but on which battlefront? In the northeast, the stalemate had broken with the CNF, with Konoha and Kumo grinding that region up between the two of them steadily. In the northwest, the thick woods and Kusagaku-held territory made the battleground for Konoha to constantly drive back the enemy to the village itself. It was only a matter of time ever since Takigakure bowed out of the war inexplicably. The west was quiet, and with the blockade at sea dealt with, Kiryu would probably be joining the fray within the next few weeks once word was sent that the ocean was now open for them to sail to the mainland once more. Where would he be sent to next? He didn't know. He just wanted to get back to the most peaceful place within his reach at the moment and return to Konoha. There was a lot that he had to report to Tsunade about. There was a lot he wanted to talk to others about. He wanted to inquire as to the well-being of his friends that were spread out all over the elemental nations at the moment. His legs couldn't carry him home through the skies fast enough for his own tastes, even while utilizing Sage Mode and his Burst Limit Jutsu for skywalking. He'd get home faster than a normal ninja that would have taken 2 days, but even splitting that time in half wasn't good enough. It didn't matter. He'd be back behind those walls in a safe place before he knew it. Ta no Kuni, hidden Odogekure base. A growl came from Kiba as they pursued Kabuto deeper into the tunnels of the Odo facility. Where is that bastard running to? He complained to his teammates as they continued on. Hinata's Byakugan and Kiba's and Akamaru's noses had them well informed that there were no traps there, so what was the deal? I think he's heading to the control room. Hinata chimed in. He knows we've come for the people he's captured. Are they really that important that he didn't just leave? Kiba asked another question, feeling his ire raise. Treating their comrades from Konoha like this was one thing, but he was only getting angrier and angrier after Kabuto had ran away like the slimeball that he was. Why retreat from one's own lair when he has the advantage of knowing his battlefield? Shino answered in turn, possibly defending why Kabuto remained below ground instead of abandoning the base, as many a high-ranking Odogekure ninja was known to do when they found their defenses breached. But for someone that seemed so confident, Kabuto had no booby traps or any underlings to try and trap or fight them. He'd even freely given them the chance to leave altogether. More guts than brains, I see. Team 8 stopped upon reaching an open chamber with very low lighting and a massive statue of a coiled serpent on one side of the room. Sitting right on top of its head was Kabuto, who was no longer concealing his upper body with his cloak. His form was unsightly, covered in white scales, and the white snake that seemed to be a part of him was indeed that extending from his navel as it coiled around his body somewhat. This much Hinata had already seen with Byakugan, but even so it was still rather unnerving. I don't know what all of you think that you're going to do, Kabuto said casually, slowly standing up on the head of the snake statue. Even with all three of you, even with flawless teamwork, you simply don't measure up. You have to know that. Know what? Kiba bellowed at the eerie Kabuto. Yakushi, all you've done since we found you is dodge and then run like a coward. I just didn't want to kill you in front of the audience of your peers in the prison block. Kabuto reasoned happily. I wasn't aware that showing you the common courtesy of allowing you to save face amounted to cowardice. Kiba was about to charge forth and try to attack when Shino prevented his teammate from doing so. Even though it was on the head of a statue, Kabuto had the high ground, and he wouldn't have gone up there if he wasn't entirely prepared to handle them from that position. As intelligent as ever, Kabuto said in regards to Shino preventing Kiba from launching an attack on him, but not fighting isn't going to solve your problem. After all, aren't you here to rescue my captives? And how will you do that if you won't go any farther or confront me to release them? Shino's response was to push his glasses up on his face before a second Shino descended from the dark ceiling on top of Kabuto. He created a clone to attack me with. Before the Shino from above could reach him, Kabuto sped across the entire room at breakneck speed from his perch directly at the trio of Chunin that were caught flat-footed by the sudden approach. With one mighty lunge, he seemed to pick his target in the slowest of the three, and Shino seemingly morphing into some snake/human hybrid with jaws wide open to snap into him. Prior to reaching him, however, Kabuto chose to take a straight nosedive into the ground, where he seemed to merge with it Doton Mogirigakure no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole jutsu. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think I'd fall for that? A triple feint, sending a clone to attack while doing so in a manner to make me believe it was you? Not creative enough. Even with a substitution that was practically flawless. I don't know, Kiba said, merging with Akamaru in a gigantic two-headed wolf form. Seems like it worked just fine to me. Garuga, Fong Wolf Fong. The combined Kiba and Akamaru savagely rotated loud enough for the sound of tearing wind to be heard. Barely touching the ground, chunked up the floor 10 feet down, thus turning his jutsu into the ultimate auger that tore the floor to shreds. It was only a matter of time as every inch of the chamber's floor was pulverized by Kiba and Akamaru. He couldn't stay hidden down there because Kiba and Akamaru would be able to locate him by scent even underground. Kabuto would be forced to reappear. Unfortunately for him, Hinata had been able to see him the entire time, and the second he surfaced, he never had a chance. He's in range. 2 palms. She cried as her hand swiftly struck Kabuto to disable his movements, allowing her to freely follow up with more 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hack Rokujuin Show, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 64 rapid-fire blows landed all over Kabuto's body, and his face remained stuck in a twisted form of horror as he swayed and began to fall over. Just kidding. He shouted as he suddenly stopped himself, and the snake from his navel quickly lashed out to wrap around her throat. That was a hell of a try, though. Lure me underground, dictate me into a position of your choosing, and then finish with taijutsu. Your generation of graduates really produced the best I've seen come out of Konoha in a long, long time. What the fuck? Wolf-transformed Kiba shouted in his warped voice. She hit every strike. How did he get up from that and so fast? Ingratiating Orochimaru's remains wasn't the only thing that I did to myself. Kabuto said, coils of the snake tightening around Hinata's neck with the DNA of another shinobi that I know and did extensive experiments on. I was able to replicate his ability to liquefy portions of himself. Her internal attack did nothing. He boasted as she actually coughed up blood from being strangled so hard. Hinata. Kiba cried out, breaking his dual transformation with Akamaru out of sheer horror. Let her go. I already gave you all the chance to leave. Kabuto replied casually, despite the fact that he was choking the life out of one of their teammates. I don't need to keep you alive. I already have enough bodies to waste on sacrificing to experiment further with the Edo Tensei, and I don't need your DNA either. There would be no benefit in resurrecting the likes of you. That's what the prisoners are for. Shino said, making his presence known to possibly deter Kabuto from threatening to kill Hinata in case he were attacked. Living sacrifices to activate a forbidden jutsu. Just what have you been doing here? Doing what I need to in order to cement my name as the greatest. To perfect myself and to let the world know who I am. What are you talking about? Of course you wouldn't understand. Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses on his face as he continued to speak to Kiba and Shino as if they were children. Even if you didn't have your own identities, you have that of your clan. You've never had to question or try to understand who you are. I've had to search for and find myself through constant self-improvement. It was why he attached himself so readily to someone like Orochimaru, and I've discovered through all of this that I'm the only person in the world with the potential to equal the Rikudo Sennin. I'm one step short of becoming perfect. Are you? Kiba started to say, looking at the increasingly more maniacal Kabuto questioningly. Are you losing your mind? Equal to the Rikudo Sennin? Becoming perfect? Start making sense or I'm gonna dash. You're going to what, Kiba? Kabuto asked mockingly. Kick my ass? Don't fool yourself into thinking that the only reason that you're not attacking me is because I have Hinata. He made a show of moving his snake so that he was holding the slowly suffocating Hyuga up in front of his body. Even if I didn't have her, there wouldn't be anything you could do to beat me. Honestly, it's child's play dealing with all of you. Funny. I was about to say the same thing to you. Before Kabuto knew it, his snake had been severed, and he'd been punched so hard that he flew across the wide-open chamber into the massive statue of the snake, bringing it crumbling down to the ground. Hinata sat up on her knees on the ground, clutching at her bruised red neck and coughing sweet, sweet air back into her lungs after a prolonged period without it. Feeling a shadow standing over her, she looked up and bore witness to her temporary savior, Jiraiya-sama. Shame on you. Jiraiya said, still holding up the hand that he used to cut off Kabuto's snake and subsequently punch him in the face. With Fukasaku and Shima still sitting on his shoulders and his features still possessing some toad-like qualities, it was clear that he was still in sage mode, not only for threatening such a lovely young creature, but for making me have to show off this grotesque form of mine in front of her. He was then thwacked on the head by the female toad sitting on his shoulder. Stop insulting sage mode, Jiraiya-chan. You know better. Holy crap. Kiba whispered under his breath as Akamaru whined at his side. He has how much chakra, boy? That's insane. That's like Naruto-level chakra. Well, not really, but still, people aren't supposed to have that much and have it be that intense. intense enough to actually change the physical appearance of his body. "Are you all right?" Jiraiya asked the others, no more signs of humor or good nature in his voice as he did. "Sorry, I left you alone for so long. The last little situation was more of a problem than I thought it would have been." "So you still have enough fight in you to overcome an Edo Tensei?" revived Sasuke. Upon hearing Kabuto's voice again, Kiba and Shino moved near Jiraiya and helped Hinata back up as she continued to recover as fast as she could. "I guess I really underestimated you after all, Jiraiya, but I didn't want to use the good Uchiha on you. I've got other plans for him. He doesn't sound injured at all." Shino pointed out, staring into the rubble that used to be the prominent snake statue in the room. "What will we do now?" "I'm fighting him," Jiraiya said, holding his only arm and hand up in a half-ram hand seal, as if to prepare you three. "Free the prisoners however you need to do it and leave." "That's an order. At this point, if they stayed, they'd only be in the way. It's not your time for a battle like this yet." Kabuto moved himself out from what had been meant to be the burial ground of his body, with nary a scratch on him, much to the surprise of everyone but Jiraiya. He couldn't afford to be stunned by the would-be resilience of his opponents. Kabuto had been rather impressive for an unassuming shinobi even before he turned himself into a freak show. Now with the genes of Orochimaru, and who knew what else in him, what else could he be capable of? None of Team 8 wanted to leave Jiraiya alone. With the lack of an arm came an air of vulnerability, even if it was one of the most powerful men to ever hail from their village. Especially since Kabuto was waving goodbye, which wasn't making the choice to leave any easier, if only because of that smug bastard's outlook on the entire situation. Still, a stern look from Jiraiya, marred with killing intent, let them know that this was not up for debate. "You think I'll just let them leave?" Kabuto asked laughingly. "I know you will." Jiraiya replied almost casually, outright calling Kabuto's bluff, "Because if you take your eyes off of me for 1 second, you know you won't be getting back up. You regenerated that snake thing, and that's cute. Let's see if you can regenerate your head after I rip it off." And that was their cue to leave. As Jiraiya expected or coaxed Kabuto into doing with his words alone, the last remaining Otogekure power in the ninja world allowed them to leave. "You really do have a real soft spot for the next generation, don't you? So why would you want to go and try to shut down the brightest prospect for the future?" "Who are you?" Jiraiya asked derisively. "No, you're not the brightest prospect. There's a difference between learning from the ones that came before you and what you're doing. You're bastardizing the hard work of people like Orochimaru." As much as he hated his old teammate for what he wound up doing, Jiraiya would openly admit that there wasn't anyone out of the 3 Sannin that worked harder at what he did while in Konoha than Orochimaru. And he doubted that he lost such a thing upon leaving the village. Kabuto had screwed up his own physiology with splicing the DNA of others into his own body to gain their abilities. Why? For what purpose? You don't get it? Kabuto asked with a laugh. It's trial and error. Everything I've done, all of it has been leading up to what I'm about to do. All of it was necessary for me to take the final step to achieve what Orochimaru-sama could never do. He wanted a perfect body. Well, with my mastery of the Edo Tensei, I've not only discovered the way to obtain that. What is this boy babbling about? Fukasaku questioned before realizing that something was wrong. He could feel something familiar in the room, and it was coming from Kabuto. He didn't before Jiraiya's eyes. Kabuto gained dark pigmentation around his eyes and darkened sclera and 4 horns growing out of the back of his head. You didn't think Sage Mode was exclusive to toads alone, did you? Honestly, it was awfully hard to hide his surprise at seeing Kabuto Yakushi of all people having achieved such an ascended state. Had he not been a direct enemy, this would have been something that he would have had to outright praise and laud. Naruto getting Sage Mode in the way that he did was one thing. Kabuto getting it for snakes was something else altogether. I figured Orochimaru would have been the one to discover the way to pull it off first. Jiraiya said, standing more warily in the presence of his foe now. Orochimaru-sama did no Sage Mode. Kabuto said, reveling in the feeling of the Senjutsu chakra running through him. He just couldn't use it because he didn't have access to a body strong enough to sustain the form. You're lucky to see this. He can gather Senjutsu chakra and move all on his own? Jiraiya thought to himself, wondering how such a thing was possible. Naruto could do it, but his workaround was a bit unique in that regard. So this is your perfect body? Shima crowed from Jiraiya's other shoulder. Sage Mode ain't perfect. You live longer, but you're not immortal. You can still die of old age and injuries in battle. I never said anything about this being my end all, though, did I? That confident look on Kabuto's face, it was irritating. Like he had a secret that he was just bursting at the seams to spill forth, but knew better than to do such a thing to someone like Jiraiya. Confidence in his abilities or not, he knew that Jiraiya was enough to stop it if he knew about it. Even so, Jiraiya still had to ask out of his own curiosity, then what is it? It's not important, Kabuto said with a satisfied sigh, content with managing to throw off such a renowned shinobi so completely. Maybe if you're lucky, though, I'll reanimate you so you can bear witness to my greatest triumph firsthand. Then you'll understand. He wanted to tell him so badly Jiraiya could see it. Well, either one of two things were about to happen. He would either kill Kabuto, somehow rendering whatever he had planned null and void, or the ensuing battle would excite him to the extent that interrogating him would be simple. For the life of him, though, Jiraiya really hoped that things didn't pan down to the latter. Because from the sheer confidence that Kabuto was exuding, he didn't want to know what Kabuto had planned or have to come face to face with it. A chuckle came from Kabuto. Let's see which is superior, snake-style Sage Mode or Toad-style Sage Mode. His hands took on a blue glow from chakra scalpels, and he charged forward at a speed beyond what Jiraiya had been accustomed to when dealing with him in the past. Fukasaku was the fastest to react, having kept a wary eye on Kabuto constantly since the latter had activated Sage Mode's Essensen, Fighting Tongue Slash. From his mouth speedily shot his tongue, which seemed to be unlimited in length, right at the white-scaled enemy, but Kabuto was well enough aware to dodge this much to Jiraiya's displeasure. Without Shima's own jutsu to first restrain him, it was difficult to hit a skilled opponent, and this one had the reflexes and awareness of Sage Mode to assist him even with that. Several different lightning-quick attacks were made, and all missed. You've got to be kidding me. Jiraiya thought to himself as Kabuto got close enough to take several swipes at him with his chakra scalpels. Well, it stands to reason that a snake would be quicker than a toad in Sage Mode. It didn't mean he had to like it, though. When he realized that Jiraiya wasn't going to be hit with any of his strikes, Kabuto exited the close range and stuck out his now serpentine tongue almost mockingly. 3 heads aren't better than 1, I guess. He quipped haughtily. You think? This young man was almost too smarmy to stomach, but Jiraiya had to stay level-headed. Kabuto had been a dangerous enough ninja when he was merely Orochimaru's second, and he had to give him that much respect at least. We'll see. Senpai Gomen, Sage Art Gomen. While from his mouth shot a massive jet of oil on both of his shoulders, Shima and Fukasaku both inhaled before letting go a similar torrent of fire and wind, respectively, creating a large wave of burning oil that steamed Kabuto's way. Even in the room they were in, it covered a width of wall-to-wall as it went his way. The yellow serpent-like eyes of Kabuto gave an eerie glow in the face of the burning oil bath. Turning around almost bonelessly in the motion that he used to do so, Kabuto darted away from the attack that would have marked his painful death, only to find himself about to be cornered. Kabuto ran up onto the walls of the chamber to escape being burned and circled the entire room, only to find Jiraiya still taking careful aim at him as he rounded the bend. His untamed white hair grew and seemed to become a living thing with a mere hand seal and application of Chakra Ranjishigami no Jutsu, Wild Lion's main jutsu. At the end of his hair it seemed to grow a mouth that snapped out towards Kabuto before actually catching him off of the wall and grabbing him, whipping him all about and slamming him into any surface it could reach. As this occurred, Kabuto's body seemed to turn to liquid and seep through whatever grip Jiraiya's hair follicles had on him. Compliments of the Hozuki clan and the DNA of a young man I've had the chance to do experiments on in the past. Hey. Jiraiya chuckled with no actual humor behind it. Did you splice a little Uchiha into you too? I can definitely see the power-hungry part and the stealing other people's techniques thing. Your jokes are falling flatter than your attempts to kill me. Kabuto replied from a safe distance away, but it's to be expected after all. Aren't you a proponent of the mindset that the next generation is supposed to outdo the one that came before it? I'm not a believer in that. A smirk came to Jiraiya's face and the faces of his toad counterparts. You hear that, Jiraiya-chan? Fukasaku said right by his summoner's ear, but loud enough for Kabuto to hear easily. He's already talking about how you're better than him. Indeed. Jiraiya said, stroking his lightly goateed chin with his webbed fingers. Makes me wonder why he doesn't just give up if he already knows that, though. I'll never understand these kids, I guess. Kabuto didn't rise to the bait at all. At least not in the way of showing anger. But he did in another way, absolutely. The generations that came before my own, in the old days, the bad days. The times when wars were just everyday things. Before your time even. Those were the greatest days. I want to match and surpass those legends. But I can't reach the Rikudo Sennin's body. So I had to go for the next best thing to make it my own. What are you babbling about now? A wide grin couldn't be hidden on Kabuto's face. It was the face of a man that thought he had figured out all of the angles. That he had everything right where he wanted it all, and checkmate. A perfect body, immortal and impossible to destroy, with the potential to learn anything and utilize any jutsu past, present, or future. Kabuto said as if he were speaking to himself. It was so simple, but it took a lot of research, you see. I've gone through all of the necessary steps to ensure that it was possible, and I've found no reason to find that it wouldn't work. I'm going to combine the Edo Tensei with Orochimaru-sama's Fushire Tensei. You're going to take over a reanimated body? Jiraiya visibly took a step back at the thought. Bringing the dead back to walk amongst the living was a perverse enough jutsu as was taking over the body of another living person and permanently making it one's own. Kabuto was going to do both at the exact same time. What kind of an abomination to nature was this destined to be? Whose? Jiraiya was almost turned off from even venturing to ask the question, whose body are you taking? You want to be Orochimaru so bad you're going to take his body? That's thinking too small. Kabuto said, pacing around and tapping at his temple. Only the absolute best body will do. Nothing less than that is acceptable. Why go small? If that were the case, I could have brought back any run-of-the-mill shinobi and done this with them. But I won't. I want the best. The strongest that history is willing to take note of in any way. But since the Shodai Hokage is stuck firmly in the stomach of the Shinigami, I will take his contemporary, who is even stronger than he was in his prime due to my dutiful enhancements. Jiraiya was speechless. Even his often talky-toed elders were stunned into silence. Kid, you've got to die. It was blunt, but he had no other way to put it. It was as simple as that, because he knew exactly what Kabuto was alluding to. The only person that could be considered the contemporary of the Shodai Hokage would have been either his brother, the Naidame Hokage, or Senju Hashirama's ultimate lifelong rival. The most powerful Uchiha in the history of the clan. He was going to use the body of Madara Uchiha, and he was going to steal it for himself. Why wouldn't it work? The Fushire Tensei was meant to supplant another's soul with your own, and with the Edo Tensei you were able to garner control over a deceased person's body. You're not going to say that's impossible? Kabuto asked condescendingly. You're not going to say something about Madara Uchiha still being alive, thus making it impossible for me to reanimate him? I'm disappointed in your reaction. No panicking? With that power, I'll never be considered beneath anyone again. My legacy will be set before I even begin making my changes to this world. Oh, he was panicking. He was panicking on the inside. He wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of showing that he was fretting about the whole thing in reality, because it was serious. A body with that much power that would never tire, never feel pain, would instantly regenerate from any injury. And with the soul and mind of someone as treacherous as Kabuto, there would be no limit to what he would be capable of. I know Madara Uchiha isn't alive. Jiraiya said, trying to keep a strong face. The masked man that used his name, according to Naruto, there's not a chance that he would be the real Madara. We've already been over that in the village. But thanks for confirming it for us. We'll leave a footnote referencing you for the intel in the next bingo book. Posthumously. Stop me then. Kabuto dared him openly. You have one arm. You're a shell of your former self, and even at your best as I am now, I could still overcome you. Does that make you angry? Are you upset? Then prove me wrong. His hands snapped together to form another hand seal to prepare to continue the battle. On the other hand, Jiraiya needed it to end. The amount of danger a man like Kabuto posed had been severely underestimated. He'd survived too many scenarios in which he shouldn't have. The fight outside of Tenzaku Town, Sasuke's overcoming of Orochimaru, the time he revealed himself to Naruto only to beg off with a Sharingan eye and information against Akatsuki. It was about to come back to bite everyone. Unlike with what happened against Nagato and his multiple bodies, he was not going to fail. He wasn't going to lose. I hate using this jutsu. Shima complained before addressing Jiraiya. Jiraiya-chan, we're gonna need you to buy us a bit of time so our voices can sync up. They knew that Kabuto was quicker than Jiraiya, and if it really came down to keeping him away at all costs while they were busy preparing their trumpet, could get ugly. He said nothing, only focusing solely on Kabuto. This would only have one chance to work, and he needed to make sure he kept his distance until it was complete. Getting down on all fours, his hair seemed to bristle up and sharpen before flying off at a constant rapid-fire rate. Senpu Kabari Senbon, Sage Art Hair Needle Senbon. As dangerous an attack as it was, Kabuto was still able to dodge. For all of the speed of the hair needles coming his way, the distance between him and the originator of the jutsu was simply too great for it to risk hitting him with the kind of speed boost and reaction ability that Sage Mode presented him. I understand it now, why the discrepancy between our Sage Modes are the way that they are. You haven't mastered it, which is why you require your summons to build the Senjutsu chakra for you. I was able to overcome that problem, another mark in my favor of being better than you. You gloat way too much, kid. Jiraiya thought to himself as he was focused on driving Kabuto as far back as he could to allow Shima and Fukasaku an opening to do their thing, with Orochimaru being the one that was in command of you. I can't dominate a ninjutsu war with one arm, and with you being quicker than me with those damn chakra scalpels, I can't count on taijutsu to do the job either. Which leaves me with my worst facet of the ninja arts to win with. It was a good thing that it wasn't his jutsu that was going to lead to the finish then, because if it was, he'd have screwed it up. Kabuto was driven to the far end of the vast chamber, smirking to himself. Did Jiraiya really think that putting a little distance between the two of them was going to help him come up with a method to defeat him? Kabuto hadn't even come close to exhausting his repertoire of jutsu to battle with. Jiraiya was just an old man that had overstayed his welcome anyway. The only use to the world he had now was after Kabuto killed him, he could bring him back as Edo Tensei and use him in battle. From the back end where Jiraiya was, Kabuto could hear disjointed croaking, and he let out an involuntary hiss at the sound of the natural prey of the snake crying out as such. What is he up to? Flipping up onto a wall, Kabuto carefully moved in the dark of the chamber, trying to mask his presence by blending his life force in with the residual air in the room. They'd been throwing around so much Senjutsu chakra that the area was clouded in it. Great. Jiraiya thought to himself as Fukasaku and Shima kept randomly croaking to try and sync up their voices. The fact that it was dark in here didn't matter much until he figured out how to mask his presence while in Sage Mode from Sage Mode. Crawling to the domed ceiling overhead in the dark, Kabuto's tongue flicked randomly as he drew closer and closer to standing over top of Jiraiya, but that insufferable croaking. What was the point? Honestly, he had no intention of finding out. Forming the Ox Seal while upside down, Kabuto decided to turn the battlefield into his weapon Senpumuki Tensei, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. The ground began to ripple and quiver as if it were breathing. The entire room did. Jiraiya felt the floor shift beneath him, giving way as if it were someone's body, but he wasn't trapped, so this wasn't like one of his own special moves that involved the use of spatially summoning a toad's stomach. No, he actually brought the room to life. The floor actually did begin grabbing for him, but he felt the change and managed to jump out of the way. The entire room began to sway and rumble, making waves of any previously stationary surface. Portions of the floor seemed to roll and fold over itself, trying to catch Jiraiya and sandwich him in to crush him. He felt like a boat on the tumultuous seas, only if these waves took him under there would be no chance of resurfacing. He'd be crushed and kneaded like dough mixed in with the floor. Above, Kabuto felt victorious. Even if this jutsu didn't work, it would make Jiraiya an easy target for his next attack. The next generation is always supposed to surpass the ones that came before it. And then everything for him went dark. The only thing he could hear was constant croaking, two voices in unison echoing in his head. He found himself in a different plane of reality altogether, trapped in a cube of water that bound his every movement. Even his navel snake was frozen. For gigantic toad samurai all stood guard outside of each corner of the illusionary box. What is this? The end. Jiraiya's disembodied voice said to him as the croaking continued. Megan Gamma Renshu, demonic illusion toad confrontation chant. A sharp pain slid itself into Kabuto's heart and a second one through his neck to remove his head. This wasn't supposed to happen. All of his planning. All of his experiments. He'd come so close to achieving the kind of thing that people dreamed of. Of reaching a level of power that no one in history would ever come close to duplicating. In his own mind, he had been just short of reaching what the Rikudo Sennin had been. He would have matched a man that today was thought of as myth. If only he'd had just a little more time. Hours later, Konohagakure no Sato, it was like a ghost town. There wasn't a soul wandering the normally bustling village streets that wasn't in the uniform of the wartime Konoha shinobi. There were more patrols and lookouts than were normally posted even in wartime. Though late in the afternoon was an odd time for an invasion, every able-bodied ninja had been told that it was coming. Plant people. What the hell was going on in the world when an army of plant people existed as an enemy for them to have? Sitting unabashedly on a high tower in the village, Toby looked down on his target town, just idly observing it all. Why was he to be concerned? It wasn't a real battle. He wasn't taking on the challenge of bringing Konoha down. It was all a means to an end. And it was time to get that end started. In a swirling vortex originating from the eye hole of his mask, he vanished inside of it without a trace. Just as the first explosion could be heard in the village streets. From the ground, white Zetsus started breaching the village, only for many of them to be met upon their rise from the earth with fireballs from rooftop ninjas that saw them coming. Those that were able to move past the charred corpses of their unfortunate brethren engaged in battle on the ground with those willing to face them. It was like that in many areas of the village. All over. White Zetsus would destroy any building that they were given free rein to take and would continue onward like a horde of barbarians. They didn't seem to care about Konoha's defense strategies, but their numbers made it difficult to say that their approach wasn't justified. It wasn't that they were attacking without any strategy, it was that it came off as being so simple, it came off as a matter of waves repeatedly crashing into the wall of a building. Eventually the waves would cease with the tide, but until then would the wall endure? Chuji, end of the block. Shikamaru directed, shooting out tendrils of his shadow with Kagenui no Jutsu to stab at any white Zetsu that he could reach. You got him? Buben Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size Jutsu. Chuji's arm grew in size and length, allowing him to use it in order to literally sweep the street and smash 14 white Zetsus away. All right, I'm glad we didn't get caught off guard or anything, but where did these things come from? An oncoming rush of even more white Zetsus happened to be cut down by one of their own, inexplicably striking them fatally before they could realize that one of their kindred was the responsible party. In another instant, the Zetsu looked around in a haze, holding its head until a shadow tendril stabbed through its chest, bringing its life to an end. You really couldn't have waited until you saw my body move before killing the thing, Shikamaru? Ino complained as she got up from where her body had been laying for the duration of her Shintenshin no Jutsu. What if I hadn't gotten out yet? But you did. Stop being troublesome and keep fighting. He didn't need to be sidetracked with that kind of crap at a time like this. I thought getting stationed away from the front lines would be less dangerous than actually being out there. A loud blast at the other end of the block got him and the rest of the Team Tenchunin to cringe and recoil at the shockwave that took out a building front and a good amount of enemies in the process. Asuma, stop blowing things up, he complained. Their former Jounin sensei walked away from the place of the explosion holding his trench knives in both hands as he looked around for more enemies that would possibly be coming their way. There's no one in there. Asuma reasoned with a shrug. Besides you and a lot of the others in this sector corralled them together right there. What was I going to do, not blow them up? Hell no. I've got a child I'm fighting for here. Realistically, they weren't supposed to be resorting to blowing anything up. There wasn't a reason to not with the village plan for defense, and it was only a matter of time until the crux of it came into play. They just needed to await the signal. Who the hell are those guys? Ino asked in reaction to getting sight of something that she hadn't been prepared to anticipate in their defense. She witnessed a tightly packed squad of black-clad, specially uniformed ninjas wearing porcelain masks over their faces and dark cloaks. Upon finding a place with a good gathering of enemies, a few would break off to assist the embattled Konoha forces in combat with them, but most would continue on steadily breaking off more and more until nothing remained of the original group. What was so familiar about those guys? There was something there that none of them could really put their finger on other than Shikamaru. These guys remind me of Sai. He knew Sai. They all knew Sai. Sai had started hanging around with them right around the time Naruto got promoted to Jounin months and months ago. The fact that they used those same tipless Tanto blades only good for cutting just like Sai's really drove the point home. Who the hell were these people? For now, either way, they were helping out and paying serious dividends. Do you require help? One of the ANBU-looking ninjas addressed Asuma directly while the battle was still taking place. It was a girl with neck-length frayed black hair and 2 braids descending down her back. She had foregone putting up the hood of her cloak, but her plain white mask still sat over her face, were stretched rather thin all over the village. But those of us that are here are at your command, Sarutobi-san. She sounded rather young, but completely prepared for the situation nevertheless. Asuma nodded, confused by the sudden arrival of this small mystery platoon that was deferring to him, but he took command of the situation as best he could, keep the enemy in this general area. Circle around behind them to cut off their attempts to spread out and run away until the signal. You know what that's going to be, don't you? Of course. The oddly blank-masked shinobi said, consider it done. With that, she took off for the roofs again with the rest of her comrades slowly breaking off to follow her. Asuma stared after them before shaking his head and getting back to the battle at hand. Route ANBU still exists, huh? Wonder how Dad would feel about that one. They were certainly helping right then and there, though. The pounding sound of a drum being slowly stricken brought the battle to a near halt on the Konoha side of things. The sound echoed out to the farthest gate of the village for every man and woman in battle to hear as clear as a bell. Without missing a beat, the streets started to clear with the gradual retreat of the Konoha defenders, much to the confusion of the white Zetsus. What was happening now? The confused hordes of plant men didn't know what to make of it. They went inside of certain buildings and simply kept them away while the drum continued to pound. Countless walls began to rise up at intersections and in front of important buildings, cutting off squads of Zetsus from their comrades and confusing the lot of them. What kind of defense strategy was this? It wasn't going to stop the white Zetsus from doing anything. They could travel through the ground via the Mayfly Jetsu, so moving through the village to the required locations they were directed to destroy still wouldn't be a problem. What was the place supposed to be here? A squad of white Zetsus managed to get out of the confined city streets, making it out into an empty park. They stopped for a moment to take stock of their situation for a bit before continuing on. What's the deal? Toby never said anything about something like this happening? He said they'd lure us into the village so they could surround us and crush us, but not like this. They were prepared for the basics of Konoha's anti-invasion tactics, but there wasn't any counterattack coming, at least nothing that they could see. No one had tried to attack since the retreat had occurred. What does it matter? A rather rowdy white Zetsu clone said amongst his brethren, "Screw it, let's just keep going. If Konoha didn't want to fight back, that was their problem. Our division is supposed to move to the Uchiha district and get a foothold there, so let's dash." He was cut off by the faint sound of thudding on the ground that seemed to get louder with every thump. The ground even began to quiver after a short time, and the reason for it was something that they hadn't been briefed on and most certainly never saw coming. Large 40-foot-high statues, masterfully sculpted in the form of bearded long-haired men wearing Konoha Hideatesh and old-time armor. Dozens of them. Are those statues walking? Yes. Those statues were walking. And punching, kicking, and smashing any enemy that tried to bring them down. And there was one coming their way. Roof of Konohagakure Ninja Academy. The best view for Tsunade to get in the middle of the action was from the top of one of the highest buildings in the village. Surrounded by a squad of ANBU and her personal guard platoon, she was able to observe the tilt of the battle. They're far enough in, Tsunade said to herself as she stood by a massive hanging drum. All right then. Step 2, Karakuri Hag no Jin, mechanical 8 trigrams formation. She then began banging on a specialized drum that activated a village-wide jutsu, bringing up tactically relevant walls that cut off the village into segments. By itself, this would do nothing but turn the village streets into a confined battlefield that would lead to an extremely specialized kind of fight, close quarters. It would be a bloodbath on both sides, judging by what the white Zetsus were capable of due to their ability to form leafy blades and spikes on their bodies. Unless there was something else up Konoha's sleeve for just this sort of situation. Something like a company of gigantic sentient statues capable of neutralizing chakra at the touch, patrolling the new maze of the village streets like Minotaur guardians in a labyrinth. Right. That helped. And Tsunade could already point out places where they had managed to corner white Zetsus. I love that girl, she said to herself before initiating step 3. After surprising the enemy with powerhouse ground reinforcements, reinitiate full-scale battle. Repeat until the enemy is destroyed. Simple, but with the elder Nara out in the forests around Kusagakure trying to bring that campaign to a close, simple had to be effective here. Another few bangs of the drum brought the walls back down and brought Konoha's standing home guard back out into the fray once more. At another time, when Tsunade found it appropriate or got visual confirmation from the control central point of the village's remote defenses, they'd be coming back up in a different pattern. Mountain overlooking Konoha, Naruto's house, ever since moving into the new home that she had procured for her master during his extended time away from the village after the trouble, and Amigakure Hamiko had managed to find many ways to stay busy. It had all begun even before that, when Naruto had been on a near-year-long campaign of missions meant to procure himself a promotion to Jounin. She'd assisted in shoring up the village's defenses utilizing specifications that she'd learned back in her Yuzushiogakure days years in the past, and a few of her own that she had come up with. Tactics had changed due to her own experiences from the fall of Yuzushio and from Konoha's experiences in the Tsunodo invasion into something entirely different altogether. The only thing that remained the same was evaluating the citizens and succoring the enemy into the heart of the village. A sloped table in the form of a street map of Konoha stood right in front of the grand main window in the living room, the same window that could oversee every little bit of the village. On it there were dozens of figurines in the form of the statues that were currently in the village. They slowly slid across the board, indicating the real-time movement of the full-sized versions actually fighting the battle. Oh my, it actually works. A rather pleased-sounding Hamiko said as she was busy at work setting her towering stone soldiers about the battleground of the village. The white-haired seal master's fingertips danced over the board as her amber eyes kept looking up from the board to the window and back down. This is the first time I've ever gotten to try all of these things at once. This was the unofficial control central for the defense effort. Sure, it was a big responsibility, but there wasn't anyone else that could do it, and what else would she be doing otherwise? She'd just be hiding inside of the mountain with the other Nachinobi citizens. And it wasn't as if she was unguarded. Due to the importance of her keeping things going, the house was guarded by a squad of ANBU similar to Tsunade's just in case. Okay, Hamiko said, making several hand seals before pressing her index and middle fingertips on a particular point on the map. Clear Sector 7 of the Konoha Shinobi and activate the area trap. Send in Kameno-kun number 12, 31, and 36 to keep the enemy in place for the duration of the trap. With that, she dragged the fingers of her free hand from the base of 3 statues and stopped in the same area that her first hand pressed on. Looking down at the village, she could see the 3 correct statues stomping their way through the streets to the designated place as Konoha ninjas left the area via the rooftops. The trap had obviously sprung in the meantime. This was working better than anyone had probably ever dreamed when this was all put into installation. There was very little lag time between the commands and the actual actions taking place mid-combat. A series of slow claps from behind directed her attention away from the battle at hand. No one was supposed to be in the house. Even the guards dispatched there for her protection weren't supposed to enter or even allow themselves to be seen on the property in order to hide the fact that this was where the defenses were being run from. Sorry, I didn't take my shoes off before coming in. You don't mind though, do you? The arrogance coming off of the man was purely infuriating, but there was nothing that she could do. You, Hamiko said, slowly walking away from the table, keeping her eyes locked firmly on her present company. Madara Uchiha, I presume. The masked man that every person had been told about already as a wild card in the equation of the war. Even if he wasn't the genuine article, he was still a ninja, and she wasn't. It was as simple as that. She was just a girl that knew how to use seals. This was a direct killer. Impressive, Toby said, slowly walking through the front room of the rather sizable home with his arms crossed over his chest, looking around. Who would think to seek out the servant girl of a nigh-extinct clan and village for something like this? What an important station. So he wasn't there because he'd already figured that she was important to the battle effort? Then what do you want with this place? Hamiko asked, looking around for anything that she could use. She wasn't near the kitchen, so she couldn't try to go for a knife or anything. She didn't have enough time to enact any sealing rituals with what she had on her. What about the battle? I don't care about the outcome of the battle one way or another. This wasn't done in order to destroy Konoha. Toby said with a laugh. The raid of the White Zetsus is only meant to allow me free rein to find this place. He turned his hand around to look at a little blood that had spackled his glove. Those ANBU hiding around your master's property were amateurs. I guess the real ones are out in the field. Naruto-sama isn't here. I didn't say I was here for him, did I? Not yet anyway. I've come for you, dear. Freezing in place, Hamiko stared wide-eyed at the imposing figure that the masked man struck as he moved closer and closer to her. What would you need with me? The sword, Toby said, taking another step toward her, getting her to continue backpedaling up the stairs and into the hallway. The sword that he has in his possession. Tell me its purpose. The reason it was crafted and given to Yuzushio. Why he has it. Why can it cut into the Kamui? The Senenki no Ken? It's his because it belongs to him. It's his birthright as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Hamiko told him, glaring while quivering the entire time. If you want to take it, you can't lay a finger on it. There are so many sealing arrays on it, some of which are defensive and won't let anyone touch them outside of the Uzumaki bloodline. It's beyond even me. She had been leveling up her sealing knowledge, just studying the damn thing whenever she was able to get it from Naruto, and she still believed that she hadn't broken down everything that made the weapon what it was. I don't want to hear that from you. Toby said, his Sharingan visibly glaring at her from the eye hole, and his masked Fuinjutsu is a lost art in a way. The masters of today couldn't hold a candle to the true masters of yesteryear. You are the last paragon of this breed, so to speak, so I would advise you to tell me what I want, because I can just take it from you. Suffice it to say, you won't survive if I do. What could you say to someone that wouldn't believe you when you told them the truth? But even if she did have the information he wanted, she wouldn't tell him a thing. Hamiko's mouth moved, revealing some of her top teeth, until a bit of blood started running down from her mouth. Biting out your tongue, are you? Toby asked. I'd wager that you don't have the determination to go through with it, but even if you did, I don't need you to be able to speak in order to get the information out of you. She stopped and wiped at her mouth, sinking down to the hardwood floor on her knees. Good girl. I wasn't trying to bite out my tongue. Hamiko said, hair covering her face. I was just biting my lip. She swiftly rolled through 5 hand seals, as easily as breathing, before she pressed her hand down onto the floor. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. A puff of smoke shot up from the point of contact. Much to Tobi's consternation, the girl has a summoning contract? She can't possibly believe that with her pitiful civilian reserve she has the ability to summon any kind of creature that can actually protect her from me. Damn it, Hamiko-chan, I told you not to summon me home. The sound of the rather scratchy young voice actually caused Tobi to panic. He had not been expecting this at all. How could she summon him? That was impossible. You know you don't have enough chakra to use that jutsu. I'm sorry, master, but I swear there's a good reason for it, Hamiko said weakly. When the smoke cleared, she was laying out on the floor in a heap, clearly suffering the effects of chakra exhaustion. There's a situation within the village that was being handled, but then a second didn't pass after seeing her in such an exhausted state, before he rushed over to her side and checked her vitality as best as he could given the circumstances. The sheer shock of putting herself into a state of chakra exhaustion like that should have ended her life. She wasn't strong enough to safely summon him. She knew that she wasn't already. She smiled up at him before gesturing weakly with her eyes that they were not alone. Naruto knew this, but in his panic at her well-being he'd foregone attending to the enemy. Naruto looked over from where he'd been summoned and quickly narrowed his eyes on the figure of Tobi dressed for war and seemingly threatening his dear devoted servant girl. Oh, fake Madara. I wanted to get some sleep and report back to Tsunade-chan when I got back, but I can spare a few minutes to rip that mask off of your face and shove it up your ass. How did she summon you? Tobi asked, backing away enough to get some ready distance from the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. At first he hadn't believed what had happened. The only human I know that can summon another human is Nagato with Konan. She likes to fuck around with seals and things like that, Naruto said as he made a clone to pick up his kimono-clad concubine and carry her chakra-exhausted form off to somewhere markedly safer than the main hallway of their home, preferably somewhere far away. Months ago she wanted to see the Toad summoning scroll so she could figure out how it worked, so I let her, and she came up with a contract to summon me. I'm surprised she actually pulled it off and didn't kill herself. He actually sounded very proud of her. Hamiko wasn't a ninja and had absolutely no training or conditioning as a fighter in any way, shape, or form. Becoming a seal master didn't take much chakra, but utilizing ninjutsu on the level of a summoning did cost an exorbitant amount, especially when she was summoning someone with such a discrepancy of chakra compared to her own. I was planning on getting as much information on you as I could before finally moving to attack you, Tobi said, squaring off with Naruto in his hallway, but I guess it's just as well that I have to do this now. You can't win anyway. You were the one that ran away last time, Naruto said, standing ready to do battle. I don't know who you are, why you call yourself Madara Uchiha, or what your big problem is with the world that you made all of this happen, but I'm stopping it today. You're not ready to face me, Tobi boasted. This wasn't a bluff. He really believed that Naruto wasn't prepared. Sword or not, he still held too many advantages over him to be brought down by the young man your servant summoned you to your death. Let's see, Naruto said, standing up straight with his arms wide open. It's just you and me now. No stupid plant man clones. Akatsuki's totally out of control. You're out of people strong enough to manipulate between us. Show me what you've got. He didn't know what he was getting himself into, and it made Tobi smile behind his mask. Certainly. I'll let you make the first move. You'll need the handicap, and I'll teach you exactly why this is something that needs to be done. Whatever floated his boat was just fine with Naruto. Without warning, Naruto reached for the sword on his back and lunged right at Tobi. His quick draw slash being blocked by Tobi's war fan. Why didn't you do your little ghost thing to dodge it? You know why. Not that I need it, Tobi said, shoving his masked forehead against Naruto's height before he phased through his body. I can't touch it, but I can still pass through you. Naruto stumbled forward but safety rolled and turned to face Tobi again. You might have something that would enable you to challenge me, but your girl was telling the truth after all. She didn't discover everything about it, otherwise you would be using what was needed to win right now. I know enough, Naruto said, bringing his Sharingan into play as Tobi quickly made a move to attack him next, choosing to throw a projectile at Naruto that seemed to come from nowhere on his body wood. The attack narrowly missed, but Naruto's Sharingan bore witness to the projectile moving after it missed and stabbed into his wall. Before anything else happened, Naruto jumped straight up, using his body as a battering ram to smash straight through his ceiling and roof to get outside. The reason for this was purely self-preservation. Toby's wooden projectile expanded instantly, creating sharp branches that would have impaled him as they effortlessly stabbed through the floor and the wall on the other side of the corridor. From the roof, Naruto looked down through the hole in his house at the branches that would have run him clean through had he not moved. That's Mokuton, isn't it? Naruto asked to himself. That's the Shodai Hokage's Kekkei Genkai, isn't it? Why does he have it? You're surprised. Toby said, appearing on the rooftop as well in his swirling vortex of teleportation. I guess Danzo never told you about the extent of his techniques, otherwise it probably wouldn't have surprised you that I'm capable of it. Smart of him, because splicing Hashirama Senju's cells into his own body probably would have been frowned upon in your village. What the hell are you? I'm no one. I don't matter. Toby said before gesturing his hand out for Naruto to look down at his village currently engulfed in battle. This doesn't matter. The smoke and fire in various places had Naruto enraptured. Toby could have taken a shot at him, but he didn't want to. He wanted him to see it, to drink it all in, and realize exactly what kind of situation he was in. The only thing that matters is the Monzai plan. Only then will all of this end, not just for this generation, but for all others after it. It's the only way peace can occur. Naruto snapped out of his trance at seeing his village being invaded and shook his head no. No, you want control. And Danzo didn't want to enact his own control in a different way? Danzo wanted world peace by way of Konoha dominating the ninja world and subjugating all of the other hidden villages to your village's whim. He was wrong too. You follow him. You look up to him. That doesn't mean I didn't think he was wrong. Naruto exclaimed at Toby angrily. Your peace, his peace, Kyofu's peace. There's a flaw in all of it. I'm not following any of them or you. I've got my own ways of thinking. I'm not just a tool the way you think all Jinchuriki are. I'm a ninja, I'm a man. You're a weapon and a means to an end. Toby said coldly. Your father stuck the Kyuubi inside of you as an absolute last resort, because otherwise I was going to take it from your mother. You think you have a choice? Or your thoughts and actions are your own? You haven't had a thought that was your own in your entire life. You're full of shit. Naruto chuckled with a grin at Toby's expense. You are absolutely out of your mind. Am I really? Toby asked before listing off reasons. Your birth took place under the necessity of your survival, revolving around the safety of Konoha. Your childhood was dictated to you by Danzo. Your academy years under the yoke of a seal meant to rid you of Danzo's influence. Your overreaching goal in life was slated for you. You didn't choose it. Even now you're so twisted inside and you won't admit it. You don't know if you want to be a shadow or a hero. Naruto's blue and red eyes glared intensely at Toby at the mere inclination. You don't know what you're talking about. I'll say it again. How many people count on you? The Hokage sends you off to break stalemates at two fronts all by yourself. Your little root flunkies need you as a leader, a figure of inspiration to keep the machine moving while you rebuild. Even now you're back here and you're supposed to solve this. Toby once again drew Naruto's attention to the village. Tell me, Naruto, how much of that is done out of choice or out of a sense of duty? I chose this duty. But that's the thing. You really didn't. Toby commented idly. You were going to be a ninja no matter what. There's no chance that a Jinchuriki would be tolerated that wasn't a shinobi. Most Jinchuriki are related to the Kage of their village in some way in order to ensure they have a sense of loyalty to it. You never had a chance and you never had a choice. This guy thought he was going to flip Naruto's way of thinking on its head with his snide little speech about how he was always meant and intended to fight this kind of battle for the village. Danzo Gigi gave me the choice. I was too little to understand everything that went into it at the time, but it was still my choice. Just like how I'm choosing to blow your head off right now. Futon Fujin Saiken, Wind, release Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto linked his fists together at the thumbs and shot them both out in a punch that sent a powerful shockwave of wind flying Toby's way. So quick to attack when you don't want to face the truth. Toby said as he allowed the attack to pass right through his intangible body again. You might as well stop and listen until I choose to fight, because you don't have what it takes to hit me otherwise. He had a bit of a point, as loath as Naruto was to admit it. Yujito's laser jutsu had been the single fastest attack ninjutsu Naruto had ever seen, and it didn't do anything to him when they'd come across him in battle-engrossed northern forests. But he wasn't about to let Toby dictate the pace of the battle. He couldn't afford that. This was a man that had Sharingan Mokuton and who knew what else up his sleeve. Between the adjustment to using his Sharingan as the Sage Mode training, the mastery of the wind and lightning element types, the training that went into fashioning the Raisin Shuriken and the Raisin Risaki, the growth of his skills that came with the Amaterasu, sealed in his arm, and all of that he hadn't utilized the Senenki no Ken in the real manner it was meant to be used for in quite some time. And he had just recently discovered that he could bend the sword to whatever reality he wished for it. He looked at the sword in his hand. The Senenki no Ken. It was the key to his victory, but it was dangerous to utilize the way that it was intended to be used. Unless, yes, that was a possible solution. But he hadn't trained with it in quite some time with all of the other things he'd been learning. If his plan to stabilize the use of the materialization properties of the sword didn't work, he'd be utterly drained. Do not fuck around with this man, Naruto. The Kyuubi warned Naruto amicably. Madara he is not, but he was still powerful enough to bend me to his will and attack the village with me. This man is as dangerous as they come in your pathetic race. Feeling the flow of Senjutsu chakra through him activated at the Kyuubi's behest, Naruto instinctually began balancing it and entered Sage mode. Apparently this was as deadly serious and personal as any fight his internal partner was ever going to be by his side for. This is the man responsible for the death of your parents. This man is the entire reason that our fates were bound together. Do whatever you feel you must to win. Take his head and don't show him a shred of mercy, because I can assure you will receive none if we're defeated. We? You're lumping us in together again? That was a surprise. It had been peeved at him for months now. The Kyuubi was supposed to be a vengeful creature, and even when they'd put their beef on the back burner to work together when it was needed, it was just to preserve their lives. But you've been pissed off at me since the fight with Sasuke and Itachi. Nothing I could say or do really brought us back together, even when we worked out Sage mode together. As much as I hate you and as infuriating as your transgression against me was during that battle, I can't find it in me to stay angry with you any longer. Not with this man staring us in the face. Kill him, let me see the light drain from his eyes, and we'll be entirely square. As Naruto's eyes changed and the orange pigment around them formed, he thought to himself that this was a proposal that he had no problems with at all. I was gonna do that even if you hadn't asked me to. In the skies above Konoha, Konan bore witness to the battle raging on in the main village of the enemy Grand Shinobi Alliance. Her time roaming out to scout Hai no Kuni for Nagato was about to come to an end within a matter of hours, and she had so much to tell him. But the blue-haired angel to God so sorely wished that she would be allowed to stick around long enough to see what would come of the battle between the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the catalyst behind the 10-member version of Akatsuki. To say that the outcome would be intriguing would not do the situation justice. Chapter 65. Ito and Naruto's clones were basically him. They knew that they weren't and were mostly subservient to Naruto when it really mattered, like in battle, but they had his mindset, they thought like him, they had his personality. There was a part of Naruto's clone that was vastly angry with what he was seeing as he traveled through the village, holding tightly to Hamiko. He transferred some of his chakra to her to help with her exhaustion, which was the equivalent of squeezing a drop of juice out of a full glass when comparing their chakra sizes. Naruto-sama. Hamiko said, still rather weak, but much stronger than she'd been in the house. Please take me to Tsunade-sama. There's still a battle left to fight, and our secondary defenses still need my guidance to work. She had seen one home of hers utterly decimated before. Had been powerless to do anything other than flee and hide, and even then, when all of the others that remained in Yuzushiogakure stood to defend their home to the last, she was unable to. That was not the case this time. She loved this village. And even if it was a diversion meant for Toby to get to her, those fires were very real. The dead bodies in the streets were real. The panic was real. Everyone fighting was real, and while she was no shinobi, no combatant, she was someone that could do something to protect her new home. Hamiko Kayamizu had fortunately given herself to a master that understood her fully. Okay. Naruto said, shifting his trajectory for the time being to run along the rooftops en route to the high point of the village buildings where Tsunade would be found. In the middle of wartime, you can summon your control board back to you, without taking a big chunk of your chakra, right? She was still suffering from the superficial side effects of chakra exhaustion. Yes, I can. Don't be worried for me, master. I am more worried for you, she said earnestly, grabbing the collar of his root top tightly. That masked man, he was the reason for all of this. Everything that was happening today. And not just today either. Everything that had gone down with the Akatsuki, and so many things before that. He was responsible for the death of Naruto's parents. I know. The yellow-haired Jounin didn't need to be told about any of this. He was already mad enough, but after seeing the village and hearing his concubine's words through his clone after it dispelled, he would probably be angrier. Nothing more needed to be said between them as Hamiko basked in the temporary comfort that Naruto could provide until they wound up on the academy rooftop to find Tsunade surrounded by a direct ANBU guard. The Hokage quickly took notice of them and a look of surprise came to her brown eyes. Hamiko? Naruto? I thought you were still a full day out. She summoned me back when fake Madara showed up at home. Naruto said, setting Hamiko down to stand on her own feet. The real me is fighting him up there right now. Tsunade's face took on a look of shock until a grave seriousness took over and she started cracking her knuckles. Tsunade-bachan, know you're giving me an order? Tsunade asked treacherously. No? Good answer, Naruto, but what about the rest of the village? You're his objective, Naruto. If he captures you, then he wins. The village comes first. I'm just one ninja and I can beat him. I'm good enough. Minato was good enough. And look what still happened. Tsunade shouted, getting even her ANBU guard duty to feel a bit of apprehension at the tone of the Hokage. I almost lost you in Amigakure, and this is the man that was behind everything instead of Jiraiya's student Nagato? No. I can't let you fight this masked man. Naruto stopped trying to make his points. Tsunade was serious. That was real fear for his well-being. It never ceased to amaze him. With a village full of people that she needed to care for, she still couldn't help but think about him like that. As Hokage, that could have been a problem if it hadn't been a situation like this where he was actually a key, but he couldn't help but feel touched. He really did love that old lady like family. Before Tsunade could keep ranting, she found herself wrapped up in a tight hug by Naruto's clone faster than her ANBU had been prepared to anticipate. It stopped whatever she was going to say thoroughly in its tracks. Whatever she was going to say died in her throat right then. He'd never hugged her before. At times she'd throw one arm around him fondly and he'd never stop her. Sometimes he'd even lean into it. He never initiated the contact though. He was the closest thing to blood family that she had left though, but she could never let herself get too attached due to their positions in the ninja system of Konoha. She was his Hokage and he was her Jounin. Here she had miserably failed to keep that wall up any longer, and so had he in return. I'm going to win. Naruto's clone said, only to her, unable to see her brown eyes reflecting sheer surprise. Let me do this. I'm going to beat the guy, show his face to the world, and end it. Please. You've got to let me handle this. Hamiko kept her mouth shut, as did the ANBU guards, only doing their due diligence by keeping Tsunade guard and assisting Hamiko and setting her control panel for the village defenses under her command. When I was first unsealed, that was a hard time to adjust to, and I know I was a handful when you first took over as Hokage, but you put up with me and you believed in me. Naruto clone continued to say, I'm basically grown up now and you've got to let me take a shot. If you lose, dash. She said, tightening her grip just a bit more in her concern. I won't lose. Before she knew it, Tsunade was holding nothing as the clone had dispelled itself into smoke that drifted into the air. Damn him. Damn that boy. Her eyes flickered to Naruto's home on the face of the mountain that had a large tree sticking out of it, and back down to the village before her that she was meant to protect. If this masked man was the center of this invasion as Hokage, she was meant to be the one facing him, even if she was a medic. She bit her lip almost hard enough to draw blood before striking at the mechanical 8 trigrams drum to shift the battlefield of the city streets into the next pattern. Hamiko, focus your closer attack statues on Sector 19. The damned plant men are holding themselves up in west past the waterway and using the bridge as a choke point. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Hamiko said as she directed the intended Kamenu statues at the orders of her Hokage. She was going to believe in her master, as it was the only thing she could do for him at that moment. Please be careful, Naruto-sama. If he lost and was taken away from her from everyone, she wouldn't know what she would do with herself. Miles behind the Hokage monument, with Naruto and Tobi, as the battle had moved off of the roof of Naruto's house and farther back into the woods behind the mountain, the intensity of the fight started picking up, but no matter what Naruto tried to use to succor Tobi, and he couldn't deliver a debilitating strike, with the only thing that he knew for certain would harm him, the Senenki no Ken. This is really getting tiresome dealing with you, Tobi said as he stood on a tree branch facing Naruto, who stood on another. Honestly, what do you think you're going to accomplish by fighting against me? You can't touch me. You don't have the talent. Try as you might. For all of your ninjutsu, they're useless. All I have to do is avoid one thing that I can't allow to touch me. Even with your sage mode, what can you do? What can I do? Naruto asked rhetorically, fingers twitching. Do you really think I've got nothing? Why do you think I took you away from the mountainside? You thought you were leading me away when you were running? I wanted to get some distance because I can't do this stuff in the village. Naruto's fingers were almost impossible to see even by Sharingan standards as he blurred through hand seals with a computed practice futon Hiragiri Ti hand, wind release spreading air disaster. In Sage mode everything he did was faster, including his hand seals, to the point that for his ninjutsu that required less it looked as if he hadn't even done them, and for those that required longer chains of seals such as the most recent one they were a blurry mess. Not only that, but in Sage mode every jutsu was more powerful than without it. What was an awesome windstorm before became a requiem for complete devastation. Naruto's chest expanded and from his mouth he fired Category 3 Hurricane Force Wind directly at Toby, tearing apart trees at the trunks and rooting them straight out of the ground in other cases. Even if he could make himself intangible, could he stop himself from being blown away by winds that would murder any living being caught within it? His sense of awareness warned him that something had entered his personal zone, and Naruto fell down from what he'd been standing on to avoid being stabbed from behind by Toby's hand covered in a sharp spiraling blade made of wood. Well, at least you're attentive. In his fall from the tree limb, Naruto turned and threw several shuriken at Toby. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Once again though, even when the several shuriken turned into damn near several hundred, Toby just seemed to go through them again as if he were a phantom fine. Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Shuriken. Once they were high enough in the air, the shuriken began to crackle with electricity before shooting down hundreds of bolts of lightning all over the area populated by Toby. The trees that had been situated behind Naruto and had survived when he'd cleared the lands of the rest of them with his previous jutsu were struck and their tops were set ablaze as Naruto kept away and kept his distance to try and see Toby in case he escaped. You just don't get the point, do you? Turning around Naruto's eye caught the vortex of Toby's spacetime teleportation as he came out of it and delivered a punch right in his face, knocking him away with oddly imposing strength. By all means, an amused Toby said as Naruto regained his footing and faced him down again, keep throwing your best shots at me. I'm enjoying seeing what you've amassed in your little ninja handbook over the years. I mean, admittedly you haven't used anything that I can copy with my Sharingan yet, but keep going. I see I haven't taught you the true meaning of despair yet. It was remarkable enough for Toby to admit it. Even without actively utilizing the Sharingan except in heated combat, Naruto's ninjutsu coffers were vast and dangerous in the versatility that he was allotted with his techniques. Dangerous for others that weren't him, of course. I told you I was going to take everything from you, Toby said as a small rippling vortex appeared in front of him and out flew a gigantic shuriken larger than his body, spinning at Naruto speedily like it had been fired out of a gun. Naruto avoided it and watched it slice through one of the burning trees, felling it before he looked up and saw another rippling vortex prior to large sharp branches growing out of it to stab down onto him. Mokutan Chikana no Jutsu would release underground roots jutsu. Upon missing him and stabbing into the ground, the branches formed titanic roots that grew out and tried to tangle around him. Nimbly and athletically, Naruto flipped and handsprung through the roots until they formed a veritable forest surrounding him and boxing him in. Twisting like stalks, they seemed to enclose around Naruto and savagely crush his body. And then the roots exploded with the collective force of 80 explosive tags. Toby was quite clearly caught off guard by this, leaping away from the pieces of wood hurled away by the brutal blast, now turned into dangerous shrapnel by the force of the explosion. Bunshin Daibakuha, clone Great Explosion. He copied that jutsu from Itachi? But when did he make the clone? Possibly when the roots started concealing him from sight. That could have been when he made the switch. And the clone had been on a dead man's switch instead of a remote hand seal trigger. Once again, Sage Mode enhanced everything, and that included every bit of the explosion that was created from the jutsu, especially since it had half of Naruto's chakra in it to begin with. But where was the real Naruto? Thinking that he felt a presence behind him, Toby turned and lashed out at seemingly a shadow. No, quickly shifting around, he tried to quickly warp into his time-space teleport when he heard the subtle sound of metal sliding against something. A sheath. For Toby, teleporting himself took more time than making himself intangible, and he could not do both at the same time, but it was the only out he felt he had as he realized what was about to happen. Still, though, what happened next neutralized his attempt to bend time and space to his will. Naruto's sword cut through the vortex that his eye was creating for the teleportation and struck Toby's war mask. A gasp came from the man behind the curtain for Akatsuki as he felt the material comprising the mask crack and split diagonally due to the slash. But it did not fall apart. It was a full-headed helmet/mask, and Naruto only sliced through the front. Oh, I'm disappointed, the blonde Blitzkrieg said, panting slightly at the toll that the steadily escalating battle was starting to take on him. No fake-ass pain scream to make fun of me like the last time? No bullshit taunt? You're not gonna threaten my girlfriend, my Biju, or my village. Come on, give me something here. Go on, laugh for me now. He shouted at him, spittle flying through the air with intensity. Behind the veil of the mask, the sword swing drew blood. Thankfully, it was unable to be seen, otherwise it would have given Naruto more optimism. Toby intended to stamp out the light of this man's eyes today, all before he ever even drained the Kyuubi from his body and ended his life. Is that it? Toby asked, once again at a standoff with Naruto as the forest burned on one side of their battlefield and a desolate land covered the other side. Are you done with your little hope spot? Are you finished flailing away at me like a child learning to swim for the first time? No way, you kidding? Naruto said with a big smile. Despite his situation, I just hit you. I just cut through your portal and hit you. I felt it this time. Now I know I can actually do it. Miracles happen for the fortunate and desperate every once in a while, I guess. Toby said, brushing the accomplishment off. Even if the blood was annoying as it dripped down his face behind the mask, it was just a flesh wound. Nothing short of divine intervention is going to allow it to happen a second time, though. Too bad for you. I don't believe in any god. I do believe in blind dumb luck, though. Naruto held up his sword that still had a bit of Toby's blood on the end of the blade. Who said anything about miracles or a god? If there is a god, I'm pretty sure he or she's got more important things to worry about than some random battle in the woods between some prick in a mask and a jerk Jinchuriki with an eye that isn't his. And even if they didn't, I'd rather save my favor from Kami for a time when I actually need it. The lucky horseshoe is coming out of your ass here and now, Uzumaki. There's a thin line between luck and talent. Are you sure it was luck that let me hit you? Instead of answering, Toby created his vortex, and this time, without an undodgeable rush from Naruto coming his way before he ever started the jutsu, he was able to get into it before Naruto could rightly take another slash at him to stop him. And now it was dangerous again. When Toby was inside of his dimensional rift, Naruto couldn't sense him with Sage Mode. What happened next could come from anywhere. Focus, boy. Kyuubi urged Naruto from within. Remain calm. Breathe. You are not in over your head. Get that thought out of your mind this instant. You're prepared for this. You can win against this enemy. We can win. This was a Kage-level battle, and though it didn't show outwardly, Kyuubi could feel the churning dark emotions inside. Naruto didn't believe his track record to be very superb with true conflicts of this magnitude. Against Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, it had been a semi-victory, as he hadn't finished off Itachi. Against Pain or Nagato or whatever his name was, he was destroyed with one hit. Taking his partner's words to heart, Naruto took several deep breaths and pulled out 5 seals, each with a different element inscribed on it. He paused for a moment, but then proceeded to slap the tags on one arm, both legs, and the last right on his chest. He had to time this perfectly, or he would blow his shot and be left vulnerable to Toby. Too soon, and it would be worthless and do nothing to stop Toby's unreadable surprise attack. Too late, and he'd never get the attack off before Toby reappeared and got to him. That was if the jutsu even worked in the first place. Do it. In Sage Mode, it isn't as blatantly suicidal as it was when you first came up with this jutsu. At least you found a productive way to use those weak seals that you came up with almost a year ago. Making several hand seals, Naruto shut his eyes and prayed that Kyuubi was correct. Otherwise, this would be really stupid. With the outbreak of the war after his training for Sage Mode, he didn't have time to experiment with his failed techniques that were too dangerous to use before he learned it. Every clone he'd ever tried it with, even half-assed with just 2 or 3 of the elements before learning Sage Mode, died a horrible, screaming, painful death. It won't kill us, probably. The second he felt the slightest trace of the familiar malevolent presence of Toby, Naruto did not hesitate and immediately made the last necessary hand seal Senpa Gogyu Heshioru, Sage Art 5 elements, crash. Powerful chakras surrounded Naruto's body like a flame, engulfing his body with a color that shifted faster than the human eye could keep up with, between red, yellow, blue, brown, and green, as if he were a walking rainbow. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Naruto threw his arms out away from his body just as Toby appeared to gravely wound him with his gun by. All hell then proceeded to break loose. If this kills me, you're coming with me. And then everything went white. Meanwhile, miles away, Kanahagakure no Sato, for just a moment the battle stopped as an awful ear-splitting pop of a blast hit everyone's senses for a heartbeat. To everyone that felt it, it seemed as if an explosive tag had gone off right by their ears, and the sky turned white over the top of the Hokage monument to the north. It took several beats, but a horrid hot wind blew down from the top of the mountain that felt like the gates of hell had opened just a crack and carried dust and all sorts of earthly debris down onto the village. It lasted for several minutes before it quickly died down, and in a matter of seconds it was gone and the sky went back to the normal dusky color of sunset that it had been before instead of the divine white that it had been. Many of the shinobi that had found a lull in the battle and had been regrouping for their next inevitable engagement of street fighting with the white Zetsu clones could only look around and wonder what the hell that had been. Konan swore she'd been killed. That was what she figured when Naruto had set off his jutsu. She'd been observing the battle from far enough away that she felt it had been a safe distance. It had been. She'd been high in the air a little over a quarter of a mile away watching the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the former true leader of Akatsuki tussle. She'd been safe from every massive attack that had been launched by them. Naruto created a damn hurricane from his mouth? He hadn't been aiming in her direction to begin with. She was safe from that powerful force of nature. Toby created a deadly mini-forest? Didn't get close to being high enough to touch her despite the lateral ground it covered. Then Naruto shouted turned multicolored for a second and nuked everything. That almost got her. The thing that saved her was the fact that she tried to get more distance the second she saw his body flickering with the telltale colors of the 5 elements. By the time the white flash of death shot up into the sky, she'd been far enough out of range of the horrid blast for only the shockwave to reach her and send her flying. She had to fly herself back to the site of the battle only to look down at what remained of it. Nothing. Nagato, she said to herself as she looked down at the outright devastation before flying off to find some sign of either Naruto or Toby. She spoke as if the person she was referring to could really hear her at that moment. Please hold off on summoning me back. I need to watch the rest of this battle. For you. Behind the Hokage monument, miles away from Konoha, all 5 elements mixed together at once in the most volatile concoction of elemental chakra, at once combined with Senjutsu chakra. It was without a doubt the single worst idea for a safe workable jutsu in the history of ideas for jutsu that were actually workable by human beings. Its use was entirely illogical. Insane even. A jutsu like that was untestable, so he had no idea how it would work for himself when he activated it, since all it ever did was toast his clones from the inside out presage mode days. All that taught him was that under normal circumstances it would kill him. That wasn't much to go on at the time. From that he knew what the jutsu did with chakra and elements. What he did not know was exactly how overloaded he would feel once all of that went on inside of him at once. There was no comparable feeling to set it against. All he knew was that for once he had way too much chakra inside of his body and he had to get rid of it all at once or pay the price. And that was what he did. He did it the only way he figured would work in such a dire situation. He just threw it away. He did not know, though, that the results would be quite so explosive and so close. He didn't know what he had been expecting, but that wasn't it. Thank the Toads for Sage Mode and the fact that it enhanced everything, his durability and even the Kyuubi's ability to heal his body without a Jinchuriki cloak. The air was still filled with dust and smoke, and it was going to be there for miles around for quite some time. The site where Naruto activated the jutsu was now a grand crater a quarter of the size of Konoha, devoid entirely of life. This was entirely irrelevant because Naruto was now nowhere near the crater that he had single-handedly created with the craziest jutsu he had ever come up with. The new setting for the young Jounin was a few rocky pillars that looked much like a ritual place at the center of a large lake in a rocky dell. In the recently risen moonlight, Naruto clawed himself out of the lake and onto one of the rocky pillars, clothes utterly ruined by his previous actions. If he had been panting lightly before, he was heaving and puffing heavily as he crawled up onto the little slab of land. That was a bad idea. That was a really bad idea. That was the worst idea I've ever had that actually worked because he didn't kill me. But man, are you kidding? That was the greatest thing I've seen a human do in ages. The Kyuubi uncharacteristically spouted from safely inside of Naruto's body. If you could have seen that from in here, these pipes were glowing like a laser show. Ha! And that explosion? Not quite on the level of my Baijidama, but it was a damn nice try. You do realize that you ripped a hole in the sky, right? There isn't a single cloud in the air where we were. Why are you so excited about that? Naruto asked in a pained manner as he sat down on the rock monolith, looking over his wounds and tearing away the now useless pieces of his shirt that had been sticking to him. The sheath was still strapped over his shoulder. Damn, that thing was tough. I am always excited about destruction on an elevated scale. You know this. With a few coughs, Naruto continued, the only reason we didn't die again, that was because it blew us away instead of blowing us up, and we hit the water instead of hitting everything around it. I know. Maybe that masked bastard has something of a point when he says that you're lucky dash. The QB stopped its sentence mid-taunt when it realized where they were. We were thrown this far away? Hell, irony, what are you talking about? Naruto asked, head lolling to the side as he tried to get himself back together and stand back up. His blood went cold when he felt Tobi's chakra resurface as he was still in sage mode and then heard his voice once again. He was still alive. But if he could hear him, that meant that at least he couldn't get the drop on Naruto, such a familiar setting. This is the place that first bound all of our destinies together. 17 years ago. Naruto drew his sword and walked around the gigantic rock monolith to catch sight of Tobi's hands clasped in his lap, sitting on a rock that seemed like something of an altar in its appearance. He hadn't gotten away from the cataclysmic blast that Naruto had caught him in either. His cloak was ruined straight down to the sash at his waist, with only the right side of it and the sleeve remaining. Half of his mask was gone, revealing the left side of his face and spiky black hair. He was a young man about late 20s to early 30s if he had to guesstimate. What was strange was his Sharingan. His left eye that Naruto could now clearly see was a regular Sharingan, while the other was a Manjikyu Sharingan. But there was something wrong with it. The left was completely dulled, and there was no pattern in the eye. How the fuck did you live through that? Naruto asked, pointing the weapon at Tobi. I got you. I know I got you. You just stepped out of that portal when I triggered the jutsu, and you can't teleport and be intangible at the same time. I know that. You didn't miss. You didn't slip up. Tobi admitted with a careless gesture of his hands, as if he were conversing with an old acquaintance. I think I can honestly say that your timing was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Sage mode can be truly terrifying. He said with a slow clap. I honestly did not believe that you had something of that magnitude in you. Not exactly combat friendly, but wow. I underestimated you one time too many and I got caught. So why aren't you ashes then? Once again. Tobi said, pointing to his blank Sharingan. You know nothing about the secrets of that eye you hold. The most powerful genjutsu that can be cast upon the user makes illusion reality and reality illusion. In the Izanagi, the boundary between them both is removed. In the face of this jujutsu that can only be utilized by those descended from the Rikudo Sennin, even true death is an illusion. And only at the cost of eternal darkness in the eye that was used to cast it. That was enough to take whatever wind was left in Naruto's sails out of them. He did it. He did everything right. He got that masked bastard dead to rights. He blew him away, and there was nothing he could have done about it. Nothing other than warp the general fabric of reality itself to erase his own death. Only the greatest sense of poise in the face of an enemy he still had to do battle with kept him from punching his fist through the rocky ground in fury. Are you despairing yet? Do you see how useless it is? Tobi asked. You gave me your best shot and you almost took me out. Unfortunately for you, when you caught me using the power of my right eye, I still had a left one unused and ready to sacrifice just in case. Why the fuck do you have the Manjikyu and only one eye? That doesn't make any sense. Itachi had it in both. From looking at the slab in Naka Shrine, he knew that when an Uchiha achieved Manjikyu Sharingan, it wasn't done the same way that an Uchiha developed the Tomo in their eyes respectively for each one. The same reason you do more or less. That still doesn't make any sense. You're an Uchiha. Those Sharingan are both yours. One is mine, the other one belonged to another dearly departed Uchiha clan member. Long deceased, you understand. He tapped at his defunct left eye socket. It was an implant. I gave the original Sharingan I had in this eye up to a friend as a parting gift before I died. He's used it quite well from what I've seen and heard for all these years, but that's not important here. He didn't understand. Naruto didn't understand any of it. Barely anything seemed to tie together any longer. Genjutsu that literally bent reality to the extent where death could be outright averted. This random Uchiha that seemed to have come this close to bringing the world to ruin. And why? For some plan to enslave the world. For what? It seemed like the callous ambition of a man far older and more jaded than a man that couldn't have been older than 30 should have had any right to be under any circumstances. This place brings back memories. Tobi said to try and continue their conversation. The last time I laid eyes on the QB in person, it was here. Right after I took it out of your mother Kushina. Naruto's eyes snapped back up to Tobi and sharpened on his form. What did you say? I thought you knew. Tobi feigned complete innocence. You seemed to be so attached to that monster inside of you. I figured it would have told you by now. Your mother was the previous Jinchuriki of the QB, and I am the one that removed it from her. How else do you think it attacked Konoha? You bass dash. It was because of you. Toby said I used you as the tool needed to draw the QB out. Female Jinchuriki are exceptionally dangerous to have because the seal holding the Biju back weakens no matter how strong it is during a pregnant female Jinchuriki's childbirth. You were being used by others to achieve what they couldn't otherwise before you were ever born. I used you to separate your father from your weakened mother exhausted after giving birth to you. I used that window of opportunity to take the beast from inside of Kushina Uzumaki. I outplayed the great Minato Nemeke's the Yandame Hokage. So you did kill my parents. Naruto replied, I always knew as much, but I just wanted to hear you say it yourself. Actually, I wasn't the one that did the deed. Your father sealed the QB away inside of you, so he did it to himself with the method that he used. But would you like to know how your mother died? I'm quite certain your lifelong partner neglected to mention the fact that removing him from her didn't kill her. The Uzumaki clan is notoriously stubborn for their difficulty to kill. Naruto recoiled slightly but kept his eyes locked firmly on Toby QB. What the hell is he talking about? There was noticeable hesitation inside of Naruto's mind in regards to their telepathic link. The QB was either choosing its words wisely or it was really hesitating to tell him the truth. They were going to reseal me. I had just been released of this man's Sharingan control. I felt I had no other choice than to strike preemptively to try and prevent the ritual. QB spit it out. Don't start lying to me now. You've been a bastard every now and then, but you've never lied to me. I saw you the ritual location, I knew what they were about to do, and I tried to kill you before I could be sealed within you. QB said, choosing not to mince words at this point. If you wanted it, it was time for all of this to come out. Your mother used everything she had left to bind me with her special jutsu, and half of my chakra had already been taken from me by the Shiki Fuin. My last chance was to eliminate you with a loose claw, but they shielded you with their own bodies to protect you. Kushina did not have to die that day, but I am the final reason why she did. Toby could see the expressions change on Naruto's face until he finally found the ones that he had looking for. Shock, sorrow, dejection. There they were. Do you see now? You never had a chance. He explained, standing up on the smallest center monolith stone before warping to another of the higher ones that encircled it. The boy was stunned. Speechless. No witty remark. No hard-nosed declarations. Nothing. I didn't obtain the QB that night, but the only real threat to my ambitions died the moment that the QB was sealed within you. All it did was delay me for 17 years. All this war is doing is setting me back another few months. Toby continued to say as he almost literally lorded over Naruto from his elevated position. No matter what anyone does, the Eye of the Moon plan is going to become a reality. You were just a well-placed pawn that my enemies used as an effective buffer against this for all these years. Looking down at the seal that was prominently displayed on his stomach, the one that housed the QB behind it, Naruto placed his hand over it. I can forgive the QB. Naruto said, feeling all of the air leave his body as he said it. If it was me in the same situation, trapped for most of the century inside of humans, and when I finally had a chance to be free, I was about to be sealed again, I probably would have done the same thing. You have to be kidding me. It was simply so difficult to imagine for the manipulative masked man. He wouldn't wilt. No matter what crushing revelations he hit him with. No matter how much he declared and showed that his powers outclassed Naruto's, he could not break him, the creature that is directly responsible for taking away a mother that would have loved you and raised you with an understanding and support of your position as a Jinchuriki, and you can forgive it? It seemed unthinkable. I can forgive it because I forgave it a long time ago for whatever it might have done. Naruto said, forming a fist against his stomach. It wasn't personal that had forced the QB to lash out. It was first outside control, and then it was mere survival that dictated its actions. The second you used the both of us as parts of your plan, even before I was born, you made the very first thing I said to it when I was 7 and first learning to work with its chakra truer than ever now. And what would that be? Toby asked with a testy edge to his voice. Enlighten me. Neither of us wanted things to be this way. One of Naruto's bar-pupiled eyes gained a feral vertical slit as both his and QB's voice spoke from his mouth in unison. But we're in this together. The formation of the tiger seal came without warning and fire flew from Toby's mouth, but this was not even close to the height of the danger this jutsu possessed. The space-time distorting effects of Toby's Manjikyu Sharingan created a vortex that instantly spread the fire out over the entire dell. I've had enough of you. Katan Bakufu Ranbu, fire release, blast wave, wild blast. The expansion of fire over the entire dell was instant. Even for Sage Mode's heightened reflexes and provided speed, it was too sudden for Naruto to react to, and he was engulfed in the inferno before falling off of his rocky pillar into the water like a flaming projectile. "You're in this together?" Toby snarled as the rock walls that surrounded the lake caught on fire, surrounding their field of battle in a blaze. How cute. Two tools of war thinking that they have any say whatsoever in the direction of this world. Your only reason for existing for the both of you is for someone smarter than you to point you in the direction of a target and send you off to destroy it. It's all either of you are good for. For once in your miserable existences, do something right that will actually bring peace. Naruto pulled himself out of the water, upper body and face covered in burns from Toby's attack. What was that? I didn't hear that with the water in my ears. A belligerent fool to the end. And it was mostly bravado. Naruto was running out of chakra but chose to attack anyway. Jumping off of the air itself to get up to Toby's position on the rock pillar, he quickly pulled his sword out and engaged in a duel of weaponry against the mysterious Uchiha. Sword against war fan. I need a replacement Sharingan for the one I've lost today from Izanagi. Toby said as he traded strikes of chosen armaments with Naruto. The Eye of Shisui Uchiha in your head is the second most valuable thing that you have in your possession right now. I think I'll take it for myself after I'm through with you here today. He taunted as he found himself in a test of strength against Naruto. Gritting his teeth in effort and anger, Naruto took advantage of the close proximity and shot his skull forward for a headbutt, but passed straight through Toby's body, forcing him to stumble out of his balance. I knew I could get you to bite, Toby said as he moved and let Naruto's body pass through him and fall. Before he could scramble back to his feet, Toby kicked him, planting the toe of his footwear into his ribs. Well, you made me work for this one. Luckily, I stayed in shape. With a breath, he let Naruto crawl a bit away before stepping on his heel to stop him. I'm going to take this one out of your ass, Naruto. Let's see what you've got left, he said before stomping down on his back hard enough to break away part of the rock pillar. Naruto's grip on the Senenki no Ken weakened. Not stopping, can't quit. Another stomp to the spine destroyed more of the pillar and loosened his grip even more. I've got to. Another stomp and he let go entirely. There is no such thing as victory in this world, Toby said, grinding the sole of his sandal into Naruto's back. Your hope is just an illusion. Your symbols of light meaningless. The people believed in these great men and women known as the Hokage, the Tsuchikage, the Mizukage, the Reikage, the Kazekage. In the end they all die and fade away. It's why Konoha is so insistent that each Hokage get their face inscribed on the monument. You're pathetic, Naruto mumbled, face down in the rock. How could I lose? How could let myself lose to someone that doesn't believe in anything? A battle of ninjas was also a battle of ideologies. Two or more warriors putting their beliefs on the line with their lives as the wager at stake. But not tonight. The belief that your parents left in you before their lives ended, that you could do something that they couldn't, that thousands of people before you couldn't. Worthless, Toby said as more fragments of his mask fell from his face. I'm tired of people like you thinking that all it takes to make the world a better place is a half-assed idea they expect others to follow and the desire to see it through. I'm tired of this world's heroes making pitiful excuses in front of gravestones when they fail. It's better than some coward too scared to put a name to his own actions. A person willing to watch the world burn just so he can turn what's left of it into mindless drones. Naruto had to bite his lip to hold back a scream of pain when his shoulder was pierced from behind by a wood skewer from Toby's arm. I'm taking the misery away from this world. You'll live after I take Kyuubi from you, just like your mother would have. And I'll make you watch. I'll make you see the truth. And when you finally do, I'll free your mind from the pain and misery of this rotten world. I want to hear you say it to me that I was right. And when you do, I'll set you free. Free in the dream that is the infinite Tsukuyumi. A dream, you call it? Naruto said, trying again to get up only to be squished down harder. His fingertips brushed the handle of his sword, but fumbled to get around it tight enough to hold it. How can anyone think that? More of Toby's mask crumbled away to reveal a heavily scarred right side of his face. I can be forgiving too, Naruto. After all, you're still just a boy, not quite yet a man. Suffering more than you have to for your ignorance is too cruel a fate for me to force you into. But you will understand. I'll make you. Use your imagination. Think about it. A place where no one you love will ever feel hardship or pain again. My imagination, Naruto thought to himself as his eyes began to flutter open and closed. Well, you said the Inyam release makes the sword change, but what if one variation ain't the range? Kirabi. The words of the Hachibi Jinchuriki came to mind for some reason from their last conversation back when they were out at sea on the way to Hai no Kuni. Their short talk about his weapon of choice and its unique Inyan properties. Inyan let the sage make anything real, so why not use it to keep changing your steel? Pick up the pace, don't let that power go to waste. Ain release made dreams themselves take form. Yang release made fantasies real. Using both simultaneously let them come to life, hence the creation of things that were not there before with the Senenki no Ken. It was how the blade transformed. Show me something new. Oh, why the fuck not? Naruto thought to himself once more, I'm so tired, I don't even think I'd care how much chakra this thing sucked down at this point. With his spirit tempered once more to go down swinging no matter the cost, he lifted his head off of the ground and willed the muscles in his impaled arm gripping the sword to tighten around the handle just long enough for him to do what was necessary, holding it up in front of his face. Senen Hakiya Kijiaraware, Millennium Release Primary Materialization. As the sword began to glow, Naruto put his imagination to work as he exerted his will over the blade. What did he need right then? Some clothes would be nice since he was half naked, soaking wet, bleeding, and burned. Some body support would be nice too, since he was quite certain that a few of his vertebrae were heavily damaged at this point. The sword glowed white for a second before it dematerialized and reformed around Naruto's body. The fear of just what this was elicited Tobi to jump away from him, breaking off the spike he'd stabbed into Naruto's arm so that it would remain in the wound and debilitate him. What the hell is this? Tobi asked from an adjacent rock pillar as Naruto was, for lack of a better term, re-outfitted. What is this? Gray traditional armor comprised of many metal plates on his body, such as over the front and back of his torso covering his shoulders, stretched down to cover his thighs, and separate pieces of armor covering his forearms down to his hands, with sharp-nailed gloves, shin guards, and a guard framing his face around his height. Right on the front of the armor sat the Uzumaki clan symbol, and every few seconds black seal arrays would randomly flicker in and out of existence somewhere on his body. Naruto's eyes popped wide open, and he let out a gasp as if he'd been drowning as he pushed himself up off of the ground. Feeling the tight armor stuck to his body, he looked down at his hands and then down at his reflection in the water. He looked so old school. But more importantly, he didn't feel a crushing, leeching drain on his chakra reserves the way that he had whenever he trained with it in the past, and the way he had in the middle of battles when he'd used the Millennium Gauntlets. You're welcome. You? Sage mode more specifically, but since I'm the one running it I would say yes, me. How do you feel? Fast. Naruto figured, as he couldn't even feel the weight of what looked like really sleek plate and scale armored lighter than a feather. Wait. He cringed before reaching for his left shoulder underneath the plate there and slowly pulling out a bloody wooden spike that he tossed away. Cute. Tobi said as he had been watching all of this, wondering just what was going on. This isn't the jutsu you used to beat Kakuzu. Not quite. Something's different about it. I thought that one only covered your shins and forearms. I did what you said. Naruto replied, ignoring the blood dripping freely from his wound underneath the armor. I used my imagination. I laid there and I thought about what you wanted me to. And that kind of future sucks. If everything was always perfect and nothing ever went wrong, how would you ever enjoy anything? So instead of thinking about how stupid your idea is, I thought about something more useful, and you're looking at it more or less. Tobi rolled his eyes and formed a hand seal. And I'm supposed to be afraid and think you have more of a chance than you did a moment ago just because you got a wardrobe upgrade? Yes. Let it just be known right now that though it has been mentioned before, it bears repeating. Sage mode enhances everything. The eye of Tobi went to work just as he saw a single muscle of Naruto twitch in his direction, making him intangible to avoid another attack coming his way from the headstrong young ninja in the form of a high-speed body flicker. Only it didn't work this time, and Naruto's fist sank into Tobi's right jaw, rattling his skull and sending him rocketing across the surface of the lake water, finally crashing to a rest against the rocky shore where his body left an imprint. He hit me. I hit him. Naruto echoed without hearing Tobi say it from where he'd been standing in turn. He had to look down at his own armored fist and flex his fingers to readily accept it. Right. I just wouldn't have felt right winning this fight without punching that guy in the face just once. Tobi pulled himself up and out, standing back up with a heavily bruised, bleeding cheek and cut under his right eye. That armor might as well have been the sword all over his body. And he wasn't wearing down from simply wearing it. I hate that clan. I really do. He would not get that close again. Fukahouen Kai, fire sealing method release. Naruto's left arm up to the forearm was covered in black flames before he made a tiger seal with his right hand and lashed out with a punch using his left Senpuyamien no Ryu, Sage Art Dragon of the Darkness Flame. A mammoth open-mawed dragon the size of 12 men formed and flew straight across the lake at Toby, roaring like the general article, or was that the sound of the flames burning together? He uses the Amaterasu he sealed from Itachi in his arm like a pilot light. Brilliant. But it's still too slow. Toby said to himself before opening up a vortex with his right eye, absorbing the black dragon right into it. You're going to like this one though. In the same vein, he turned it right back around and ejected it, sending it flying right back at Naruto with double the speed. And did it get bigger? Naruto didn't stick around to find out, bending his legs and pumping every bit of power he could to them before jumping up, propelling himself higher up into the air with an outburst of wind chakra from the soles of his feet. Down below, he watched the flames from the dragon fly toward Toby. The wily Uchiha teleported to the other side of the lake and waited for the dragon to reach that side just so he could absorb it again into his right eye and fire it back out at an airborne Naruto, once again faster and larger than it had been previously. That was fine, though. He had all of the skies to play with in order to evade it. You're not the only one that can create diversions with massive ninjutsu, Naruto. Above Naruto's head, he looked up only to see Toby looking down on him. He teleported directly above him, using the deadly black Amaterasu dragon as something to capture and keep Naruto's attention for long enough to ignore the disappearance of his chakra signature, if only for just a moment. Out of reflex, Naruto shot a fist up to punch him, but Toby stomped down on it to block, anticipating Naruto's physical counter-reaction. You're mine, Toby said as Naruto felt himself getting absorbed into Toby's eye dimension. I'll save you here for later. At least I'll have the QB stored in my pocket where I can save him for last. Naruto quickly created a Kage Bunshin that shoved him away as hard as it could, taking his place and getting sucked into Toby's eye. Falling down from the sky, Naruto twisted his body only to next have to face his originally created Amaterasu dragon. With a set of hand seals, he held out his left arm as the seals spread back over it. Fukahawan, fire sealing method. Like a hyperpowered vacuum, Naruto sucked every speck of the flames back into his arm from whence they came. Continuing onto the water, he flipped through and, expelling wind chakra through his feet, created a windfall as he neatly landed back on the surface of the lake. Immediately upon landing, Naruto created a grossly oversized Rasengan and slammed it down on the surface of the water just as Toby appeared out of his time-space vortex behind him, ready to strike. The unexpected move blew the water sky high. It didn't do much to deter Toby's attempt to attack, as he still swung his war fan and created enough wind with the attack to blow away the water that Naruto had kicked up to conceal himself. He soon wished that he hadn't, as he then found 6 Narutos holding larger Rasengan variations closing in on him from all sides, and above Ryushutsu Otama Rasengan, Zero Illusion Great Ball Rasengan. Forming small flames on each finger of one hand, Toby slammed it on the surface of the water, creating a cylindrical barrier around his own body. Uchiha Kenjin, Uchiha Flame Battle Encampment. Every Naruto that touched the barrier burst into flames upon contact, destroying all of them except for the original, who took a quick dive underwater and resurfaced immediately only to get punched in the face by Toby's follow-up attack. The hit sent Naruto spinning away on the surface of the water like a top until he stopped and chopped the water, splitting it straight to the bottom of the lake in Toby's direction. He didn't move an inch and simply made himself intangible to dodge. It's still not going to work like that. It's worthless. Even with that Sharingan, you're still blind. You have no idea how powerful that eye is, do you? You don't even use Shursui's Manjikyu. This isn't a Manjikyu Sharingan eye, you ass. Wasn't it? If it was, how the hell did he even find out or not? Such a fool. Naruto glared at him, but his face suddenly changed as if he realized something. Something incredibly relevant and vital. It was only for a flash though, as he schooled his features thoroughly, and Toby took it as Naruto merely being surprised that he'd forgotten he could phase through basically anything he could throw at him aside from physical contact. The QB was connected to Naruto and knew full well what Naruto had been affected by. Do you think it can work? Are you sure what you saw was real? I can see through Genjutsu, so it can't be an illusion. I don't know if it'll work or not, but I've got to make it count if it will. A quick hand seal formed 5 clones, and 3 of them went forward at Toby to engage him in close. They could hit him too, just like their creator, thus Toby was forced to defend himself. Katan Hausenka no Jutsu, Fire Release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Toby leapt back and peppered the clones with fireballs, concealing shuriken within them for an added punch that did the trick in dispelling their armored forms. Now what? The sound of a clear bell ringing filled the air, and his eyes widened at the sight of Naruto and his clones holding up a gigantic Rasengan variation with 4 wind points enshrouding it, giving it the appearance of a shuriken. This is it! Naruto and his clones cried as one as the extras dispelled. The original took aim and let it fly like a bus-off futon raisin shuriken, wind-release spiraling shuriken. Fool. Toby stood in place, forcing his body to become intangible even as the speedy attack landed right at his feet and expanded in a massive devastating wind sphere. All Naruto did was stand there and watch a bead of sweat trickling down his face from underneath his face guard as he waited with bated breath for the results to show themselves. The wind sphere died down though the waters of the lake continued to shake violently. But standing there still entirely unfazed was Toby. Instead, he just looked disappointed like a master that caught its trained puppy peeing on the floor indoors. Was that really worth the waste? You didn't do anything even with all of that FO dash. His lecture fell short when blood spurted out of his mouth like a geyser. What? His internal organs had somehow been turned to slurry and he could no longer stand up. What the hell had happened to him? He'd gone intangible. He avoided the raisin shuriken. He knew he had. Let's finish this, Naruto muttered to himself, and the Kyubi Fuka Hawankai, fire sealing method release. His left arm was engulfed in the horrid black flames of Amaterasu. One more time, you aren't dodging this no matter what you do. One way or another you're gonna burn. That insolent little dash. I won't let you. Toby shouted at the top of his lungs, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Even his right eye was beginning to bleed from whatever Naruto had done. I've lost too much. I've seen how dark this world is. It's not fair. I want a world where I have Rin back. Where things can be like they used to be without any of the war. The fighting. The system of the shinobi is broken. It's a sick joke. In the palm of Naruto's left hand, surrounded by the flames, he held a Rasengan that looked like a dark will-o'-the-wisp. Kuroa Hoshi Rasengan, Black Star Rasengan. You won't touch me with that. Toby insisted, willing himself to stand up one more time. Want to bet? Naruto asked before dashing forward for the finishing strike. But much like Toby said, he leaned his body far enough out of the way to avoid touching any other part of Naruto's body than the Rasengan and made his torso intangible to make the attack miss. I'm finished with you. Toby's right hand turned into a wicked blade as he let Naruto move through and past him. But still inexplicably, one more time he ejected blood through his mouth and found his upper body engulfed in black flames, but it dissipated the moment he became solid again. The pain and the injuries from the Rasengan itself did not how. It was his complete defeat. But he was not going to die there. No. He had to keep living. He had to keep fighting for the Eye of the Moon plan. His perfect world. Before Naruto could stop his momentum and turn back around to strike at him, Toby had retreated into the vortex that his eye could create in an endeavor to teleport away. And there was nothing Naruto could do about it. From there, you're finished. Space-time dimension, Toby appeared in a swirling vortex set in an entirely different plane of existence. An endless void of black, only populated by an infinite number of rectangular prism platforms of different heights and sizes. Upon putting his feet on the surface of one, he fell to his hand and knees, vomiting blood as his body nursed the burns from Naruto's Amaterasu flames. His right side was slowly regenerating the damage wrought upon it, but he was still gravely wounded. How did I lose to him? Toby said as he shakily held himself up on all fours. Damn. Damn. Damn it. His last cry was punctuated by a Rasengan smashing into the back of his neck, pounding him into one of the indestructible prism that made up the ground of the dimension. He did not move again as blood pooled underneath his face. Naruto let the Rasengan dissipate and stood over Toby for a long time before stooping down and feeling for a pulse. He received none. From the corner of Toby's eye, he could swear that he saw the beginnings of a tear forming. You lost because you underestimated me even after everything that happened. Naruto said I could never lose to someone whose drive and heart died a long time ago. The victorious blonde just stared down at him before unsealing the Amaterasu flames on his left arm. He touched Toby's body and watched the black flames slowly engulf his body and burn the corpse. He couldn't be too safe to ensure that the man really did die. The body cooked and burned to ashes. And the executioner vanished in a puff of smoke with only one thought in mind that he would leave to his original creator to ponder on in his stead. Why didn't he use Izanagi with his last Sharingan to cheat death? Yes, he would have been blind and the Sharingan powers would have been gone, but he would have survived to possibly fight some way somehow. This really had been a man with no hope left in the world. Toby's last thoughts were never aired or put into words before his lights went out for good. Rin Kakashi, real world, with Naruto, a coordinated attack from the inside out. That was how the deed was finally done. The clone that Toby earlier absorbed into his dimension didn't dispel to return the unused chakra to Naruto. It remained behind, wondering where it was, trying to find a way out just in case, and trying to pick up all that it could about its settings. When it saw Toby's body randomly appear out of nowhere, it figured something was wrong, but saw that it was real enough to touch. Thus the message was sent by a second created clone from the first back to the original, and understanding was reached and the plan was set. The original would goad the original into intangibility, while the one inside would have a devastating attack prepared for the next time an opening presented itself, and the opening presented itself twice. The oversight was all Toby's, thinking that Naruto's clones were so expendable that he could do what he did with no negative repercussions. The backlash from his clone finally dispelling from Toby's dimension hit Naruto's senses, and the weight of the world felt like it lifted off of his shoulders. A part of him wanted to laugh. He'd done it. He'd killed the person that had set into motion the plans that had brought the world to total war. The man that had doomed his parents and cursed him and the Kyuubi to be paired with one another for the foreseeable future. He kept thinking that it was all just a trick. That any moment Toby would pop up out of his pocket dimension and drag his soul to hell or something. But it never came. And it was so hard for it to sink in. There was only one thing that felt right at the moment. Reag. Naruto turned his head to the sky, shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice able to be heard for miles around, possibly even back in Konoha. Slowly his head turned up in the air to stare at a tiny figure that he could see superimposed against the moon. The wings of the angel were a telltale sign of who he was looking at, even if he didn't have the clarity of vision to distinguish who it was. So his blood feud of a conflict had a spectator the entire time? Well, there was nothing he could do about it now. Toby had been the priority. If nothing else, he hoped she enjoyed the show. But in the meantime, he had a message to send. Conan. Naruto howled to the sky, knowing that she could hear him, knowing that she was listening, and could damn near see the look in his eyes from even her height. Tell Pain, or Nagato, or your god, or whatever the hell you want to call him, tell him he's next. One moment she was up in the sky looking down at him and narrowing her eyes, probably for blasphemy or something along those lines, and the next moment she had disappeared in a puff of smoke. Good. She'd give him the message while it was still fresh. Perfect. He wanted him to know just what he was going to get to end all of it once and for all. But for now, sleep. When Naruto was found the next morning by a search party that could be spared from the ongoing but winding down battle for Konoha, he was floating back first on the water, back in his previous tattered clothes, out of sage mode, clutching the Senenki, no kin in his right hand with an iron grip and a small smile on his face. Good work, twerp. And with that, the Kyuubi had to get some rest as well. Using Sage Mode was a drain even for it after the state of being ended. The things I put myself through for someone I'm supposed to hate. Chapter 66, Dead Wall Reverie. Such a fool. Hearing the words that he most recently heard a deadly enemy say to him, Naruto's eyes popped open, only to get a hard blast of sunlight straight to the ocular orbs. And he hadn't turned the contact lens back on in his Sharingan eye, so he basically ate a solar flare to the face. Squinting harshly and keeping his right eye shut in the brightness of the room he was in, Naruto realized that he was back in his house. His own bedroom, to be exact. Well, at least Toby hadn't taken all of his roof off. He left enough for his bedroom to be covered from the elements. Turning to his side with a hand on his head, he saw the origin of the fool comment as he saw the uniformed Maki sitting with one leg crossed over the other. Her white porcelain mask sat in her lap, and the cloak that she'd worn to better disguise her identity as a Root Anbu during the battle rested nearby on the floor. Maki-chan. Naruto greeted, keeping his right eye closed while he looked at her. How's the village? It's fine. Maki informed him with a small smile. The battle is winding down, but there are still small remnants of the White Plant men holding out and hiding in certain areas around Konoha. Don't worry, we'll find them and get rid of the rest. In the meantime, the village was still under heavy security with constant, more vigilant patrols in addition to the active hunting parties, as well as extensive guard placements than normal at high-priority places that could have been potential targets to the remaining white Zetsus that might have wanted to go down fighting if they were really that obedient to the masked man that had led them into battle. Even if they didn't know they'd just been diversions for him to get to what he really wanted. But he'd failed in both of his endeavors to obtain those things. At least that was what Maki had figured. There was no sign of the masked individual when the search party that brought Naruto back located the site of the battle's conclusion. So now Naruto's battles in High no Kuni resulted in two landmark locations. The Forest of Bone and yet-to-be-named gigantic barren plain that had been blown into the middle of the forest due to one of the attacks dealt during the last fight. When word about that got around Konoha, everyone was just glad that he'd been willing to take the battle as far away from the village as he did. So, Naruto said with a nervous look, how pissed off is Tsunade-chan? At you? Very. But I won. But you were stupid and fought the masked man alone. Okay, really? If anyone else had been out there with them, they would have gotten blown away at one point or another. Toby hadn't been screwing around and had finally realized that he had to fight to kill even if he just wanted to capture him. The way he conducted himself in the battle with the techniques he used reflected that. Naruto just stared at her with one eye before holding out his hand in her direction as if expecting her to have something for him. Maki just stared at him blankly with the most killer poker face he'd ever seen on a woman before she slowly reached over and dropped something into his hand, his contact lens, that he proceeded to stick back into its proper place. Mission etiquette says that you cannot question the confirmed mission plan while the mission is in progress. Maki admitted, moving over to sit down on the side of Naruto's bed, but since your fight wasn't really a mission and since it most definitely is over now, I feel I'm completely in the right on calling you a gigantic jackass. Yeah, I'd tolerate that if you were my wife. Naruto drawled, taking note of the way Maki's cheeks heated up even if her stony expression didn't change. But you're not. You're just my sexy little junior. Winning solved everything. If you went about something the wrong way, as long as you won, what could anyone really say? So what's up? Any news? Maki rolled her gray eyes, but felt the need to touch upon anything Naruto might have missed while taking his last mission to Kumo. Things were definitely afoot around the continent. Northern Kaze no Kuni watch teams have reported something that could be either really good or really bad. Iwagakure is mobilizing along its southern border. Naruto's eyes went wide at the possible implications of this fact. You don't think dash? Never one to be suspenseful, Maki cut him off and nodded. There is probably a very good chance that IWA has finally decided to make a move to try and conquer Suna. At this point, they may figure that they can win even if we fight alongside Suna. But what? They're around the border of lands held by Amigakure. Oh, that was a double-edged sword in of itself. If the Tsuchikage was reading the ebb and flow of the war correctly, he would know that the CNF was reeling and on the ropes. The great fence-sitter probably wanted to get while the getting was good and take the constantly disputed lands of the minor villages for himself before the war's end. There was also a chance that he could sweep to Kusagakure and take it over while Konoha was still battling for the Great Grass Village. That would definitely give them a good foothold to launch a quick blitz out to the southwest, and with their Earth release users they would have a great chance of negating Gaara's nearly automatic army crippling control over sand enough to use their numbers to bring down the depleted forces. Damn it, why did things have to be so complicated in war? What would he do if he had control of the army? The only thing they could do was quickly finish up with Kusagakure and sit on it. Depending on who IWA attacked first, the war could begin anew with a new enemy or continue with a third party to join the fighting as an enemy to the other two. What would the Hokage do in a situation like this? The door to the room then flew open and Naruto found himself thinking of something else after he was tackled down onto his bed by a busty silver-haired blur. Master, you're alive. You won. She then pulled away enough to give him a curious look. You did win, didn't you? They didn't find another body when they found you. Yeah. Naruto said, looking over to Maki, who was blank-facedly buffing her nails idly before he addressed Hamiko again. I kind of killed him in a separate dimension, so I don't think anybody's ever going to see that body. My hero. Hamiko said before leaning forward and giving Naruto a very deep kiss. It lingered on for quite some time until Maki cleared her throat, letting the Uzumaki clan servant know that she was in the room also. Embarrassed at being caught in so brazen an action, Hamiko backed away demurely, face glowing red. I am sorry, Maki-san. I didn't notice you were there. Did you want to go first? She offered. It took a lot to make someone like Maki lose her composure, but being offered first dibs on the only man she had ever seen in any kind of sexual light was enough to throw her off. What? We're at a red level threat alert and you're talking about doing something like this with Naruto-senpai now? The Seal Master didn't answer with words at first, instead choosing to climb onto Naruto's lap while beginning to loosen the obi around her waist that held her kimono blouse shut. Maki held back a very unroot-like squawk and turned around in her chair to avert her eyes. This time Hamiko was much less apologetic about her affectionate actions. My master went off to war without any kind of incentive to return from what is supposed to be his loyal servant. She explained with fond eyes on said master, a motivation like the kind I can give him could be the difference between life and death on the battlefield. And Naruto was all for that. Just not in front of Maki. That was just insensitive. Also, it was weird to have sex with someone in front of someone else that you had sex with already. He would have told Hamiko to stop, but a massive dominant chunk of him just didn't want to in the slightest, and that was the portion of his mind in control. The side that wanted to stop or at least postpone her was his logical side, and that side had been duct-taped and hogtied in a corner somewhere since back when he decided that it would be a good idea to fight Suigetsu Ozuki in the ocean a few days ago. No one had freed it to resume its responsibilities of moderating his actions, yet hence why he dove headfirst into a geographically warping battle with Toby just one night prior. So the Naruto sitting on that bed beginning to see the pretty porcelain skin of Hamiko peek out from beneath her clothes was just a-okay with that. Oh, and she never wears chest bindings or a bra poof. Before Hamiko could open her shirt, she was given the sight of Naruto disappearing right before her eyes in a puff of smoke. Did I break him? Maki turned back around only to find no sign of Root's true commander Kayamizu-san. Where did Naruto-senpai go? Meanwhile, MT Mayabuku, poof. Naruto had felt the pull in his mind a split second before his body was hurtled through time and space to be deposited in the dirt on the ground at the place of his most recent intensive training. Usually he wouldn't mind being reverse summoned, but right at this moment he wasn't feeling it in any way, shape, or form. No! 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 Naruto complained as he remained seated on the ground. Reaching a hand out, he grabbed Fukasaku, who was the closest toad to him at the moment. Why? Why now? Couldn't you have waited for like 30 minutes or an hour or something? Getting smacked over the head with an oversized walking stick put an end to that, however, right? I'm fine now. From the looks of your pants, you don't look fine. Naruto looked down at his growth problem and crossed his legs before realizing just who had brought that point up. Kyofu? You were called here too? Yeah. Jiraiya said with a small smile on his face. How's the homefront kid? Got anything good for me to take back to the troops when we get sent back? I just killed the masked guy that called himself Madara. That's good. Hell, that's great. The creator of all of this insanity was finally down and out. And with him clearing out the root of all of the guerrilla attacks going on behind the lines in the northeast front, it was only a matter of time until that battlefront was settled. 2 of the 8 minor villages that had banded together to fight in that part of the elemental nations had already surrendered to Kumo, who were not messing around when it came to cleaning the countryside out. Added on with that, and the fact that Jiraiya couldn't wait to say that he'd killed Kabuto and kept him from reanimating probably the most powerful person that ever lived and taking over his body, things were going great. He attacked Konoha with a bunch of those plant guys we ran into in the northeast. Naruto continued in explaining what was going on recently from home, a whole army of them. That's not so good. Jiraiya said, visibly deflating from his previous emotional high. How many? I don't know. Naruto reported, getting more serious than ever now. I got summoned back by Hamiko and jumped straight into the fight with the masked guy. I only got a bit of a look at the village before things really got rolling, but the defenses were working. It wasn't as bad as the Odosuna invasion, I think. Well, things could have been worse if nothing else. Jiraiya pulled Naruto up to his feet and pulled him into a one-armed hug. Good work, Brett. All right, now, I'm definitely confident in what I'm about to do. With that, he moved aside and showed a toad black and orange in color with a strange torso that seemed to have metal rings around it. Meet Giratora. Naruto just looked down at the toad and waved sup. How come I've never met you? Because I didn't want to meet you. Giratora stated bluntly, I didn't want you to find out what my job was and have you clamoring to hand over my secrets to you. No matter what you think, it ain't yours to dictate what to do with it. In return, Naruto gave him his best root-trained stare for a full half-minute before turning back to Jiraiya. Right. Who the hell is this? Why, you little dash. Way to make a first impression, both of you. Bravo. Jiraiya thought to himself before launching into his explanation. The best way was to just get everything out into the open front and center. Giratora possesses the key to your seal. Say what now? That clearly got Naruto's attention. Good, because Jiraiya did not want to have to repeat himself. You heard me. When Minato created the overall formula for the hack fuin on your stomach, he left the key to the jutsu with Giratora and entrusted me as the only person that could open or see it. Well, now it's your turn to have it. Why now? Please. As if I'm more qualified to have it than you are at this point. Jiraiya said with a roll of his eyes. Honestly, if she had been a ninja, and if it wasn't so unpleasant to get the key, I'd have given it to your little servant girlie a long time ago. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't able to get Tsunade to sidetrack her with the village defense projects, she would have reverse engineered a key of her own before too much longer. Naruto's brain, upon hearing that Jiraiya was the one that had given Jiraiya the secret to screwing with the seal, started backtracking in time. Wait, so way back when I was acting all pissy when you took me to Suki no Kuni to train and screw around with the seal, this guy was there? I've always been there to an extent. Jiraiya grumped out, arms crossed over his chest. When Naruto looked over to Jiraiya for a translation, Jiraiya shot out his tongue to slap Naruto to get his attention again. A scroll toad protects the secrets inscribed on them by residing in the belly of whomever they have a contract with. So technically, I was there even if I was never outside. EW. So Jiraiya hung out with a toad in his stomach for years and years. And Jiraiya just didn't seem to care too much about that fact. Naruto was completely willing to let the tongue slap and the grouchy attitude slide. If you had a miserable existence like that one, you had every right to be grumpy. That's really rough. What are you gonna do? And he didn't seem to care. Thus another notch could be added to how awesome toads were. Either that or one more thing could be added to how weird they were. So now it's my turn? That's the idea, kid. You needed to get full control over the Kyuubi. At that thought, Naruto paused. Was that a good thing? Of course it was. But like with all good things, there was probably a price to pay or something extensively dangerous about the entire concept of getting full control of his Bijuu's abilities. So he could only imagine just what it would take. What do I have to do? Naruto asked. To get control? I have to beat it in a fight, right? Basically. Jiraiya admitted it'll be a battle of wills. Win and you get control. Lose and the Kyuubi goes free, you die, and too bad for anyone or anything around you when it does. Because it probably isn't going to survive either. A comment hit Naruto in the back of his head at that moment. We don't have to have our final battle now, Naruto. You killed the masked man Madara. You've done right by me thus far. Do you really want to risk dying before you finished your business? What business? Bringing this war of yours to an end. Wait, a Biju actually cared about that sort of thing? Naruto figured that the Kyuubi would have been chomping at the bit for him to go ahead and open up the gates so that they could get this whole thing settled up once and for all, the way they always said that they would. Instead of taking the chance at the all-out fight for freedom, the Kyuubi wanted to wait and watch everything be settled, risking the painful death and respawn process that would occur if Naruto died, or worse, being captured if Naruto was defeated and all of his countermeasures to prevent extraction failed. I'm going to defeat you and break free, Kyuubi said confidently. Naruto could just see the toothy grin from the large fox inside of him. But before I do, I'd like to see the end of this ride I've been on with you since day one. I've been waiting most of the century already for my freedom. I can wait a bit longer to devour you and take it. Kyuubi I-. Kurama. What? If I'm going to be fighting you to the finish, I at least want you to know the true name of the one that ended your life. My name is Kurama. With that short mental conversation complete, Naruto smiled and looked at Jiraiya and the toads gathered around them. Is there any way we can put that whole thing off until the war is over? Me using the key, I mean. Jiraiya just stared at Naruto strangely. Why? Because until we finish Pain and end this war, I don't want to do something like that. Naruto said, his eyes closing in contemplation. I at least want to tie all of my loose ends up before I let Kurama get a real shot at me once and for all. What's a Kurama? The Kyuubi's real name. Go figure. Fukasaku Shima and Jiraiya all looked at Naruto in shock, the first two in quite a bit of concern. Naruto-chan, the last time you fought Fukasaku said with a great touch of concern, those 6 paths of his kinda tore you up. And I know you learned Sage Mode and you took it further than we ever would have dreamed you would, but dash. It'll be alright. Jiraiya said, voice full of confidence. You said it yourself. The last time he didn't know Sage Mode. He was using that full trigger technique of his to force control over the Kyuubi's chakra for a boost. If they were handing out hidden names, they were probably on good enough terms, and the workaround for gather the Senjutsu chakra spoke volumes of whether or not they were on the same page. He's stronger in Sage Mode, and he's able to keep his head without destroying his skeletal structure. Jiraiya hopped between the two humans and glared between the two of them. Jiraiya, you're saying that the boy is stronger than you? He's stronger than me. The original Toad Sage asserted, and the secret to Nagato's jutsu isn't exactly a secret anymore. 6 separate bodies, but the real one isn't amongst them. He controls them from elsewhere somehow. Faye. Jiraiya spat. I'll be waiting for him to wisen up then. If Jiraiya couldn't win at his best, I don't see how the child can. He might be young, but he's no child. Jiraiya said, besides, I can't make him take the key even if it is his. With a grin forming on his face, he rubbed Naruto's head. Well, that's what this was all about, brat. And it's up to you. Naruto didn't need to think twice. Save it. I want something to do after the war ends. He felt Kurama smashing his tails against the bars of the cage inside of the seal at the sheer arrogance of the statement. God. You suck. I dare you to say that in front of someone that'd actually hit you for it, because I can't. Jiraiya just stared at Naruto for several seconds. Kid, that was the cockiest thing I've ever heard you say out loud, and you've given me some doozies in the past. He ran a hand through his own hair before holding his chin. Part of me is proud of you, because that sounds like something I'd say. Another part of me wants to hit you, but the other part doesn't want to start a fight right now while I'm still in command of the Northeastern Front. I've got a war to finish up over there. So I'll see you back home when all of this is over, yeah? At some point or another. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself and the village. With that, the two-toed summoners were sent back to their respective places of origin via cancellation of the reverse summoning. Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto's house, and a puff of smoke. Naruto reappeared back on his bed following the informal meeting with Jiraiya and the Toads, only now there was no Maki or Hamiko in the vicinity. So there would be no chance of continuing where he'd left off back before he'd been summoned. Unfortunately, post-victory sex was not to be in his immediate future. It simply wasn't in the cards on this occasion, damn it. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's tower, Konan walked her way out onto the ledge on the top floor to stand next to the Deva path and overlook the village and the lake that surrounded it. Both of them were silent, as Konan had long since reported to him upon her return that Naruto Uzumaki had killed their benefactor Madara Uchiha. So they were finally free from all tethers to the bastardized vision of Akatsuki that everything became. They were the last members standing. Just the two of them. The way it had always been meant to be. Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Haiden, Kakuzu all dead. Only Zetsu was left aside from the two of them. But that wasn't a problem at the moment. Nor was the fact that Kusagakure was one step short of falling to Konoha's onslaught. With the fall of Kusa, the road would be wide open to Amigakure and the war would touch their lands. But the war had already touched their lands. The damned opportunistic Tsuchikage. He figured he could take aim while they were fighting their battle to the north with Konoha in the wilds of the Kusa-held lands. From the tower they could see far and wide, and in the distance on the horizon they could see the dotted camps of the enemy. They were taunting, threatening, and the village was on lockdown. Nothing was getting across the lake to the village in the middle, no matter the cost. But as far as Nagato was concerned, the enemy wasn't going to get that far. Unless the Tsuchikage himself had come down to fight this battle, there wasn't anything they had that could stop him from enacting the wrath of God upon them. They thought their encampment was a safe distance away from aim where they could observe the village without risking getting danger close of numerous raids from the enemy before they were ready to make their attack. The Anima Path is already en route to the site of the battle, almost in position. The Deva Path said to Konan, despite the fact that Nagato himself was right in the next room. She knew why he did it. She loved Yahiko, and he felt that speaking through his body gave her some measure of comfort. Would you like me to accompany your paths and join in the battle? Konan asked diligently. He had no need to comfort her. The only comfort she needed was knowing that AIM was safe and sound. Fighting for it would give her the peace he wanted to have her feel. No. Konan, I can destroy an entire hidden village full of ninja on my own. I can annihilate a camp. I want you to remain here in the village with me. While I use my chakra to fight, inform every citizen to get somewhere they can see the IWA camp. The Deva Path's eyes didn't leave the direction of the enemy camp. In case anyone has forgotten just how complete my power is, I want them to see it. To restore their faith in God. Any loss of village morale due to the course of the war would need to be restored with a strong showing and minimal loss of life. This was something that he could easily do to make sure his followers did not lose their faith in his ideals. He needed the people behind him to change the world. This would be their time in the sun instead of in the clouds and the rain. Konan nodded and watched the sun peek through the clouds that always seemed to be over Amigakure, if only for just a few seconds before the Deva Path vanished in a puff of smoke the way she'd reappeared in the tower via the Anima Path's summoning the night before. Even with the numbers against him, if the enemy didn't understand the secret behind the 6 paths of pain, there was no way any force could defeat Nagato. Moments earlier, Iwagakure camp, 10 miles outside of Amigakure, when the world fell into full-scale war, the Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki felt no need to take a side in the upcoming conflict. No matter who won in these little chains of alliances, there would always be at least one loser even amongst the winners. The most powerful at the end of these wars, no matter what role they took in the overall effort, were the real winners. Why wouldn't Iwagakure try to swoop in and pick up the scraps of the effort? Konoha's ninjas fighting the Kusagakure campaign would be exhausted even if they were able to remobilize and reach Sunagakure by the time that AIM was conquered. The way things shook out, IWA could destroy AIM and Suna in one fell swoop and rewrite the maps for the countries that these villages sat within. This was the moment that IWA had waged entire wars for in the past, the sort of thing that it had even started the Third Shinobi World War for, and it had fallen into their laps without having to deal with any long bloody campaigns to put them right, at the door of the enemy. This was a minor village with their best out in the field, dying in the killing wilderness of Kusa-held territory, trying in vain to hold that doomed village. A quick strike force division of 1,000, comparably small to conventional armed forces, which would normally be 3 times as large at least to wage any kind of full-scale attack on a major hidden village. No minor village could hold off any of the big 5 if one of them were really motivated to take it down at all costs. This was a weakened minor village battered from the war effort that had been infiltrated and partially destroyed almost a year prior by Konoha's Jinchuriki Jiraiya and an unknown unit that had somehow gotten to the very limits of the main center portion of the island village. Right now the plan was a rather rudimentary one. It boiled down to basically forming a wide bridge with Earth release specialists across the lake just under the surface of the water to disguise it, but allow them to use it to move across the water and use the moved Earth to defend and fight back against distance attacks that would come from the center village. It was more complicated than that, but this was what it boiled down to. The land of the camp was easy for them to defend. It was barren and wide open to begin with, capable of allowing people to see far and wide in any direction. Some rudimentary earth jutsu was all it took to make a fortified stronghold. So when the sentries saw a lone figure walking across the grounds, the entire camp was up in arms. Sensor ninjas couldn't feel anyone else around. Just one signature. But it was absolutely mammoth, dwarfing the majority of the invading strike force by itself. "This is it," one of the red-clad IWA shinobi said, waiting for the order to attack. "This is the guy, isn't it? The one that called himself God? I heard he destroyed Suna with one jutsu to start the war." "No way. There had to be a trick to it. Someone that strong can't exist. People don't get that strong. Those are just stories." As the figure got closer and became easier to see, everyone prepared themselves. An old man with shaggy orange-dyed hair and an X-scar on his chin, eyes closed and clad in a black robe with red clouds. "Is that Danzo Shimura? It can't be. He disappeared months ago." It was Danzo, or it used to be. Now it was just Nagato's animal path. Through the animal path, Nagato spoke to the amassed enemies. "You hidden villages claimed that you cherish peace, but every stretch of peace that has ever been brokered in the elemental nations has been nothing more than a mask. A mask for villages like yours to secretly build their strength, come up with new and more dangerous ways to fight, new strategies to use against the other villages or any other enemy you see as your next threat. All in anticipation of the next excuse to start another war." Stepping out at the head of the force, a tall, brawny-bearded IWA ninja that bore a strong resemblance to the Tsuchikage stood firm with his arms crossed. Mutterings of the man's name, Commander Kitsuchi, echoed out through the shinobi and kunoichi amassed. "So you're the leader of Amigakure?" Kitsuchi said, not willing to let his guard down against this man for a second. "Who do you think you are, thinking you can fight 1,000 shinobi single-handedly? Akage? No." The animal path said, opening its eyes to reveal the Rinnegan god. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu." A large puff of smoke covered everyone's sight before 3 titanic orange and black centipedes with large piercings in their bodies stampeded out, crawling across the ground at a blinding pace straight over the earthen ramparts constructed to protect the camp, and right into slaughtering every IWA ninja they rolled over. From the same puff of smoke, a large ugly bird with 3 legs and a drill-like beak flew up into the air over the camp, holding the animal path on its back to survey everything from above. "This is going to be easy," the animal path commented to itself. From the sky it was clear to see the carnage that the centipedes had created had been quick. The losses were piling up already. "I won't even need to take the risk of using the large-scale Shinra Tensei to destroy these fools." IWA had clustered together. They wanted to form up in that manner so that they could defend en masse to whatever Nagato wanted to try at the outset. They hadn't been expecting massive monster summons. He hadn't even used a hand seal, and he'd summoned 4 creatures at once. 4 creatures that they could see anyway. "This is not going to be that easy, you bastard." Kitsuchi shouted angrily. Form up your squadrons. The centipedes are too quick to pursue. Wait for the approach and counter. Corral them decently and I can kill them all in one move. With his strongest solo technique. The inspired IWA troops did their best trying to hit the centipedes with what they could without trying to let them get close enough to kill them. They had already lost almost 200 in the opening moments of the battle. Projectiles with explosive tags, the ranged ninjutsu they had in their repertoire, anything they had up their sleeves that they thought would make a difference in hurting the monsters or at least moving them into the appropriate position. They were fast bastards, though, moving swiftly through the camp to hide their own movements. But before they could truly start boxing them in for Kitsuchi to aim at, dozens were cut down in a matter of seconds right from the middle of their groupings. The air shimmered and a giant chameleon with renegade eyes and a snake tail appeared suddenly, the perpetrator of the bloody attack. Kill it! Springing to attack, they were caught entirely unaware when the chameleon opened its mouth to reveal within the brawny mechanized Azurapath without its cloak, revealing its 6 arms. Every hand it had detached from the arms, at the wrist only hanging on by a covered in dozens of spine-like missiles that fired at the enemies that had chosen to attack before discovering the deadly Azurapath concealed within the chameleon. Everyone else that was able to react to the attack did so in the most reasonable way that they could. Doton Doryuhiki, Earth Release Earth-style wall. The slaughter wasn't as horrible as it could have been. But those that survived behind the raised walls still saw, felt, and heard the impact of the explosions. Some of walls weren't created by strong enough ninjas to hold up, collapsing behind the force of missiles that blew up too close. Blood and body parts flew past the eyes of many. And then there were those that saw the horribly smiling face of the emotionless Azurapath, more machine than man, before it cut them down with a saw blade protruding from its torso or crushing their bodies with the raw power of its taijutsu. On the drill-beaked bird in the sky, the animal path had been joined via its summoning jutsu abilities by the Naraka path and the Preta path, so that if needed the animal path could summon any other injured paths back to the bird to be healed by the Naraka's abilities, and the Preta's abilities could defend this mobile dispatch hub with its own. Kitsuchi didn't know what to make of this battle. Almost half of the people that he had brought to attack Amigakure had been killed or wounded already. He watched hatefully as 2 more paths dropped from the sky after being summoned to the battlefield by the animal path, the Deva path, and the human path. Despite the height they fell from, their landing was safely cushioned, somehow leaving them entirely unharmed. The Deva path looked at Kitsuchi's enraged scowl without blinking. You're angry. Someone like you've experienced war, that much is clear. As the son of the Tsuchikage, it's obvious you're probably a decorated ninja from the last war. But also, being the Tsuchikage's son, you've probably never felt the true pain that war can bring. You should be thanking me. Thanking you? Kitsuchi's voice held a dangerous edge to it. Did you just say I should be thanking you? Yes. The long-haired human path replied. After experiencing just a little bit of my pain, you should be able to understand me a bit better. Be grateful. Most regular people like you never come this close to understanding the will of God. How arrogant could any person ever be? But this was the most dangerous ninja in the entire world, and he needed to be killed at all costs. Kitsuchi internally built his chakra and slammed his hands into the ground, causing it to shake as if an earthquake was hitting the area. Doton Daikadukaku, Earth Release Great Moving Earth Core. The human and Deva paths didn't budge as the immediate area that he and Kitsuchi stood on found itself deposited below, as if it were a massive elevator platform, sending it 200 feet below the rest of the battlefield's terrain. This wasn't a trap. Kitsuchi just wanted to separate the paths from each other. If he could kill 2 of their attackers himself to help the rest up top, they had a chance to win. But the ensuing battle would only put more at risk if he fought them up top. Just hold on. Kitsuchi thought to himself with a grim smile on his face. I'll even up the odds a bit soon enough. Taking Amigakure was the order of the Tsuchikage, and every Iwagakure ninja followed their orders direct from the top to the letter, even if it meant death. Entire clans had been decimated in the past because of this. Just what do you think this is going to accomplish? The Deva path said, it doesn't matter how you try to fight me. The outcome of this battle was decided the moment you stepped onto my lands. From underneath the sleeve of the human path's cloak, a black blade seemed to be produced from underneath the skin of the arm. For emphasis, all you can do is die. Well, I can always take you with me, you sons of bitches. 3 hen seals, and Kitsuchi slammed his palms onto the ground again. Doton Sando no Jutsu, Earth Release Mountainous Earth Jutsu. From the bottom of the pit, the ground folded up into 2 massive quarter-sphere rock formations that made to crush Kitsuchi and the 2 paths with no space to avoid the jutsu. The resigned smile of Kitsuchi lasted until just before he would have crushed him. The human and deva paths vanished in puffs of smoke. No! Kitsuchi canceled the sacrificial use of his jutsu by pulling them off of the ground and placing them against the walls before they could slam closed on him, but it still stopped just short, turning his body and pressing him awkwardly face and back to the walls. You bastard! He grunted to himself as, despite avoiding the crushing, he was still stuck there tightly. That was a summoning? Summoning humans? That was unfair. It was impossible. Above he could still hear the sounds of the battle raging on, though the sounds of the fighting grew quieter and quieter. Less and less explosions, less sounds of orders, suggestions, and warnings being yelled. When it stopped altogether from what he could hear, Kitsuchi closed his eyes tightly in pain. The silence was haunting. The battle had taken all of 20 minutes at the longest. Kitsuchi let out a yell of anguish as he couldn't even move to make hand seals to try and escape. The scope of his jutsu was too large for him to even begin to budge the slightest bit of it with his own strength. When you used your strongest jutsu in a suicide bid to destroy the enemy and failed, you couldn't expect to just be right back into the fight. But he could hardly move a muscle. He heard the echo of the Deva Path's voice come through to him and went berserk, trying to somehow jostle himself free just to get at him. It would be a shame to kill you so soon after finally showing you just a bit of my pain. So I'll give you time to contemplate what you've just experienced. Rest assured you're still going to die though. Uramiame, grudge rain. The heavy rain created by the jutsu would gradually fill up the gap that Kitsuchi was stuck in. By the time it reached his ankles, it would begin draining his chakra, making escape all but impossible, as it would continue to rise until he died of chakra exhaustion or drowned. That would give him plenty of time to think about the pain he felt from losing 1,000 souls in a matter of a half hour. From Amigakure, the entire village turned out onto the rooftops of the skyscrapers to watch the quick obliteration of the enemy at their proverbial gates. Above them in the sky, with an even better view of the fight, Konan didn't turn her eyes away from the base camp for a moment. War coming to AIM hadn't been this real ever since the days the last great war had ended. The civil war, as deadly as it potentially could have been, wouldn't have resulted in AIM's destruction whether Akatsuki won or Hanzo did. This had been the first sign of the sword being set at AIM's throat since the Second Shinobi World War, and even though Nagato had crushed him fairly easily without even having to use his chakra for any dangerous and forbidden jutsu, she had a sense of dread in the pit of her stomach. In Nagato's bid to make the world feel his pain, he was choosing to bite off more than he could chew. Could he do this every single time an attack force came? What kind of war would that be for them? He had lost sight of what the original plan was supposed to be. The original set of goals they were supposed to go after to really make the world understand the futility of fighting. The more he fought and dealt this sort of destruction to the rest of the world, though, the more it seemed that Nagato liked inflicting that kind of devastation. It was as if he enjoyed subjecting the denizens of the stronger ninja villages to the complete feeling of helplessness and weakness that they had felt decades prior. The sense of accomplishment he exuded after destroying Sunagekure hadn't been like the one that he had after defeating Jiraiya or killing Hanzo. The view that he had done what he had to do. That no longer seemed to be the case. His way was the right way, and his way was to hurt anyone he saw fit to turn his wrath towards. This god had become one of vengeance. Days later, lands of Kusagakure, after the breakout across the Tenchi Bridge that had allowed Konohagakure forces to collapse the Continental Ninja Federation defenses, Kusagakure and its numerous minor village allies did their best to try and reenact another defensive position, to stop them and hold them back. The CNF quickly found that there was no natural position to take that was anywhere near as good as the river at the border that they had initially been able to hold Konoha back at, and found themselves stumbling over their own feet trying to fall back fast enough to take a defensive spot. The following 2 weeks found Konoha tearing through the wild terrain of the countryside, sending the reeling CNF closer and closer to the crown point of Kusagakure. Brutal constant combat was the name of the game from then on out. Sleep for any longer than 2 or 3 hours was rare. The shinobi had to keep moving until it was clear that Konoha's push had stalled, but that never seemed to happen. Some of them were almost wishing that the CNF got their crap back together and managed to defend so that they could take a step back themselves and get a breath. They were running out of soldier pills, for fuck's sake. One of these moments of downtime for some was a time to be vigilant, for the others to watch over their tired comrades before the positions were switched and they would get their rest before the push continued. The line could never stop moving. The momentum had to be maintained. Fuck. Tayuya said, cursing at the nicks she had in her trusty demonic flute after prolonged combat in the jungle. I hate close-range fighting. Can't this be over by now? No one's gotten any leave since Uzumaki took down the fortress behind the bridge. Laying on the ground nearby using her trench coat as a makeshift pillow, Anko rested her eyes, still trying to stay alert to their surroundings. Sure. This can be over. Just teleport us into Kusa so we can sack the place from the inside out and that'll end it. Smartass remark aside, Tayuya understood her mentor's point. She still flipped her off though, but Anko couldn't see it, so the gesture was lost on her, you know what I mean? But I think the AIM ninjas are the ones that want to keep fighting more than any of the others. You see that too, huh? Anko said, cracking a pupil-less brown eye to look over at the former Oto ninja. Yeah, even the ones from Kusa don't seem to want it that bad. They're the ones that are the first to enact a retreat. The battles were almost formulaic at this point. The two sides would come across each other in pockets across the countryside and in the jungles, and would do battle until the CNF found themselves overmatched and would flee, setting traps and fires to cover their withdrawal. Sitting nearby was the division commander Yamato, who found himself almost spearheading the advance with his Mokutan ability. An invaluable ability in the kind of setting that they found themselves fighting in. He could hear the conversation between two of his Tokubetsu jounin in Anko and Tayuya, and decided to chime in between, cracking walnuts for him to enjoy in his leisure. Remember, Amigekura's leader strong-armed the lesser villages around the continent, into joining them or meeting the same fate as Sunagekure. These places didn't like the bigger villages that much to begin with either. Give them a few kicks in the teeth and they don't know which fate would be the worse. Anko commented they just want to go home and protect their own now. I can't say I really blame them. Commander Yamato. Izumo Kamizuki, longtime chunin from Konoha, barreled into the temporary rest position in the jungle that Yamato had been taking with a few other shinobi in his direct squad. Sir, I don't dash. I mean, I've got to tell you, dash. Calm down and spit it out. Yamato said, what's the matter? Nothing. Izumo regained his composure to get his message across. Kusa, they accepted the standing terms for surrender. AIM is cutting their losses and heading to the border right now to prepare for the move on their village. That was great news. Even if the other two small villages that had fallen in with Kusa and AIM in the war kept fighting, there wouldn't be that much they could do to hold them off. Hashigakure wasn't that strong a force even with their ninjas with odd chakra. Takigakure already surrendered not too long ago, leaving the western front open for the most part. It was almost too good to be true. Maybe now they could move some people off of the line and send them back to Konoha to rest and restore parts of the village that had been destroyed during the attack from the plant men and the masked man posing as Madara Uchiha. This war was almost over. Fuck yeah! Tayuya exclaimed, throwing her hands into the air. Can I finally go home for a spell? This war shit is for the birds. Not really. Yamato said, standing up from where he was sitting. The most important part is still to come. Now we've got to turn AIM's way and set up for the end of all of this. We've also got to dispatch advance troops up farther northwest to watch IWA and make sure they don't pull any sweeping moves before the dust clears. At that, Izumo cleared his throat to get attention back about that. IWA already tried it on AIM. They were going to try and take AIM and flow over to take Kusa in one fell swoop before any of us knew what had happened. Apparently that's why Kusa surrendered now, so that if it happened they'd at least have Konoha covering for them somehow. So the war really is over? One of the other nearby shinobi asked. Izumo shook his head. They didn't win. AIM destroyed the division sent their way. Tayuya's face fell and she looked at the flute in her hand before muttering, we're still not getting any leave, are we? Afraid not. Yamato said, I'm sending word to the Hokage that we're about to leave a detachment around here to work around Kusa's surrender and the rest are heading south. Enjoy a few hours of rest because then we're going to pick everything up and turn it to AIM. Does anyone have a problem with that? Yamato asked, giving the lot of them a ghoulish look that somehow frightened them into line. A man had to rule his division with fear every now and then. Good. With Naruto, Konohagakure no Sato, village streets, the battle had been over for a few days, but there were still pockets of white Zetsu soldiers that had hidden themselves in the village. Things were still on red alert with constant patrols from vigilant shinobi. Civilians were kept out of certain areas of the village for safety with a strict curfew enacted until further notice, but things were way better than they should have been. Funerals for the ninjas killed during the battle were to be held off until the alert died down for good. And the village was still being sifted through in areas where there had been heavy fighting, so bodies were still being discovered. Naruto found himself walking through the village day after day looking around. A lot of people had died, but things could have been much worse. Compared to the amount that died during the invasion of Konoha, this hadn't been as deadly a battle. I've seen a lot of people die. Naruto said to himself, hands in his pockets, as he strolled through one of the worst areas in Konoha affected from the battle. Why am I more pissed this time than I was during Oto and Suna's invasion? Because when that happened, your head was full of scrambled brain hash from the unsealing. Kurama said without even being prompted. You were mentally shot for a while after that. Moody, violent, and you were so out of it, all you cared about for half of it was linking back up with Danzo. The only reason you didn't break is because Danzo rooted you when you were a brat, so it wasn't the first time you had your head screwed with. Yeah, Kurama kind of helped him keep his shit together back then. Maybe because he knew what it was like himself to be the recipient of a seal. Also, you might be seeing this as your village now. Huh? The last few days when you walked around, what did you notice? It wasn't just the ninjas of this village acknowledging you. Everyone here knows something about the battles you've been fighting since this war started. Your reports that you've sent in since day one aren't sealed records. They're public domain, and they all know you killed the masked man. Probably even further back than that. He hadn't been playing it very low-key since the mission to sack Odo bases throughout the lands that had lasted most of a year. And even just from the war stopping the Kazekage from going on a rampage and playing into Nagato's hands, opening up the western front by destroying the stronghold holding the enemy back, opening up the sea routes so that Kirigakure could finally send their own fresh ninjas to finish up the eastern front. And of course there was the battle inside of Konoha that led to Naruto killing the lead perpetrator in battle outside of the village. Fox, are you out of your mind? Naruto said aloud. What does that have to do with anything? I was the only one that could do those things. I kicked ass. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what all of us are supposed to do. Yes, that's what you're supposed to aspire to do if it's possible as a ninja of Konoha. But who else actually did it? Kurama queried rhetorically. You killed 4 of the 9 most dangerous terrorists in the world and the guy that backed them from the start. You've got 2 landmarks in High no Kuni as scars on the earth from battles you've had. If anyone can be marked as the strongest ninja underneath the Hokage, who else would it be? Ero Sennin. If you still think he's stronger than you now, you're the one that's out of your mind. PSSHT. As he walked, Naruto heard a voice clear off to the side somewhere before hearing Tsunade's voice. If you're going to have a conversation with the Kyuubi, you should keep it to yourself. She said, sitting on a bench on the side of the street. If there were other people here, they'd probably think you were crazy. What are you doing here, Tsunade-bachan? Naruto asked, walking over to sit down beside her. She'd been extremely busy since the battle, so it was surprising to even see her at all, let alone see her outside of the office or hospital. This is supposed to be a danger zone. Yes, she knew. She was the one that signed off on the big honking maps of Konoha set up in populated areas around town so that people could know where it was safe to head to if any of those plant men are really stupid enough to attack me just because I'm alone and think they can win. Feel free. I want something to pound to paste to vent some stress anyway. No sake or anything? I told myself I'd never drink during a war. Kami, it sucks. Tsunade said before looking over at Naruto. Have I ever told you that Inoki is a senile old opportunistic jackass that doesn't understand the concept of screwing the goddamn pooch? Naruto couldn't help but chuckle to himself at her stewing anger. At least it wasn't aimed at him for fighting the masked man any longer, really? I thought all of the Kages were buddies. No, I'm serious. I can see that you'd probably accept anyone attacking AIM at this point, but the man completely misses the bigger picture that goes past Iwagakure and how things affect that village. Tsunade said with no small sense of annoyance. Did you know that during the Chunin exam in Suna that you went with me for? He was completely willing to act like he didn't know you were in a fight with 2 members of Akatsuki. I could handle it. With Gaara's help, but that was then, and this was now. Besides, you sicked me on them. He did that because if you'd gotten caught or killed, it would have made us weaker. Tsunade continued, and even with this war trying to stanch out every major hidden village in the war, he was willing to try and pick at the bones when he thought he had an opening. For once I've got to say, what Jiraiya's wayward brat did to them served the bastard right. If only it didn't have to come with him getting so many of his own people killed. Naruto just nodded in understanding and agreement. As much as I hate the guy, I think Nagato did it the right way, fighting them himself instead of having his people fight and draw it out. Of course, it also helped that he was more than strong enough to get the job done, especially since no one in IWA knew how to deal with his technique in the slightest. At the topic of Nagato coming up, the blonde/blonde pair went silent. Every so often they'd see patrolling ninjas hopping rooftops in the distance in the middle of the afternoon, but for the most part they just basked in the silence and tranquility of the day. Tsunade looked over at Naruto and put an arm around him to hug the bastard. He didn't fight it. Why would he have? This was Tsunade, and even if they had a rocky start, he loved that old lady. I don't even want to ask you, but I have to. You're going to aim, aren't you? If I don't, what happened to IWA is going to happen to us when we move on them. Naruto looked over at her with a serious look in his eyes. Send me when the time comes. I can send Jiraiya instead. She tried to reason in return. Goddamn it, Naruto, do you know how close you are to being a shoo-in for taking over when I finally drop the hat? I was about to groom you when this was all over. 5 to 10 years from now and that's it. You're the next one. Nobody else is even close right now to taking it. Erosenin isn't anywhere as strong as he was during the first fight. Even if he knew how Nagato's powers basically worked to fool opponents, he didn't have the power to do what was needed to take advantage of it with one arm. You know it's got to be me. I'm the only one that can now. Tsunade still wanted to choke him for running off and fighting the masked man, but the reality of that situation had been that he had been the only person in the village that could have won aside from her. He was the strongest ninja in Konoha with the biggest bag of tricks behind only Kakashi and Jiraiya and more rabbits in his hat than a career magician. She was needed in Konoha because if she had gone off to fight, even if she hadn't gotten killed in the fight with the powerful bastard, many more people would have been killed without her there to heal them on the spot with her specialized medical jutsu. So if Naruto was a Kage-level ninja but not the Hokage, it was his place to fight the strongest enemies. And with him spearheading the final push, their forces would be more than willing to fight. Besides, a Hokage in the making needed that one thing to drive the point home to the people that he was the man or was going to be the man, and there wouldn't be anyone else better suited to be the focal point of the battle with the best aim had left. Get your rest, brat. Tsunade told him, planting a kiss on his cheek before getting up to go and work out the logistics of the upcoming final campaign. She needed to get Shikaku and his son and see what they could cook up with the land advantage that Konoha would have behind this offensive. If you die after all of this, you'll be disappointing more people than you know. If I die, I'm taking that bastard with me. Naruto thought in immediate response, I owe him. Chapter 67. The root of all pain. When you're raised to do one thing, when your entire childhood development is centered around achieving one significant far-off task decades in the future, the gravity of your situation doesn't set upon you at first. How could it? You can be told that something is all-important and that you should take it seriously every day, but as a child yet to hit double digits in age, how much can it weigh on you? This doesn't really occur until you grow, until you gain a practical understanding of your situation and of just what you are slated to do. As time carries on, things settle into your psyche more and more, and the pressure builds. But that's not really strange. That occurs with almost every facet of your life. As you grow older, you begin to see just how important even the mundane things in your existence are when you gain the knowledge needed and truly look back on things. Know what really brings about the crushing weight, the pressure of your own situation, is when you know that you're shooting for the absolute top and that there's no one else in position to take it except for you. When you learn firsthand just how vital your future is to the prosperity and overall wellness of the people around you that you love and even people you've yet to meet. That sort of realization doesn't easily set onto you over time. It hits you all at once. One day you wake up, you eat breakfast and stare out through your bay window over the village that you call your home, and you think idly to yourself, someday soon this entire village is going to be my responsibility to take care of. And then you pause. You freeze everything because that's a fucking terrifying thought. It was for Naruto. Not because he didn't think he could do it. Too many people believed that he could. Danzo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Makisai, all of Root, Gaara, Yujito, all sorts of people amongst his friends, they all thought he was capable of it. Not because he wasn't prepared, because he knew he wasn't prepared, and that wasn't the point. That wasn't the problem. Everything he didn't know yet, Tsunade had already declared she would teach him as she groomed him for a few years to take things over in the aftermath of the war. It was the simple gravity of that idea. The idea that he would be in charge of everything. That he would be responsible for every man, woman, and child within the walls of his hometown. That no matter what, for better or for worse, the buck would stop with him. No matter how important things had been in the past, Naruto had been able to break it down and somehow compartmentalize it. He would tackle things as they came, even if they progressively grew in importance and difficulty. As long as he could keep a straight-head outlook of handling things one step at a time as they were in front of him, he could take anything. It was why he was able to deal with the progressively more horrifyingly powerful people he'd been taking on since he battled Kimimaro, how he'd kept from feeling in over his head no matter what mission was thrown at him. As things stood, even if he had resigned himself to do battle with Nagato or Pain, as far as Naruto was concerned, it was the logical next step to take. At this point in the war, the only thing left to do was take him down and force AIM to surrender. Even with the importance of that battle, Naruto still justified it as being in his wheelhouse because he was a soldier. An extremely important soldier, but still a soldier whose duty it was to battle Konoha's enemies. Then Tsunade dropped the to be Hokage in training news on him and took him from being a wartime commodity to the man who would be king. He wasn't saying that he didn't want it. He definitely wanted it. She just could have been a bit more subtle about it. In that vein, they were definitely more than likely related somewhere down the family line, even if it did so happen to be rather distant. Finishing dressing for the day as he looked out onto his village during the sunrise, Naruto finished wrapping his hands and looked back at his bed where Hamiko still slept peacefully. She hadn't left his side when he was at home since he had returned from Mayaboku. Such a brave little thing, the poor girl almost lost what had become her home for the second time during the attack of the White Zetsus. Naruto stroked the slumbering Seal Master's cheek and gave her a lingering kiss of departure on the lips, leaving her smiling as he departed his home for the day. Get all the rest you need, Hamiko-chan. Sleep for the both of us because I ain't got the time. There wasn't enough in the day. While battle plans were being laid out for the final push on Amagekure, Naruto still had some affairs to attend to and some well-earned high-fives to hand out all around to the people that weren't supposed to get them. Just outside of Konohagakure, hidden root base, hands still stinging from the palm being slapped in an elevated gesture of a job well done, Sai dryly lowered it and stared at it before blankly looking at Naruto, who had delivered the high-five. And what was that supposed to represent? It's supposed to represent that you did a kick-ass job, Sai, Naruto said, acknowledging the copious healed wounds that were bandaged on Sai's person. He still hadn't fully recovered from the battle as he had played an important role in the shadows. And you're telling me you got the original? The white and black bipolar one? You're sure you killed him? Sai nodded emotionlessly as the director of Root and the to-be Hokage walked through the well-lit hallways of the underground clandestine stronghold. Maki-san was my backup. While you were battling Tobi, he followed at a safe distance to observe or interfere if necessary. After the battle was completed, he was prepared to attack the retrieval team that recovered your body in the end. And that's where you took him down? That's where I clashed with him. He did nothing to impede the progress of your retrieval team. Sai gave his after-action report by the book. Several times he attempted to escape as he was not very skilled in direct combat for a member of Akatsuki. The black half split from the white half just before I killed him. He would have gotten away had it not been for Maki-san's distance support genjutsu attack. At the time of the battle, he requested that she keep it subtle so that Zetsu would believe that Sai was the one casting them instead of someone else. With that formula, the battle went smoothly until the black Zetsu abandoned the white Zetsu as if it were more important. Maki amended the game plan and ensnared the black Zetsu long enough for Sai to catch up and defeat him as well in a second, slightly more grueling battle. And they burned the abominations to ashes. Any boon that could have been garnered for Root and Konoha in general wasn't worth keeping something so dangerous so close. Sometimes Pandora's box was best left closed. Eventually reaching what used to be Danzo's office, the two of them entered to see Maki awaiting their arrival, leaning against the desk. Naruto-senpai, Sai-senpai. Good morning. She greeted with a slight smile. So, is there anything in the works yet for the attack on Aang? After Naruto shut the door and shut off the light, Sai flicked on a projector and began showing a series of microfilm slides compounding what they knew of the situation. Here is the situation thus far from what intelligence we've garnered. The first slide was an overall map of the whole continent with updated battle statistics. Kiri is setting themselves up on the mainland, but they'll be concerned with taking Konoha's place on the eastern front. While Konoha was pulling out of the northeast, Kiryu would replace them in the occupation and final attacks alongside Kumo so that Konoha could send a good number of ninjas home for a rest and more of them could be committed back west for the end of things. It was obvious. Replace the battle-weary fighters with the fresher ones. And Kumo wouldn't be left holding things up on their end either. The CNF enemies had been whittled away enough in that region that Kiri could handle the lion's share of the remaining combat situations with Kumo assistance. The next slide focused on the west. That leaves the endgame to Konoha pretty much. Naruto said, punching into his palm. IWA sent 1,000 of their baddest and got smashed, so we're not worried about them doing anything to us. With Suna, we can't ask them to commit too much to this because IWA could still try to be opportunists and attack them while everything's coming together. Knowing Gaara, though, he would be more than willing to send enough of his ninjas that were chomping at the bit to take a chunk back out of Amagekure's ass after Pain's attack and the subsequent invasion attempt that was rebuked. We have 3 potential points of reaching Amagekure through their country. 3 different borders that they have to worry about covering since they don't know how we'll approach. Sai explained, pointing things out on the projected map with his ink creations for if we choose to snake around the back and go in through the Kaze no Kuni side. North. South. East. West. It didn't matter because all roads led to aim. They could hit them from any cardinal direction or all of them if they so wished. They could try and play things sneaky and attempt to feint on a few sides to divert attention from the true attack. They could simply turn things into a horrid battle of attrition. Naruto didn't like that option, however. He knew for sure Tsunade would avoid that option at all costs, and he didn't blame her because he'd have avoided it as well, so it was more or less off the table. In the middle of the meeting, Maki raised her hand, actually getting Naruto to chuckle a little at how cute she looked, almost like a grown-up kid in school. He had to actually point at her instead of saying words to grant her permission to speak just to keep from openly snickering. Question. Why are we going through this information and trying to process it ourselves? Maki asked, rather astutely, knowing fully what the score was supposed to be for Root when it came to how things were run. Shikaku Nara is the man that is creating the major invasion plans, and Naruto-senpai will be included in them without a doubt, so even if we made a plan here, there's no reason to believe we could even use it. Not to be negative about anything, she was just being realistic about it was all. Why are we going over this ourselves? Naruto didn't have any problems with that question. It made plenty of sense on the surface, and despite their extremely sensitive and high-ranking positions in a clandestine organization, they were still teenagers that would of course not understand everything about their responsibilities. In all honesty and actuality, Maki had a point because it sort of seemed like they were wasting their time. Nothing they said really mattered in the primary grand scheme of things because the Jounin commander was the man with the plan and would be the one setting things in stone. That wasn't any of them. That was Shikaku Nara. The three of them were Root. No one else outside of the organization would know what they came up with, why they were doing it, or that they were even doing anything. They would not be working with conventional forces, and they didn't have enough on their own to stage any functional invasion. Root was the blackest of the Black Ops, not a main combat force. They took out Takigakure relatively easily in a single night raid due to Taki's lack of knowledge on their existence and their tunnel vision on the battlefield instead of shoring up their own homefront defenses. That shit wouldn't work on AIM. They'd already tried it under different circumstances and failed. So why were they going over all of this? Why did Naruto and Sai even set up this meeting to begin with, knowing all of this? There was a good reason for that too. Good by Naruto's reasoning. Not necessarily Maki's once she found out what was up. And not by anyone else's reasoning either if they were a logical being in the slightest. We're going over this ourselves because I think I'm going to be in charge of how I get to handle pain. Naruto told her, being purposely vague as to exactly why they were trying to work through the logistics of approaching AIM when there was someone else smarter and better equipped for the job than they were, already performing that task for the regular army. Curious gray eyes blinked on a girl who simply did not get what that had to do with studying the borders of AIM-held territory. I'm sorry, but I don't understand why that matters, senpai. You still need to be in close proximity to Amigakure before you even begin to worry about how you're going to fight that man. It was going to be a battle just to get close enough to worry about how the final approach was going to be made. If anything, she was expecting them to actually start with the area directly around Amigakure itself, since that was where Naruto would realistically be given reign to take control of his own destiny. Both Naruto and Sai looked at each other, the latter gesturing with his head to tell her what they had worked out as a plan and the former rolling his eyes at having to do it himself. Seriously, Sai was technically the one that was her boss until Naruto became Hokage. He could have opened his mouth at any time to try and help this all go down easier. Why did he want Naruto to explain everything? More than likely it was because he got a kick out of watching Naruto trying to justify the stupid and or reckless things that he meticulously planned on doing in advance to the woman that was supposed to have been conditioned from childhood to be his spouse. That was definitely why. That bastard was smiling. Sai didn't smile unless he was fucking with somebody. In his endeavor to understand human relationships, Sai seemed to develop something of a perverse joy in picking on his direct second-in-command Maki, and the only effective way he'd ever found to do so was to use Naruto. He was the only subject that could rile her up, thus Naruto was Sai's weapon of choice to use on the poor girl. Which also made it doubly entertaining for him when he could guide Naruto into consciously goosing himself and making Maki break emotional protocols. Okay, Maki-chan, have you ever heard of the term halo jump? I don't think so. Should I have? Not really, but don't worry because there's a reason for that. That's because Psycho High and I kind of just invented it a few days ago. There was no humanly way possible to make that introduction sound any more suspicious. That was the sheepish way that Naruto spoke when he knew that whatever he was about to say next wasn't going to go over well with his loved ones. Maki didn't even need to hear anything else come out of his mouth before she already knew that this explanation was going to be stupid and/or reckless. Please, senpai, by all means go on. Her tone couldn't have been any frostier if it had been Danzo himself speaking. Even her body posture appearing as if she didn't care about the idiocy she was about to hear was something that would have come straight from him. Naruto Uzumaki, the man that had killed the puppet master of Akatsuki in perhaps the largest scale battle fought in Hai no Kuni in the last 20+ years, was about to get shaken down by a 5-foot 90-pound Root Anbu Kunoichi. And he knew it too. Sai was a psychological terrorist. They hadn't even really started the real purpose of the meeting, and he already knew that this was going to be a fun conversation for the childhood partners to have. Yes, it was just a casual explanation from one to another, and he just so happened to be a present bystander with no stake in the proceedings whatsoever. Setting aside the fact that he had just as much responsibility for the overall creation of the Halo jump concept that Naruto did, of course. No one had the right to judge him. That fight with the original Zetsu, combined with the amount of time Sai had spent coordinating Root to assist the village in battling the White Zetsu army, was difficult, and the only thing he got at the end of the battle and a few days of healing afterwards was an explanation of how a lame-ass high five was supposed to work from Naruto? Fuck him. In return, he could have fun explaining to his hand-picked political wife the science of why what he just brought up was a tactically effective method of achieving their objective and more than just an extravagant form of suicide. Watching that mismatch was his reward for a job well done. Amigekure no Sato, Pain's Tower, the entire village was set on fortifying itself in preparation for what was certain to be the coming invasion of the enemy. One had already tried, and their god had rebuked the fools before they even came within pointing and shouting distance of aim. It wasn't that difficult a task to do, mostly just a matter of ensuring that emergency escape procedures were set and that the outer banks of the village were ready to turn back an enemy. Due to being surrounded by the large lake around their village and long plains around that, it was a place where they would be able to see an approach coming from anywhere, even if the attack could come from anywhere. There were plenty of nasty places on the way to the village that could bog down and deter an assault force altogether. It wasn't just luck that kept Amigekure from being conquered despite the number of wars that had been fought between the other greater nations that had ravaged their lands. Don't worry about anything, Nagato said to Konan, able to see her staring out over the village from his mechanical command chair. I won't let anyone get close to our home, and with your jutsu as a last resort, no one will destroy this place. You have a plan? I do. Conan's heart swelled in the hopes that Nagato had retained the leadership traits that one would expect from someone that all of their faith had been placed in. We will destroy them, break the back of their attack. Nothing in the plan has changed. And her heart sank. With everything that had happened since Yahiko's death, the whirlwind of events and the rise of Akatsuki, and the last 2 years of their plans coming to fruition, she had missed a point that was extremely notable now that everything was on display on a larger scale. Nagato didn't have the true qualities of leadership that one needed in a ruler meant to lead a hidden village. It was as simple as that. Tobi Madara, whatever you wanted to call him, he really had been the one in charge. All of the plans for Akatsuki that had been more intricate, that splitting up the members into groups and selecting which biju to send them after, all of the plans that had truly been laid out to get their power and shake up the landscape, to set the foundation for them, had been facilitated by their masked benefactor. The upheaval in Kiri that led to them getting not only setting up a situation where they could later get to the Sanbai without taking on a hidden village, as well as resulting in their obtaining the services of Kisame Hashigaki Tobi. The failed attempt at obtaining the Kyubi, which resulted in perhaps the finest Hokage in generations dying a superpower in the ninja world, losing significant power in one night, and what eventually set the stage for the extermination of the Uchiha clan, further weakening Konoha, and the inclusion of Itachi Uchiha in their ranks. Tobi. There were other incidents over the better part of the last 17 or so years that would also make great examples of this. Nagato had been an executive that had power over the rest of Akatsuki, and the simple concept of the task of capturing the biju, despite its importance and danger, was an operation that any of the members of Akatsuki could have had overall control of. Other than telling who to go where and when, being the leader of Akatsuki didn't mean anything. They had all been bodies tasked with collecting the biju in Tobi's stead. Nagato was the figurehead leader, directing the remainder of them with the illusion of possessing real power in Akatsuki, as Tobi had never once tried to control how he did things. All paths led to him collecting the biju. How he got there never mattered, because he knew Nagato would do it regardless. When the scope of their operation expanded past just 9 or 10 people that had been somehow coerced or cowed into joining the organization after Nagato had achieved one of his dreams in killing Hanzo and taking over AIM, it became slowly shockingly apparent that Nagato was not adept in being responsible for that many people. The immediate aftermath after he'd taken over had masked this as far as Conan's eyes had been able to see, with the incident involving Jiraiya and Naruto and the eventual declaration of war around 2 months later. But in that entire span of time, the quality of life in AIM had declined steeply. The setbacks after the initial victories in the war had illuminated it, but ever dutiful to the cause of supporting her childhood friend, she ignored them. After the war, everything would get better, that was what she told herself. War brought hardship in heaps, and after they won and achieved it all, the sky would be the limit. These were the thoughts that she used to cloud the logical perspective that she should have had regarding her home situation. Nagato simply did not have the ability to see what was in front of him that was necessary to run the day-to-day of a village. Akatsuki had no hierarchy. It was Nagato telling the others what to do, and it worked because their task was simple and there were just 10 of them at their height of manpower. He tried to run AIM similarly. He'd give blanket orders, issue general commands to the entire population. After taking over, he'd killed everyone attached with Hanzo's rule, basically stripping the entire governing hierarchy, and had never been replaced, so there was no quality control, no micromanagement. A hidden village ran like a machine with integral parts all over that were needed to ensure that the main part was able to do what it needed to. It had to work like that in order to thrive, but that didn't exist here. There was no system of command. How he could believe that everything would still work the way they had originally designed it to. After everything that had happened, after it had all come down to the 2 of them and the village that surrounded them incurring the wrath of all 5 major hidden villages, 4 of whom were aligned together, it reeked of lunacy. This wouldn't drag the entire village down with them, would it? It couldn't. Even as he was, Nagato wouldn't let something horrible happen to AIM, would he? Above everything else, this was the place that they swore first and foremost above everything else to protect from the injustices of the bigger villages. Or had he forgotten that? Kanahagakure no Sato, Academy Roof. With the closing of the eastern front for Konoha, many ninjas came home in time for the funerals from the defense of the village, even returning with bodies from their theater of the war to bury and pay their respects to as well. It was a moment of closure for those that had been fighting so hard out on the battlefield, and the village shut down for a few hours for the duration of the service. But it could only last for so long. Like the machine that it was, there was still work to be done, and those within the walls of the village remained strong. Tomorrow was the day that those meant to head out to join up with the division on the Western Front were to be dispatched. It was all coming to a head. Most of the ninjas that knew they were going walked around the village with a nervous swagger. These people would be shoulder to shoulder with their trusted comrades, and they were still nervous. There was one man that had decided that it was up to him to take his own approach to keep more lives from being lost. If this worked, not only would less GSA ninjas die, less ninjas from AIM would die as well. Only one hurdle left, and Naruto's generation would have survived their first major war. Hopefully they never got any bigger than this. So the only other person I've told my plan to assassinate Pain to is still pissed off at me, which is great. Naruto finished sarcastically to Jiraiya as the 2 of them sat on the top of the academy looking out at the town. From how you reacted just now, I'm probably not gonna tell anyone else about it until after I do it. He thought it was a great idea. First of all, Brat Dash. Jiraiya said with a dry look on his face, I don't trust plans that come with their own acronyms, especially when the one that made the plan made the acronym to go with it. Second of all, say that your little plan doesn't make you crap out your spine or you don't get stopped after you get in. How the fuck do you plan on getting out after you finish the job in a box? No. I've got a plan, just trust me. Can you trust me? This is what I was made for. I used to do S-rank infiltration all the time until you and me screwed up the last one in AIM. Then Tsunade-ba-chan retired me from it. Every fiber of my being is screaming at me to tell Tsunade-heim what you're going to do, but hell, I'm 042 when it comes to anything having to do with Amigakure, so what do I know? Good. You're not going to tell anyone what you're going to do, are you? Nope. Jiraiya sent his last student a glare of warning. Kid, doing something as idiotic as what Naruto was planning on attempting was one thing. Doing it all alone was another. Doing something that idiotic all alone without informing a soul what you were going to do, even when you were going to be the focal point of a major military action, was just too much. Erokyofu, if I tell Shikaku what I want to do, and if he agrees to it, he's going to alter the whole plan of the army's approach, because he's going to do whatever he can to make sure I don't go in without some kind of out. Naruto reasoned with his godfather that's not gonna work. The more people involved in this, the less chance it has of going off without a hitch. It sounded dumb, but the fact of the matter was that there was some credence to it. 1,000 damn good ninjas didn't even get within sight of Amigakure. Hundreds of Route A and BU only got into aim after Naruto and Jiraiya made the biggest distraction in history in fighting all 6 of Nagato's paths Konin and a quarter of the ninjas stationed in the village. 2 people had been too many. Jiraiya and Naruto had gone in alone, just the 2 of them, and took harsh painstaking methods to hide their insertion. They had been pegged before they ever even started crossing the river from one of the outlying villages. That reign of Nagatos was the radar, and there was no way around that other than 2. First of all, there was under it the way that IWA planned on trying before they were preempted, but they'd gotten too close to tunnel. They'd been in the rain before they even set up their base camp. Then there was the second way. A bit trickier to execute. Over it. Naruto would still be with the main attack force. He just wouldn't really be him. You do know that Tsunade's going to cut your head off and put it on a stake with your balls hanging out of your mouth if she finds out. She'll understand afterwards no matter how it turns out. Every other Hokage died risking their neck by themselves to protect their village or their people. It was time for that little requirement to be fulfilled by Naruto, unless she knows right now. How could she Sarutobi-sensei's crystal ball? You think? Maybe she was watching one of or both of them. It wasn't like they were trying to hide their signatures and all you needed was the ability to lock onto one that you knew within the limits of the village. I'm pretty sure she figured out how to use it after 4 years, even if it doesn't come with instructions. Naruto added with a grin, that thing is magical. She threw it at my head a long time ago, and it didn't even scratch. Jiraiya just chuckled and punched Naruto on the shoulder. Have I ever told you about the time I actually wound up stealing that thing from Sensei? No. You stole it before? Why? Hey, well, he had at least one spare, and do you remember that story about how Tsunade almost beat me to death for finding me peeping at her? Ya dash? Oh, no way. You didn't. How do you think I did it in person? No, I had it for 3 weeks, and then fucking Orochimaru decided he had morals about something. Jiraiya personally wouldn't be going tomorrow, but he'd prepared Naruto as best as he was able to, and he could say that he had been surpassed even if Naruto never wound up being Hokage. If this was the last day he was going to get a chance to spend time with his godson, he couldn't think of a better way to spend it. Well, maybe he could think of a better way, but Naruto wouldn't go with him to peak on hot springs. He had enough potential ladies in his life both near and far that it made doing so redundant for him. A few days later, Kumogakure no Sato, Raikage office, go home. Get some rest. Stated commandingly to his second most powerful ninja under his command as she stood in front of him making a request fresh off of a sortie on the battlefield. Yujito, you just had 10 straight days in the field at the front of the lines. I'm not sending you across the continent to take part in that battle. Even as she was standing trying to fight for her request to go through, Yujito looked tired. Ever since being returned to the village by Naruto's escort, she had been set at the front lines where she had been invaluable at lessening the losses in the days of the cross-country offensive breakout. For the last week, since Kiri had been making landings and switching out with Konoha, Yujito had been used in the liaison role she'd been used in with Konoha in order to teach Kiri about fighting the kind of war they were getting themselves into. With that job, it brought even more constant combat while Kiri ninjas were getting their feet wet and taking over the heavy lifting for Kumo in the waning days of that conflict. High levels of stamina, or not her never-ending schedule, and the nature of her work had put her through the ringer. Raikage-sama, I know the dangers of traveling through the countries right now, and I'm not asking for anyone else to come with me. Yujito wouldn't put people at risk like that for something that she wanted to go do. It wasn't really a mission she wanted to go on in particular. It was just that she was afraid. The only way this would end was when Pain went down and there was only one Konoha ninja she knew that would be positioned to fight him. I just want to go. I can't let you. As much as they understood, he wasn't willing to send his best jounin that he could let outside of the village that far away for something that she probably wouldn't arrive in time for anyway. By the time you get there, everything important will be over. By now, Konoha had long situated themselves in position to make whatever move they were going to make. It would take 5 to 6 days for her to even get there. She'd be killing herself to get there in time for the fallout and the aftermath at best. Even if she did have strong feelings for Naruto, and even if he did know how important a relationship that close and intimate was for a Jinchuriki like her, he could not justify sending her out there. Then put me back into the field. Yujito requested her muscles tense as she dealt with the refusal from her village leader. I would rather be working than sitting around and waiting. Another short campaign, and when she returned the next time she could get her news from abroad and know one way or the other what had happened while she was gone. Anything would be better than sitting around and waiting. And what exactly would you be fighting with? I asked rhetorically. I'm not putting you back out there and letting you get killed by a stray dumb luck attack or trap because your mind is wandering or because you were simply too tired to get yourself out of it. The best thing you can possibly do is rest. Or is your belief in Uzumaki that low? An accusing look came to her eye as she recoiled slightly. How could you even ask me that question? But he's in a fight with a man that possesses the Rinnegan. That boy is more dangerous than his father. I said resolutely. He lacks the ability of the Hiratian, but he reminds me greatly of him in more than one way. He has certain qualities that the Namikaze had with a more ruthless aspect to him. He was defeated once, but do you really believe that someone such as him would lose twice to the same enemy under any circumstance? In a straight battle against that man, Yujito said with a sad shake to her head. Even with his mastery of Sage Mode, I don't see how he can win. As I stood up, Yujito expected some sort of characteristic outburst from him and was prepared to call Mabui and tell her that a new desk was needed or that a wall needed to be fixed. Instead, he walked up to her and set his hands on her shoulders. And that's your problem. She had not expected him to remain that level-headed in his speech. Not to sound somewhat understanding what? Your expectations of his actions are too straightforward. I elaborated. He would never fight someone he already lost to the exact same way he tried to do it once before. I'm sorry? I smiled at his finest kunoichi and chuckled in a manner warmer than she'd ever heard the hot-tempered top ninja ever sound to her. There are certain people who come upon an impossibly large boulder blocking the road and complain that their way has been blocked. There are other people who will try to find ways to move that boulder no matter the cost and proceed down the road. And then there are people who will find the path the rolling boulder created and follow it to an entirely new road altogether. Reikich-sama, I just think about it. I told her before turning her around and shooing her off. Think about it at home. And when news breaks from the West, I want you to come back and say one thing to me. I want you to say, I understand what you meant, Reikich-sama. After having heard of and at times having personally dealt with the actions of Konoha's current greatest export over the last few years, I had long since determined that if you figured that Naruto would zig when it would have been expected to zag instead, he would give you a bumblebee's flight pattern. Even if you expected him to carry out his job in an unorthodox or shady manner when most others would do things directly out of a lack of apparent options, he would do so in a manner that would still leave you stunned. Amigakure held lands, Konohagakure operational headquarters. If we go any farther into these lands, we'll begin being assaulted by AIM ambush squads. Yamato reported to Shikaku Nara. While Yamato might have been in command of Konoha's western operations, Shikaku was the overall man in command of the army's machinations, and he reported to him, we've been observing with recon teams. They've got eyes of their own on our divisions. If we break off and either send a diversionary division around or leave one here to mask our movements, they'll know it. Amigakure for some reason had always been extremely good at keeping the enemy from getting too close to their home village, even at the cost of allowing foreign ninja forces to occupy other settlements around the country. Having been brought in from the reconstruction of Suna along with a few platoons of ninjas that had been stationed there on the mostly peaceful mission of guarding the vulnerable desert village, Kakashi was willing to present his own views and experiences of dealing with AIM. Anytime you see rain on the horizon, that's the trick to their sensurjutsu. Pain is the strongest at it, but it's a technique taught to more than a fair share of those that have shown exemplary service. A system of marking their officer jounin, Shikaku said with a click of his tongue. Getting past that kind of sensurjutsu wouldn't be easy. It rained almost every moment of most days in Amigakure. They hadn't wandered far enough into the country for that climate to make itself known, but once they did, the enemy could use it to track their location at all times. Kakashi's visible eye panned over to the person sitting in on the meeting of commanders, and their general, the son of his sensei, and his own former Genin squad member. The second they find which group Naruto's, and that's the one they'll know is the real threat. Like it or not, Naruto was the only one that could defeat Pain. Everyone in Konoha knew it, and everyone in AIM knew it as well. No matter how they try to disguise it with numbers or movements or path taken, Naruto was the key to it all. No matter who he was with, where he was coming from, none of that mattered. The second they sensed him, they would know that whatever capacity he was being used, and that was the method of checkmate being used against them. For some reason, Naruto began to grin in front of all of them. Come on, really? He simply crossed the index and middle fingers of one hand with the ones on the other. How many divisions do we have? Naruto's clones. You couldn't tell them apart from the genuine article even with sensor techniques, even with jujitsu such as the Sharingan or Byakugan. You had to simply select one and engage it and hope that it was the real deal. You couldn't tell which group was the main attack force if there was a Naruto clone with each one. A smile slowly began to grow on Shikaku's face when the war started and Hokage-sama had you in reserve sitting in on the early meetings with me. I thought you said you weren't good at strategy. I'm no general. Naruto admitted that's why you're still telling me where to go. I'm good at tricking people though. A nod came from Shikaku as he started feeling better about the chances of keeping their losses low on the push farther into the country. Let's start putting the finishing touches on the advanced strategy then. With Naruto, 17,000 feet above Amigakure no Sato, yes, Naruto was good at tricking people. For better or for worse. The thing about pain-sensing abilities with rain that had been picked apart and scrutinized after the disastrous Iwagakure attack attempt was his range. He couldn't possibly be in control of all of the rain that fell all of the time. Being able to manipulate when it rained was a powerful ability, and that led to even further delving into the ability. His ability to sense was extremely powerful. Stronger than anyone else's that he taught the technique to. It ranged for miles and miles, but its effectiveness varied until you got within 3 miles of aim. 3 miles because that was how high up the clouds were in the sky. If Naruto could move fast enough, he could outpace the technique's ability to allow pain to sense him. That kind of speed would be faster than a ninja could possibly run on foot or move in a direct line without the assistance of some ungodly sort of speed or space/time technique. He didn't have that option or that ability, so he had to be stupider in his approach. Stupid like a fox. A suicidal fox. Wearing modified breathers over their mouths that they'd copied technology-wise from Amigakure shinobi Naruto, and Sai sat on the back of a large ink bird circling the area they'd marked as being above aim itself. For the sake of preserving the weapon safely in case something went horribly wrong, Naruto had left the Senenki no Ken at home and instead replaced it with a regular ninjato for the time being. He didn't know if it could be sensed or not due to how powerful the weapon was, but he didn't want to take the risk. This wasn't about brute force and having a bigger cannon than the other guy. He just needed to get close enough to seal the deal not to nuke the whole town. Due to the chill of being that high in the air -4 degrees Fahrenheit, the two of them wore thick full-body, covering versions of their usual root-based outfits. No bare midriff for Sai unless he wanted frostbite, so yep. Tsunade-bachan would murder me if she ever found out I did this. This is the second worst idea I've ever had. Naruto commented to Sai through a two-way shortwave radio built into the porcelain masks on their faces. The messed up thing about this is, if this works, I'm training a squad of ANBU to do this after I become Hokage. Hopefully you'll find a way for others not as adept in wind release and senjutsu to execute it. Sai said amusedly behind his mask. You'll have to work the other kinks out as well. There better not be any other kinks. Naruto groused, remembering just how much preparation went into this. On short notice we practiced this. We even had Maki-chan work out all of the medical stuff. After she'd gotten over how foolishly dangerous the entire endeavor was, of course. Well, first of all, in the future we can come up with better situational clothing for the operation. I know. It's cold as fuck up here. Naruto shouted safely. There was nothing near them in over 3 miles, and that was all downward to boot. There's nothing even blocking the sunlight. Why is it so cold? I'm not a scientist, Naruto-senpai. I couldn't tell you. Sai responded in his efficiently dry manner of speaking. Is this really the best thing to spend the last minute before 0 hour talking about? There were better things like going over the plan once more or talking about the contingency plan in case Naruto's landing was off. I wonder if I spit right now, could I beat my loogie to the city? Well, that was a random thought for the situation they had found themselves in, as well as wildly untopical. I wouldn't recommend worrying about that right now. I know, I'm just nervous. If this doesn't work, I've got exactly half of my chakra to work with. You have 15 minutes to get this done no matter what. I know that, Sai. I was right there with you when we were making the plan. I'm not going to forget a step. I guess I'm just nervous too. In return, Naruto just patted his junior on the shoulder before he made his way to the underside of the bird, where he stuck with chakra crouched and prepared to rocket himself off downward at a moment's notice. Kurama. Sage mode on, and just remember you're aiming for the big gaudy tower in the middle. Feeling the wash of natural energy being regulated within him, Naruto let out a sigh and allowed his Sharingan to show itself behind his mask. I guess I'm ready for the scariest 2 minutes of my life. No matter what, senpai, pass or fail this mission, you have to last 15 minutes starting dash. Looking at the synchronized watch on his arm, Sai timed the exact moment of beginning the mission perfectly now. Naruto jumped as hard as he could, aiming himself straight at the ground. The force almost disrupted the flight pattern of Sai's bird, but he simply used the kickback to turn it around and send it back off in the direction of Konoha. As he flew off, he turned his head in time to see Naruto fall the first few thousand feet into the rain clouds. If all went as planned, Naruto would use the principles of his burst limit flight ability to slow and stop himself at a low altitude after inserting himself into the village faster than the rain could keep up with sensing. Depending on where he landed and how smooth the landing was, Naruto could infiltrate Pain's tower without ever touching the ground. That was where the Sharingan came into play. The Sharingan, coupled with Sage Mode, would allow Naruto to not only analyze his rapid pattern of descent and his trajectory mid-fall, it would allow his body the reflexes to alter his motions as needed to guide his way smoothly. Sai's job was done. There was nothing else he could really do. He'd performed his task. The rest was up to Naruto to put this to rest. As Naruto flew down through the clouds, in a matter of 5 seconds he dropped a few thousands of feet to begin passing through the rain clouds, emerging through the other side soaking wet. The circular target that was Amigakure grew bigger and bigger as he got closer to it. In Naruto's head, he counted the seconds he needed before it became necessary to apply the air brakes, as it were. Would be discovered and picked out of the sky before he even landed? Would something go wrong and cause him to turn himself into a stain on the ground? No. To hell with that. He was going to survive this. He was going to make it home. There were too many people waiting on him. Too many people he would leave hanging if he failed. This needed to be done before Konoha tried to move forward and advance. Naruto waited until he could make out the spires of the skyscrapers and began slowing his descent with a spread eagle posture, pumping wine chakra ahead of him to prepare for the eventual gravity-defying jutsu needed to complete the jump. It was kind of funny. All of this started with an S-rank infiltration mission on what was a former Akatsuki member in Orochimaru, and now it was ending on another Akatsuki member years later. Hopefully this one would end better than that one did. Either way, it felt like things had come full circle. Pain's tower, Konoha would not beat Amigakure to the punch when it came to the resetting of the battle lines. No matter how fast they turned things around for the move on the village, it didn't matter. The moment AIM realized that Kusa was a lost cause, they abandoned the sinking ship of fighting that campaigned and departed back to shore up the lines of their own nation. Even with Nagato's rather vague orders as to how to handle the threat of invasion, there was still enough of a dearth of ninjas that had lived through Hanzo's reign to know exactly how he would have had them go out and keep the enemies from reaching the gates. It had been effective, had never been figured out, and hadn't rusted in that effectiveness in more than 20 years. Added on top of that, Nagato actually wisely teaching dozens of high-level ninjas Yukojizi no Jutsu, Rain Tiger at Will Jutsu, was one thing he'd actually done that made the military ability of Amigakure stronger as a whole. Nagato was preparing himself mind and body for the coming defensive campaign. He would be stretching himself thin, splitting the use of his paths all around where needed when the reports of the battles filtered to him in real time. My entire life has been preparing me for this moment. He thought to himself, breathing deeply as he finished his introspective meditation. This was a time where he needed the most clarity he'd ever had in regards to his overall goal, the thought that they can come into a place where they have never won, to a village and country that has never been conquered, arrogance. This was what they referred to as the quiet before the storm. The storm that he would cause. There was only one ninja the level of Akage left in Konoha's current forces that would undoubtedly come for him and attempt to meet his paths on the battlefield. They needed one in order to take him on, and the only one they currently possessed had already been crushed by him. As he contemplated things to himself, a dark-clad porcelain-masked figure climbed his way up from underneath the balcony at the far left end of the room, shielded from the rain by the awning that completely covered it from above. Needless to say, Nagato was not what Naruto was expecting. He had to take off his mask just to make sure he was getting a good look at him. Sharingan be damned. He had to make sure what he was looking at was the man himself. Matted red hair, skin as pale as death, emaciated to the point of being skin and bones stuck full of more strange rods in his back than a radio relay station, all in his back, confined to what could only be considered a chakra-powered wheelchair. Fuck. This was a crying shame. What kind of human being should ever have to exist like this? After everything that Jiraiya told him, he remembered about his first students. This was a nothing less than a damn shame. But also, with no hesitation on his part, Naruto readily acknowledged that this man was something of a genius. As much as he hated Pain/Nagato's guts, there was nothing but respect from Naruto as to what this man managed to accomplish from what he was. He had brought the elemental nations almost to their knees in this sorry state of being. It had been impressive to learn the truth of the technique before when Jiraiya had explained what he'd figured out, but now as far as Naruto was concerned, after seeing the user of the jutsu firsthand, the 6 paths of pain were the greatest show of smoke and mirrors he could personally say he'd ever been subjected to in his entire life. It was right up there with Danzo maintaining his status as disabled for decades to mask his Sharingan implants. It was right up there with Itachi Uchiha's double agent status in Akatsuki. Without a doubt. No question in his mind. He couldn't talk about the other 2 things, but this would be put in textbooks in the future to drive home to every ninja student hopeful just what it meant when they were told the importance of looking underneath the underneath. Who would have ever assumed that the greatest terrorist the ninja world had ever known in its current state of existence was this skeleton of a man? A man that looked ready to keel over at any moment. Naruto just stood right in front of Nagato and marveled, this is the man that almost tore the world apart. It was almost too surreal to stomach. Slowly opening his eyes, Nagato didn't seem at all surprised to see Naruto standing in front of him. His first instinct was to bellow in amazement and question how he was standing there before him, but after killing Toby, I shouldn't be surprised. Out of all of the people who have ever tried to assassinate me, no one else has ever been this close before. And yet you haven't killed me. Naruto, having long since turned off Sage mode for the sake of stealth after landing safely, pulled the rebreather connected to the portable oxygen tank on his back from his mouth. You're not going to ask how I got in? It crossed my mind. Nagato admitted, I guess you don't mind stating that curious little part of me since you were the one that brought it up. The last time you intruded on my domain, I discovered you before you ever began to cross the water around the village. I had to kind of invent something to get through your sensor rain. Did you know that when you go up past the clouds, it's really cold even though the sun is right there? Because I didn't until a few days ago. Leave it to a student of Jiraiya Sensei to attempt the suicidal. They never seemed to disappoint in the end. Right back at you. The 2 lapsed into a silence, and Naruto slowly saw Nagato's face morph into one of growing anger at something that Naruto could only guess at. After what he'd done before making his way to the top floor, he had a pretty good idea of what the problem was. Naruto shook his head and pointed down, indicating the floors below them. If you're waiting on your paths to come busting in here, keep on waiting. Holding up one of the piercings that were the hallmark of Nagato's trademark jutsu, he made sure it was seen clearly before throwing it to the ground. I didn't really appreciate you taking Danzo-jiji's body for that, he said somewhat darkly. He disabled the paths? No, that wasn't possible. But he knew how the jutsu worked apparently, otherwise he would have just disabled the paths and maybe destroyed that he went to the top to ensure that he finished things, which meant that he knew Nagato would be there without a shadow of a doubt. When he wasn't using the bodies and had them stored, Nagato turned off the connection between them and himself. That way he could rest and conserve chakra because it required a constant flow to use the jutsu. Damn it. Why? That random question confused Naruto. What did he mean? Why else would he have done any of this? He was trying to drag every ninja in the world into a state of false idol worship and terror. Nagato wasn't asking why Naruto was there to kill him, however. He wasn't asking Naruto anything at all. He was asking the cosmos themselves a question. Why would you give me all of this power, put me through the life I had, show me the true path to changing this world for the better? Nagato said softly, eyes turned to the heavens. Allow me to get this close and then take it all away with the hands of one of them. The propagators of what makes this world so sick on the inside. Naruto didn't flinch at the sudden change in tone as Nagato spat his message hatefully. There was nothing he had to say in return at first. This sort of rhetoric had been ingrained in him and Naruto's actions during their last meeting, and the war overall wouldn't have done anything to give him the sort of stance to rebut such. He was a killer. He killed people. He knew this. More people that faced him in real battles died than survived. He had come to terms with just what he was a long time ago. Because you're such a messiah of peace and all. The scar-faced blonde muttered in return, I'd admit to everything you just said if you hadn't spent the last 20 years trying to end the world as we know it. I killed, but Root never killed civilians. Even when sacking Takigekyo, the targets were extremely detailed for a terror assault of that nature. I've never tried to justify any kill I made by saying that I was some sort of god. No one that supports this cancerous system is innocent. Really? How many civilians in Suna did you kill when you crushed it? And I remember hearing people say that you didn't just kill Hanzo and people loyal to him. You killed their families. You killed Hanzo's family down to the kids. The untrained kids. The toddlers that weren't even ninjas. Who are you to question my actions? Nagato, replied you who readily claims your foundations and root. An organization more steeped in violence and the continuation of armed conflict in the world than any I could ever bring up. I just said I never justified anything I did. But you still are. Naruto didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. His point could be made on his end without having to scream it in Nagato's face. If you'd just come out and tell the truth, I think I could have some actual respect for you because you got this close dash. Naruto held his index finger and thumb less than an inch apart for emphasis to changing everything. You say that as if I'm finished. The front of the chair opened up and shot a long black chakra receiver rod out directly at Naruto's chest, only to find it slashed away by a quick draw of Naruto's sword. I just want to understand. Naruto said as if he hadn't just been attacked by the head of the CNF, the head of Akatsuki, and his enemy. What makes anyone think they're a god just because they've got a pretty pair of strong eyes? Why do you think you've got the right to pass judgment and show the world what pain is, or what makes Amigakure so pristine and innocent compared to the rest of the world? How could one such as you ever understand? You're a blight on the planet that can only destroy. I can give life just as easily as I can take it away. This isn't the peak of my power. Until you've lived the life I have, until you've endured the constant struggle I have surviving day to day, seeing the cruelty of the major villages, and seeing betrayal you can never understand. Naruto just shrugged his arms out and looked around as if waiting for some sort of orchestra to start. Your parents were killed in front of you. So were mine. And we both got the people that did it back, it just took me longer. Your friend died in your arms? I just had to pull piercings out of the man that believed in me enough to stake everything he built from the ground up on me because you were controlling his corpse. What's your point? My point is worse things have happened to way more people. Welcome to the life. Suck it up. Ninjas didn't get to make excuses for becoming a psychopath. You lost that right the second you took on the lifestyle of people training to learn how to deal with killing people and fighting against others entirely willing to do the same thing in return. I did suck it up. Nagato spat bitterly. Those events enlightened me and formed who I am today. I became a god that will guide the world to understanding by inflicting immeasurable loss and pain on it. Naruto just shook his head. It does sound like you've had a hard life though. Like I said, you would never understand. It's a good thing it's over. Naruto's run-of-the-mill ninjato buried itself through Nagato's chest and found itself twisted deeper by its owner before the victim was allowed to react. In a bid to keep from wasting time in some ideological battle any longer, Naruto activated Sage Mode on the spot to cover even the short 10-foot distance that it took for him to get to his target. Constantly twisting the blade deeper and deeper until the guard touched Nagato's chest, Naruto held one hand over Nagato's mouth, muffling any noise of pain he would have made. His physical body was too weak to do anything to cast the young killer off in the slightest. My real problem with you isn't that you started all of this. You see, a long time ago I came to terms with the fact that people are going to do what they're motivated to do. Naruto whispered to him as Nagato continued to physically struggle futilely, his life slipping away as Naruto continued to twist the sword, when there was no way to stab any deeper. No, what I really hate about you is that you dragged your home full of people that believed in you, that you were supposed to look out for first and protect, into your little beef with the world. You could do whatever you wanted. There was a reasonable excuse to do almost anything as a ninja to a ninja, but the moment you took over leadership of a country with people to do right by and you used them as nothing more than vehicles to get your revenge, you didn't deserve the honor of being any kind of leader. With his peace spoken, Naruto moved his hand from Nagato's mouth to the top of his head. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Take the principle of forming a Rasengan inside of a balloon without popping it, add years of experience forming it in various ways, and apply it to the human head. He was unable to see just what that jutsu did to the inside of Nagato's skull, but then again he didn't need those nightmares. The blood that ran freely from his sockets upon the rupturing of his Rinnegan eyes, as well as from his ears, nose, and mouth, was more than enough of a visual for him to declare that he'd finished the job. There was no coming back from that. Pulling his sword out of Nagato's chest, Naruto swung it to clear the blood from it and resheathed it. He heaved a huge sigh from his body. That was more violent than he wanted it to be, but he had to ensure without a doubt that Nagato died. At least it took care of the Rinnegan issue too. Nobody needed those implanted just to restart this nightmare all over again. A quick glance down to the watch on his arm told Naruto that there was no need to let the adrenaline fade yet. He took a few steps away, but he wasn't going outside unless forced out there, and he had a bit more time left on the mandatory clock. I have altitude sickness. Like hell. Naruto said in a by the way manner, gesturing with his arms wide open. If you want to take your shot, this is probably the best chance you're ever gonna get again. It took a few seconds, but the wall collapsed to reveal that Konan had come into the room sometime during the actual process of the assassination. There wasn't any disguising her appearance, the tears streaming silently down her face. No. It won't change anything, she said, walking past Naruto and over to Nagato to smooth down his eyelids to give him some semblance of peace in his post-mortem appearance. Naruto simply let her move past and do as she wished, but he had to ask, you could have stopped me. Why? When he turned sage mode on, he knew she'd entered the room after he'd stabbed Nagato. She could have saved him, but instead chose to see things out until the end. Because I knew it had to be done, Konan said, voice trembling as she tried to retain some sort of composure, because he'd forgotten why we started this in the first place. All of this inflicting pain, he wasn't about the peace any longer. All he talked about was making the world understand suffering. The people of this village just became spare bodies. Why didn't you dash? Because he was still Nagato. How could I? Konan shouted at him before dropping to her knees in sorrow, entirely spent. So I'm all that's left. Now go ahead and finish it. No. Konan's amber eyes went wide and she peered up at Naruto, who said that with no absence of seriousness on his face. What do you mean no? I'm not saying that I'm doing this for you out of some kind of pity or remorse for killing Nagato, Naruto said bluntly. Now was not the time to mince words or sugarcoat things. He was working with a limited time span at the moment. I'm doing this because if I kill you, who's gonna tell everyone out there to stop before this place gets destroyed? Konan looked out of the opening past the balcony and at the skyline of the village. Her village. They would keep fighting even after she and Nagato were killed. It would be horrible. The only thing worse than getting sparse orders like the kind Nagato had been issuing were getting no orders at all from your central command. It would be an absolute disaster. There was no system of command. No hierarchy past Nagato and Konan. The buck stopped with the two of them. Control didn't trickle down any further. Any ninjas that perhaps would have somewhat qualified for the position of village leader had already been killed in the purge of Hanzo's regime. There was literally no one else that could do the job. If she didn't, Amigekure really would be destroyed. I don't want this to go on anymore. Naruto said, I don't want AIM destroyed. So I'll ask you one time, are we done? There's nothing left. Without the Rinnegan, the Geto Mazo can't be used to contain the power of the Jinchuriki. It can't even be accessed. Konan admitted remorsefully, I couldn't continue this. And even if I could, I'm tired of the blood. Just leave me Nagato and Yahiko's bodies. Naruto nodded. He'd already taken Danzo's body and sealed it away, and with the Rinnegan gone he had no other use for anything involving Nagato's corpse. You're wrong about something though. You don't have nothing. You still have Amigekure. Konan smiled bitterly. It didn't come anywhere close to even reaching her tearful eyes for the sake of my village and every man, woman, and child that calls this place home. As the new village leader, effective immediately, Amigekure no Sato surrenders unconditionally to Konohagakure no Sato and the Grand Shinobi Alliance. In a show of this, Konan laid an Amigekure Hitaiate onto the floor and drew her own blood deeply from her hand to drip freely across the metal plate and cover the grooves of the insignia. The old way of acknowledging definite surrender. I'll send word to the Hokage and the rest of the army. Naruto said quietly, call your people home. Wanting to ask how he could possibly do such a thing before battle began between the two sides and it became chaos to try and bring them to a stop, Konan was preempted by Naruto disappearing suddenly in a puff of smoke. No warning. Looking out through the doorway to the balcony, Konan began to tear up anew. Of course the rain would stop now of all times. Nti Mayaboku, puff. Appearing in a large plume of smoke, Naruto was greeted by the sight of nearly every toad seemingly waiting on what he had to say after Fukasaku had reverse summoned him. Before any of this ever began, Naruto-sai and the toads were provided synchronized timepieces so that the time allotted for Naruto's mission was set equally on all sides: the insertion, the mission itself, and the extraction. No matter what, he was only getting 15 minutes to do it, whether he finished everything in 3 or died by the time they tried to bring him back. Fortunately, this strict time limit was successfully implicated. Well, Naruto-chan? Fukasaku asked, seeing Naruto's clothes covered in blood that clearly was not his own. But then again, that could mean anything. Is it over? Naruto just walked past Fukasaku and Shima and was given plenty of space by the other toads in the background to lumber past them. He spared a second to create a clone and instantly dispel it immediately thereafter to relay the results of everything to his clones with the standing army Kami. I hope so. I really can't think of anything else that the universe could possibly throw at us anytime soon. Shima nodded grimly and understanding it. Killed Jiraiya-chan's first tadpole, didn't ya? Yeah, he answered in a somewhat weakened voice. Can you guys take me home? I think I've got the bends. What the hell does that mean? The bends? Gamakichi asked, shouting over his older toad brethren to be heard. Altitude. Altitude sickness. Bad. From 17,000 feet in the air to below sea level to the top of a mountain in less than 15 minutes. Yes. Altitude sickness was a definite possibility. Ooh. Can I go lay down until someone summons me back to Konoha? Fast? Kinda got some wartime news to break. AIM surrenders. Swaying on his feet for a moment, Naruto eventually did an abrupt faceplant into the grass and didn't get back up. Ah hell. Fukasaku said with a deep sigh. Would you mind heading to Konoha and summoning Naruto-chan on Tsunade's desk? Hopefully after she finds out what happened she won't stomp him through it. Glorious, glorious victory. It tasted like Toad Mountain grass, which didn't taste that bad actually. Apparently it was great for nausea. Or was that just for dogs?